Psychoanalytic Training Program. Module 2. Introduction to the Unconscious and Psychoanalytic Theory. A complete digital audiobook training program by the Mercurius Foundation. This audiobook has been carefully crafted for your listening experience. We encourage you to pause, rewind, and revisit the passages that speak to you most. Psychoanalysis, Module 2. Theories of the psychic apparatus and theoretical and clinical aspects in Freud's works. Introduction. This is the foundational booklet for Module 2 of the theoretical part of the course. Here, you will find a general overview of the understanding of the concept of psychoanalysis, the historical trajectory of its development as we know it, as well as the major figures who contributed to and/or influenced the evolution of this science, field of study, and clinical practice. Throughout the booklet, at the end of some chapters, you will find recommended readings, videos, and/or films that are considered mandatory for the training course, given the importance and relevance of these materials for professional development. When readings are optional, that will be indicated within the material itself. The trajectory of Sigmund Freud and his main contributions. When we think of psychoanalysis, we inevitably recall a famous name, Sigmund Freud, 1856 to 1939. And his fame is no coincidence, given Freud's importance in the study of the mind, therapy, relationships, and culture. The great Viennese physician dedicated years of his life to the discovery of a field of knowledge that still resonates and echoes to this day, being the primary influence on psychoanalytic content. To begin our journey toward understanding Freud's ideas, concepts, and clinical practice, we must first understand a bit of his history. That is, we must take a look at Freud's life, his upbringing, his education, his historical context, and his trajectory as one of the great figures of the 20th century. The origins of Freud. On May 6, 1856, in the town of Freiburg, then part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Sigmund Freud was born. The son of a wool merchant who never achieved much professional success, Freud exhibited an ambivalent relationship with his father, marked by a mix of hatred, fear, compassion, and love ambivalent, a blend of morally positive and negative thoughts about another person. In contrast, his relationship with his mother was one of great affection, enchantment, and sensuality. As the child of his father's second marriage, Freud had two half-brothers who were already adults. One of them had a son who became Freud's childhood playmate. Between these half-siblings and the newly formed family, there was a deep mutual resentment. It is no coincidence that, upon analyzing the entirety of Freudian theory, one can see the influence of the family environment on the individual's formation, whether through presence in life or absence in death. Certainly, the experiences of his own childhood contributed in some way to the shaping of his future thinking. Passionate biographers of Freud, like Ernest Jones, have even argued that the idea of an unrelenting search for meaning in man and his relationships had its genesis in familial bonds formed during Freud's early years. Without a clear path regarding his professional choices throughout his early academic life, young Freud had childhood dreams of becoming a general or a minister of state. In 1873, Freud enrolled at the University of Vienna with plans to study law, but ended up entering the medical school, more in pursuit of knowledge than with the intent to alleviate suffering. In 1881, Freud belatedly passed his final exams in medical school. He was not particularly interested in clinical practice, but rather aspired to devote himself to research and teaching. However, the following year, he found himself forced to abandon this aspiration due to financial constraints. In 1882, he met Martha Bernays, his future wife, and for the first time heard about the case of Anna O., described by Dr. Joseph Breuer. In the following years, disillusioned with general practice, Freud immersed himself in specialized research, moving through several departments at the university. He studied, for instance, the sexual organs of eels, explored the anatomy and histology of the human brain, and became acquainted with the theories of Charles Darwin. He also devoted time to studies on cocaine, attempting to explore its analgesic and anesthetic properties. However, despite his desire to gain recognition through a scientific discovery, this endeavor was ultimately unsuccessful. Around this same time, Freud worked on treating nervous diseases through electrotherapy. Nevertheless, dissatisfied with his choices and accomplishments, Freud resolved that 1885 would be the great turning point of his life. And indeed it would be, but not for the reasons he believed, such as marriage and the abandonment of research. Marking this shift, Freud destroyed all his papers, works, notes, and journals, as he revealed in a letter to his fiancée Martha. I am nearly finished with one of my projects. It is something that certain unfortunate people not yet born will one day regret. Since you won't guess whom I am referring to, I'll tell you, my biographers. I destroyed all my diaries from the past 14 years, as well as letters, scientific notes, and original drafts of my work. All my reflections and the feelings that the world in general, and myself in particular, had inspired in me were declared unworthy of survival. Everything will have to be rethought anew, and I hadn't scribbled just a little. As for my biographers, let them rage. We have no intention of making their task easier. Each one of them will be right in his own way of explaining the development of the hero. Freud's biography. Freud's life has often been portrayed by various media outlets. His family life and upbringing, his studies, and both his personal and professional sides have been depicted in films, documentaries, books, and magazines. He remains the subject of academic research in universities and training programs to this day, largely due to his method of investigating the psyche, known as psychoanalysis. His medical studies in Vienna began at one of the most prestigious faculties of the time, renowned for training skilled and well-respected doctors. These facts are always relevant when introducing any discussion about our author. One cannot separate Freud from his medical training in the late 19th century. Quite the contrary, this context is often highlighted, perhaps to reinforce the weight of his persona, since medicine was never accessible to all. Or perhaps to illustrate how a profession so focused on the symptoms of the body emerged in a time when the workings of the mind were still largely uncharted territory. Stepping out of the comfort zone. To talk about Freud's influences is to touch upon familiar ground. His interest in the working methods of French neurologist Jean Charcot sparked his curiosity about studying the mind, but not as it was seen at the time. Rather, it was with the particular flavor that he would later bring through psychoanalysis. What must now be addressed are the motivations behind such actions. What drives a person already well established in their field to shift directions so radically? Freud was already practicing medicine successfully, showing harmony between his profession and his interests. Understanding what drove this transformation brings insight into what motivates so many people to take actions that seem inexplicable. Freud's life shows a person whose vision and drive were far above average. We know there exists a select and narrow group of individuals whose nature exceeds what we call the median. And it's worth recalling that the term median, derived from the root word average, is essentially synonymous with mediocre, someone who operates on a mid-level. Thus, one shouldn't expect grand actions from such individuals. Of course, a thorough evaluation of what it means to be an average individual, as opposed to other possible classifications, would be valuable here. But generally speaking, let us define it simply as people who make their way through life in survival mode, either constantly searching for alternatives or failing to form a more defined identity. Ideas far ahead of the historical context in which Freud lived. Some people never strive for better definitions of themselves. They just go with the flow. Freud, however, was far from being one of those. According to his biography, he left behind his work and lines of thought for a period to delve into something entirely different. That is, something new and incipient, an approach adopted by Dr. Charcot, which stirred in him an interest whose origin we can only speculate. Did he have any notion of what he would study and discover? Could he explain what drove him to pursue practices that were unorthodox for his time? What compelled him to move to another country for something so unconventional, and to embrace that philosophy upon returning to Vienna years later? The concepts Freud abandoned. What drives people to seek out new paths? To believe in new ideas? And especially to develop and refine those ideas into concrete, impactful projects? Even after returning to Vienna, Freud continued his inquiries into the human mind. Naturally, many of his techniques were refined over the years. Others were discarded, such as the hypnosis he initially used under Charcot's influence. Additionally, his early studies on the psychic apparatus, featuring elements like the subconscious, were eventually revised and replaced by the now-established model, composed of id, ego, superego, Treating women in the 19th century. What kind of inner strength is needed to sustain and pursue research like this? What is the true motivation behind such brilliant minds? After all, every new theoretical development faces more resistance than support. Beliefs, cultural limitations, and the local mindset of the time all act as saboteurs for such research. Freud's history shows that he came into contact with a new way of addressing a condition that affected a significant portion of the population, particularly women in the late 19th century. He employed alternative techniques during a period when medicine classified these issues as nervous system disorders. By creating and developing new theories on the matter, he can be clearly classified as above average. Freud's main theories: the psychic apparatus and the theory of the unconscious, childhood sexuality and its stages, the mind's defense mechanisms, techniques for accessing the unconscious through free association, transference and countertransference in the psychoanalytic setting, dream interpretation, jokes, slips, and Freudian slips. So how many of these theories were validated and referenced by doctors and scholars who came after him? And at the same time, how many of those same scholars also dedicated their efforts to refuting them? This duality serves as an excellent validation of Freud's effort to refine his theory of the psychic apparatus and of its influence on our behavior. The prematurity of a technique still considered complex today. Alongside Copernicus, who removed Earth from the center of the universe, and Darwin, who severed our biblical ties to Adam and linked us to a shared primate ancestor, Freud shocked us by revealing that we aren't even in control of ourselves. Psychoanalysis tells us that everything has meaning. Everything has symbolism. But how could our author, even back then, understand what he was doing? Years later, we've come to the conclusion that man is not the master of his own actions. His unconscious carries an incessant will to dominate. And everything we do is a constant attempt to control our desires or drives. That's an incredible shift in thinking, ushering in an entirely new paradigm. Theory of evolution and psychoanalysis. In the development of psychoanalysis, Freud was deeply influenced by three major fields of knowledge. Darwin's theory of evolution, the knowledge psychiatry had accumulated by the end of the 19th century, and cultural studies of mythology, theater, and literature. The theory of the unconscious and structural psychology. The term psychoanalysis originates from Freud's analysis of the psychic apparatus, through which he sought explanations for the genesis of hysteria, psychopathy, and other mental afflictions. In constructing his studies, Freud encountered human sexuality and then formulated the concept of the unconscious, which he regarded as an integral part of what we call the mind. At the time he was developing the theory of the unconscious, he was contemporaneous with Wundt and Titchener, who were beginning to formulate structural psychology. Both Freud and these early psychologists disagreed on the idea of unconscious forces. The theory of the unconscious and its main sources of influence on the psychoanalytic movement. The theory of the unconscious became a milestone in the history of psychology, proposing that this hidden realm was responsible for various aspects of an individual's personality. In this view, such alterations are not somatic diseases, but rather the result of specific changes in the mind. The three main sources of influence on the psychoanalytic movement were philosophical reflections on the unconscious psychological phenomenon, emerging ideas in psychology and psychiatry, and evolutionary theory. Freud used his clinical cases, as well as studies of cultural phenomena, as the framework for applying his hypotheses. Sexual life as one of the main causes of neurotic disorders. Before developing psychoanalysis, Freud and Breuer made use of hypnosis, something applied in the famous case of Anna O., a young woman suffering from profound symptoms of hysteria. After a year of therapy, Anna and Breuer developed a positive transference toward one another. Anna transferred her feelings for her father onto Breuer, and he, in turn, unconsciously projected his repressed maternal desires onto Anna. In 1898, Freud stated he was convinced that the most immediate and practical causes of neurotic disorders originated in sexual life. In 1895, Freud and Breuer published studies on hysteria. Freud and the analysis of his own dreams. Freud had no doubt about the fundamental role of sex in neurosis, noting that most neurotic individuals had traumatic sexual experiences in childhood, while those with a healthy sex life did not. Through dream analysis, Freud realized dreams were a source of emotionally significant material. They stemmed from unconscious content, and so he began analyzing his own dreams upon waking, recording and comparing them with previous night's dreams, exploring the unconscious through free association. Psychoanalysis, in this context, emerged in 1896, when Freud decided to use the term to name a form of psychotherapy whose method consisted of exploring the unconscious through the patient's free speech and the analyst's interventions. The central concept of this theory lies in a psychic domain that is unknown to consciousness and can only be accessed through manifestations of the unconscious: dreams, forgetting, slips of the tongue, and other so-called Freudian slips. This establishes psychoanalysis's fundamental rule: the patient must speak whatever comes to mind without censorship. This is the rule of free association. The three divisions of the theory of the unconscious. In the theory of the unconscious, human personality is shaped by three components. The first is the ID, from the German es, meaning it, the only part of personality present from birth, driven by the pleasure principle and will, and the source of all psychic energy. Next comes the ego, from the German ich, meaning I, based on the reality principle, which strives to satisfy the ID's desires. When those desires are not fulfilled, the result is a state of anxiety or tension, depending on how the situation is handled. Finally, there is the superego, which begins to form around age 5. In simple terms, it consists of the incorporation of social rules, norms, and customs imposed upon the personality according to the culture and society to which the individual belongs. The ID as the true expression of the self. From this, we observe that the ID is the true expression of will, the being's energy. The superego represents the moral rules and norms that must be followed, and the ego mediates between them, providing personality and structure to the individual. Psychosexual development. Freud also proposed the theory of psychosexual development, where personality is formed throughout childhood. If these stages are completed successfully, the result is a healthy personality. The stages are classified as oral, anal, phallic, latency period, genital. The oral, anal, and phallic stages. The oral stage centers on the mouth as the erogenous zone. The child derives pleasure from oral stimulation, such as tasting and sucking. This stage ranges from birth to 1 year of age. The anal stage, from 1 to 3 years, centers on the bowel and bladder, with pleasure focused on control and elimination. The phallic stage occurs between ages 3 and 6, and the erogenous zone is the genitals. Libido becomes focused here, and children begin to recognize gender differences. This is also the stage where the Oedipus complex emerges. Latency period and genital stage. The latency period spans from age 6 to puberty, during which sexual feelings are dormant. Libido is suppressed, influenced by the development of the ego and superego. The final stage is the genital stage, which lasts from puberty through adulthood. Here, sexual interests mature, and the individual develops strong sexual interest in the opposite sex. Though it begins in adolescence, this stage spans the rest of a person's life. How to understand ambivalence. A simpler way to clarify the meaning of ambivalence is to get you thinking about people who stir both your love and your hate. Virtually everyone has experienced this kind of emotional conflict. The object of your affection and disaffection might be a coworker, a partner, or even a teacher. Interestingly, many songs have been written about ambivalence. You've probably heard 7 Things by Miley Cyrus. In much of the song, the singer lists things she hates about her boyfriend, but ends the chorus by saying that she loves him. When we see practical examples like this, we realize that ambivalence isn't hard to grasp at all, is it? What is ambivalence in psychoanalysis? As we've already mentioned here, the concept of ambivalence is important in the field of psychoanalysis. We're going to show you how major theorists in the field have addressed this notion in their work. Ambivalence according to Freud. Since we're talking about psychoanalysis, we can't overlook Freud's ideas. Unsurprisingly, the scholar also contributed to the development of the notion of ambivalence. To understand how he approached this concept, let's first consider his view of taboos. In his book Totem and Taboo, Freud defines taboos as prohibitions that, at some point in antiquity, were imposed by an authority upon primitive men. According to him, these prohibitions targeted activities toward which people had strong inclinations, such as incest. It's important to mention that Freud believed a child's first erotic inclination is incestuous in nature. For this reason, according to the psychoanalyst, ambivalence exists within the concept of taboo, because it represents the prohibition of something that is deeply desired. Furthermore, Freud saw the very term taboo as ambivalent, since it combines the ideas of sacred and unclean, which are fundamentally contradictory. As you can see, the concept of ambivalence is not limited to feelings. It also applies to the realm of ideas. The father of psychoanalysis also introduced the notion of human ambivalence, which he said is constituted by two basic instincts. One is the life drive, which is linked to the preservation of vital units. The other is the death drive, which seeks to return the living being to an inorganic state. Ambivalence according to Winnicott. Winnicott, in turn, defined this concept as an integration of loving and destructive feelings. To better understand the psychoanalyst's thinking, it's important to keep in mind that he viewed ambivalence as an achievement in the emotional development of a child. In general terms, he argued that a child must, at a certain stage of development, recognize that the mother is both the object of their attacks, during moments of excitement, and their affection. According to him, this ambivalence must be experienced and tolerated by the child. When this happens, one can say the child has grown in a healthy way and is progressing in emotional maturity. Different approaches. In this, we've aimed to show that psychoanalysis has much to say about the concept of ambivalence. First, we introduced the dictionary definition, but psychoanalysts have linked the term to much more complex issues. In Freud's case, ambivalence is found in the prohibitions imposed by the authorities of primitive societies and in the concept of taboo itself. In Winnicott's case, the concept is related to a child's developmental process. You can see these are two completely different approaches within the same field. That's because psychoanalysis is a richly layered branch of knowledge. Many scholars have contributed their own research to shape the current understanding of the human mind and human behavior. Freud and Charcot. In that same year, 1885, Freud received a research grant and decided to travel to Paris to work under the renowned French physician Jean-Martin Charcot, who was conducting studies on hysterical manifestations and the effects of suggestion. It's not uncommon to find biographies of Freud describing this year as a turning point, one that would reshape his understanding of medical practice and steer him toward psychopathology, the study of the origins of mental disorders. During his time in Paris as a regular assistant in Charcot's clinic, Freud learned three major lessons that would prove invaluable throughout his career, as history would later confirm. First, Charcot's rejection of the prevailing belief that hysteria was a disease of the imagination or caused by uterine irritation, an idea that had dominated medical thought until then. Ironically, it was Charcot's attribution of hysteria to a nervous system disorder that led Freud, for many years, to resist any sexual etiology, study of disease causes, as the origin of neuroses. Second, Charcot's discovery that in hysterical individuals, symptoms did not follow the anatomical pathways of the nervous system. For example, if a person suffered paralysis in one leg, the entire structure could be impaired, even if not belonging to the same neurophysiological grouping. Third, Charcot revealed a link between hysteria and hypnotism. Symptoms could be induced in patients through hypnotic suggestion, and likewise, hysterical symptoms could be removed or altered using hypnosis. In other words, the same brain regions responsible for involuntary hysterical movements also governed movements under hypnotic influence. The following year, in 1886, Freud returned to Vienna and opened a clinic specializing in nervous diseases, with hysteria being one of the most prominent conditions. That same year, as part of the personal transformation he had envisioned, Freud fulfilled a long-standing desire. He married Martha Bernays and went on to have 6 children. In the early years of his clinic, Freud relied on physical treatments and techniques he trusted, such as hydrotherapy, electrotherapy, massage, and others. It wasn't until the end of 1887 that he mentioned, in one of his first letters to his new friend, physician, and future confidant Wilhelm Fliess, that he had delved into hypnotism and was experiencing various small but specific successes. Indeed, in his clinical practice, especially with hysterical patients, Freud used hypnotic suggestion as a way to eliminate distressing symptoms, just as he had learned in Paris under Charcot. However, as he would later explain in his biography, "From the outset, I used hypnosis differently, independently of hypnotic suggestion. I employed it to ask the patient about the origin of his symptoms, which in his waking state he could only describe very imperfectly, or not at all. Not only did this method seem more effective than mere suggestive commands or prohibitions, but it also satisfied the doctor's curiosity, who, after all, had the right to learn something about the origin of the manifestation he was struggling to eliminate through the monotonous process of suggestion." Charcot's influence. Freud interned at the Salpêtre Hospital, where Charcot worked and taught. Charcot was widely known for his remarkable results in treating patients with hysteria. He used hypnosis to access patients' unconscious minds, unlocking repressed memories and emotions that were otherwise inaccessible to the conscious mind. By doing so, he could eliminate physical symptoms and illnesses that stemmed from these hidden psychological contents. These conditions were psychosomatic in nature, causing patients to experience limb paralysis, pain, various physical limitations, and episodes of loss of control. Freud was deeply impressed by the technique. Freud's shift in technique. However, he soon realized that only a small percentage of patients, around 20%, could actually enter a hypnotic trance. This limitation disappointed Freud, as he could not replicate Charcot's consistent results. On the other hand, he noticed that conversation alone could produce results just as effective as those achieved through hypnosis. He observed that allowing patients to engage in free association and speak openly, without judgment or guilt, already initiated a process of emotional reframing. As a result, many patients experienced improvement in their physical conditions. From that point on, Freud began applying free association with all his patients. This approach enabled individuals to express their emotions freely, thereby beginning the healing process. Consequently, Freud decided to abandon hypnosis, as it failed to consistently access the unconscious or subconscious across all patients. Freud and Breuer's partnership in the cathartic method. After discovering a new way to achieve similar results, Freud partnered with Breuer. Together, they worked to develop a new therapeutic approach they called the cathartic method. Their partnership flourished for several years. Eventually, however, it ended because Freud insisted on associating libido with repressed emotional states. At the time, the term libido was considered highly controversial. Society's backlash at the time. Back then, sexuality was strictly tied to procreation, and any discussion of sex in other contexts was socially unacceptable. Breuer grew increasingly concerned about potential social backlash and chose to end the partnership. Freud, however, was undeterred and continued developing his analytical methods, ultimately creating what we now know as psychoanalysis. Thus, Charcot was a key influence in Freud's departure from neurology and deep commitment to exploring the human psyche. What are dreams in psychoanalysis? Later, Freud established psychoanalysis as a widely accepted field. This acceptance stemmed from the fact that it does not rely on a practitioner's personal judgment, especially in the interpretation of dreams. Psychoanalysis views dreams as a way for the unconscious to bring traumatic situations and emotional conditions into the conscious mind in a symbolic form. These are crucial for the process of reframing and resolving emotional causes behind physical symptoms. Furthermore, psychoanalysis should not be confined by the rules and frameworks of traditional psychology. It is a method that ideally should be open and taught to all. Today, Charcot is recognized as the father of hypnosis and a pioneer of virtually all known hypnotic techniques. Institutions such as the Ministry of Health, the Federal Council of Medicine, and the Federal Council of Psychology all officially acknowledge hypnosis as an effective complementary tool in physical and mental treatment. Hypnosis enhancement, according to Charcot. Charcot's technique enhances therapeutic outcomes, whether by accessing the unconscious for emotional reframing, eliminating trauma, or even inducing anesthesia for various procedures. Charcot was a significant influence not only on Sigmund Freud, but also on the broader field of modern healthcare. Concepts like ID, ego, and superego, as well as the unconscious, preconscious, and conscious, serve as foundational reference points for defining hypnotic states, levels of trance, and appropriate techniques for emotional transformation. The patient Emmy. Much has been said about the connection between Freud and Charcot, especially regarding their use of hypnosis. To some, their relationship seems to have ended poorly, marked by stark contradictions. In certain literary analyses, hypnosis is personified as if it were the subject of a dramatic breakup, worthy of today's courtroom dramas. According to Peter Gay, Freud's sessions with the patient Emmy allowed him to conclude that hypnosis was, in fact, useless and meaningless. This is a questionable statement, particularly when considering the significant work conducted by Charcot, Brewer, and others. Although the prevailing view among many remains that hypnosis was abandoned in favor of the superior technique of free association, one must carefully consider the foundational role hypnosis played in the development of psychoanalysis. It's possible, in fact, that this was a far more amicable separation than it appears. Even a superficial analysis of the work of Freud and Charcot reveals that hypnosis played an essential role in Freud's evolution as a thinker. Criticism of hypnosis, especially when based purely on anecdotal observations or the simplistic claim that Freud abandoned it, deserves to be met with Freud's own words. In scientific matters, it is always experience and never authority that delivers the final verdict, whether for or against. With these words, Freud defended hypnosis from critics who dismissed it without ever having practiced it in clinical settings. Freud's preference for recollection. Analyzing Freud's process of transitioning toward free association reveals that he favored recollection over suggestion from the beginning. Suggestion, being central to hypnotic therapy, became less aligned with the direction Freud's clinical insights were taking him. This preference grew stronger as Freud began to better understand the dynamics of repression in the formation of the unconscious in hysteria and the way symptoms arose from that formation. Eventually, Freud realized that traumatic reminiscences were more connected to the patient's psychic reality than to objective reality. These memories could be accessed without hypnosis, through the free association of thoughts. Regarding Freud's relationship with hypnosis, some claim he abandoned it simply because he was not a skilled hypnotist. However, it's worth noting that Charcot himself reportedly said Freud was one of his best students. It's also true that external factors, such as Freud's excessive cigar smoking, which affected his voice, and his limited wardrobe, 2 suits, 3 pairs of underwear, and 3 pairs of shoes, may have hindered his ability to employ hypnosis effectively in practice. Weissman argued that if Freud did indeed struggle with hypnotism, it might have been due to a lack of the particular qualities required of a good hypnotist, which may have contributed to his decision to give up the method. In fact, Freud admitted that once he realized that, despite his best efforts, he could hypnotize only a small portion of his patients, he chose to abandon the technique. Freud's search for new paths. Freud's discoveries must be understood in the context of the social environment in which he lived. From the revelation of the unconscious to the rejection of the uterus as the source of hysteria, and the introduction of healing through speech, these were all groundbreaking ideas for that time. The suggestion involved in hypnosis, which even today retains an air of mysticism, was simply more than society could accept at that moment. The cathartic method. More than a century after its creation, the cathartic method continues to be relevant. According to Aristotle, a theatrical play has the power to liberate us from our passions through the representation of characters. Reliving traumatic events and making connections between them produces purification and cleansing of the psyche. This externalization can happen through words or actions, which Aristotle called catharsis. This same method is used in a relative way in other fields of knowledge as well. For example, in modern medicine, the concept is associated with the digestive system and refers to the expulsion of harmful substances from the intestines. Therefore, the cathartic method manifests in different forms that, at their core, are equivalent. The procedure of the cathartic method is a psychoanalytic designation. Its goal is not to cure symptoms, but to understand what they are trying to communicate. In psychoanalysis, The method gained strength when Freud rejected the hypnotic approach used by Breuer and reintroduced the procedure with a new technique. With the use of free association, the cathartic method was born. Moreover, the method continues to guide those who seek psychoanalysis, what Freud called healing through speech. Its aim is to give birth to what is hidden in the unconscious in order to purge it. In other words, to externalize and potentially neutralize pathogenic effects, repressed emotions that were once blocked from expression. Philosophy and the cathartic method. In psychology, the term relates to freedom and healing from traumas, fears, and mental disturbances. The method is used to help the patient release these psychic afflictions. Philosophy shares a perspective with psychoanalysis, as both involve processes of representation that embrace doubt and uncertainty within a theoretical mode. Each discipline seeks to assert its own truths that remain partially obscured. When psychoanalysis is viewed as a kind of midwifery, bringing to light what has been estranged, its practice comes close to what could be considered a philosophical activity. In philosophy, the cathartic effect was already present in the Socratic dialogue. This process entails discerning right from wrong, as thought is freed through spoken expression. Finally, for Aristotle, the purification of the soul occurs through emotions. These are stirred when one watches a tragic play, gaining access to the unconscious and even processing unconfessed desires. Catharsis in Freud. Freud's cathartic method is a specific tool of the psychoanalytic analyst, who seeks to patiently uncover and dismantle the defenses of the unconscious. Freud developed this method while treating hysterical patients, after hearing from a friend about Aristotelian catharsis. The cathartic method originates in the attentive listening to a suffering subject. In doing so, Freud created a privileged method for psychoanalytic knowledge. This talking cure marked the beginning of psychoanalysis, in which both Breuer and Freud acknowledged the power of verbal expression. It is through language that man finds a substitute for action, by means of which effect can be abreacted almost as effectively. Thus, the act can be replaced by speech, allowing our relationships and emotions to be comprehended through words. Furthermore, although thought and language belong to distinct orders, it is language that gives meaning to thought. For Freud, language is a necessary phenomenon for human reality. On this basis, the importance and therapeutic efficacy of the cathartic method become evident, as it drives transformation in the psychic life of individuals. The cathartic method and psychoanalysis. In short, psychoanalysis conducts its work through everything that is affirmed by the analysand, often requiring long-term sessions, as the pace is set by the patient. Within psychoanalysis, and particularly through the cathartic method, the analyst remains attuned to the patient's speech, aiming to extract and open a path toward repressed thoughts in order to achieve emotional healing. In conclusion, given the relevance of the cathartic method across different areas of knowledge, we can see that it remains one of the most powerful tools used by psychoanalysis. For restoring psychic balance and releasing trauma and other psychological disturbances, it grants individuals liberation through speech, the channel through which these repressed affects are finally expelled. Freud and Breuer. A familiar figure reemerges in Freud's professional journey, the renowned Viennese physician Joseph Breuer. Freud recalled the case of Anna O., real name Bertha Pappenheim, which had been presented years earlier by Breuer. With several years of clinical practice under his belt, Freud joined forces with Breuer to collaborate on studies concerning hysteria. Between 1893 and 1896, the two authors produced numerous texts derived from clinical experience, aiming to characterize and define key findings that contributed to the development of this new therapeutic approach. Among these were works such as On the Psychical Mechanism of Hysterical Phenomena, A Preliminary Communication, 1893, and clinical case studies like Anna O., Emmy von N., and Elisabeth von R., which were later compiled in Studies on Hysteria, 1895. This book presents both theoretical and practical concepts explored by the authors, and is essential for understanding the genesis of psychoanalysis. However, as their studies advanced, the scientific partnership began to fracture due to theoretical disagreements. According to James Strachey in his introductory notes to Studies on Hysteria, the principal difference of opinion between the two authors which Freud later emphasized, concerned the role played by sexual impulses in the causation of hysteria. Even here, however, we find that the expressed divergence is less sharply stated than one might expect. Freud's belief in the sexual origin of hysteria may be inferred clearly enough from his discussion in the chapter on psychotherapy, but at no point does he assert, as he later would, that a sexual etiology is invariably present in cases of hysteria. In other words, at this stage, Freud was already suggesting that the symptoms of hysteria originated from psychic disorders related to sexuality. This interpretation of the repressed origins of mental disorders would become a foundational aspect of psychoanalytic theory. For many historians of Freud's life, this work marks the starting point, the genesis, of psychoanalysis. In fact, it was during this period in 1896 that Freud coined the term psychoanalysis, in his attempt to study the formative components of the human psyche, to interpret fragments of speech and thought, and thereby better understand their meanings, implications, and impact on the individual's life. Beginning in 1897, what he would call his splendid isolation, Freud started to systematize psychoanalysis on his own. During this time, he began his self-analysis as a way to confront and explore his own psychic contents. Freud's self-analysis was carried out through dreams, free association, and childhood memories. His skill in these three domains was astonishing. In more than one sense, Freud's self-analysis is the matrix from which the entire science developed. It was here that he had the major insights that formed the foundation of psychoanalysis. Thus, foundational discoveries such as the unconscious, the Oedipus complex, the anal stage, infantile sexuality, dream interpretation, free association, transference, and resistance represent some of the most valuable findings in Freud's theory and practice. All of these themes and clinical cases will be explored in greater depth throughout this course. During the period between 1893 and 1899, Freud published a series of works titled Early Psychoanalytic Publications, which include key texts such as The Etiology of Hysteria, 1896, and Sexuality in the Etiology of Neuroses, 1898, as part of his effort to further his studies on neuroses. These publications served as preparation for what Freud would later consider the book of the century, The Interpretation of Dreams, published in 1900. Freud's first topography, the topographical model. This was a period of major breakthroughs in the discussions Freud was proposing. It was in the interpretation of dreams that he laid out his foundational framework for the psychic apparatus, what would become known as the first topography or topographical model, the initial phase of Freudian theory, in which the mind is divided into the conscious, preconscious, and unconscious. The term topographical model stems from the idea that these components of the mind occupied different places, topoi, within the psyche. Concepts such as the existence of the unconscious, the functioning of the psychic apparatus, in topographic terms, the influence of infantile sexuality on the formation of subjectivity, and the role of dreams in psychic organization were fundamental contributions of Freud's early work. These ideas would go on to shape the core of psychoanalytic theory. It's also worth highlighting the influence of Wilhelm Fliess, a key correspondent of Freud during this period. The extensive letters exchanged between them helped Freud articulate and develop many of his theoretical constructs. These letters remain part of Freud's body of work. In the years that followed, with the advancement of his clinical practice, Freud published a series of works with significant impact for the time. These included The Psychopathology of Everyday Life, 1901, 3 Essays on the Theory of Sexuality, 1905, and the case study fragment of an analysis of a case of hysteria, known as the Dora case, also from 1905. These works elevated Freud's visibility and brought him greater recognition in the scientific community. In this context, a circle of thinkers began to form around Freud, recognizing the emergence of a new field. Names like Carl Jung, Alfred Adler, Karl Abraham, and Sandor Ferenczi joined Freud and helped organize the first International Psychoanalytic Congress in 1910. This event laid the groundwork for the creation of the International Psychoanalytical Association, IPA, which would go on to spread psychoanalysis globally, supporting the formation of local groups dedicated to research and discussion in the field. It's important to remember the historical backdrop of these developments. The First World War broke out, temporarily halting many of the activities of Freud's growing community. However, the war was not the only challenge. As Freud deepened his theories on sexuality and its role in the etiology of neuroses, as well as his development of libido theory and his exploration of unconscious mechanisms tied to sexuality, figures like Adler and Jung began to diverge sharply from Freud. Their disagreements ultimately led them to break away from the IPA and develop their own schools of thought: individual psychology, Adler, and analytical psychology, Jung. Psychoanalysis had a sadly small group of followers. The Vienna Psychoanalytic Society had only 34 members in 1911 to 1912, and no other country had a group approaching that size. Freud's fear that the science would vanish, especially after the desertion of Jung and Adler, seemed well-founded. Despite this turbulent period, Freud continued to publish major texts, including psychoanalytic notes on an autobiographical account of a case of paranoia, 1911, also known as the Schreiber case, on narcissism, 1914, introductory lectures on psychoanalysis, 1917, and From the History of an Infantile Neurosis, 1918, widely known as the Wolf Man. The conscious, preconscious, and unconscious. For a long time, it was believed that the human mind was composed solely of consciousness. In this view, the human being was seen as a rational animal, fully capable of managing, according to personal will and social norms, one's emotions and convictions. But if a person truly has full access and control over the contents of their mind, how can psychosomatic illnesses be explained? Or memories that resurface seemingly at random? Freud argued that there is no discontinuity within the human mind. According to him, our small daily errors are not coincidental. When we mix up a name, forget a word, or relive a memory out of context, we're not experiencing meaningless accidents. These moments point to the existence of mental activity beyond the conscious. Thus, Freud introduced a topographical division of the mind, defining 3 mental levels: the conscious, the preconscious, and the unconscious. Conscious. The conscious mind is everything we are aware of in the present moment. It corresponds to the smallest portion of the human psyche. This level includes all that we can perceive and access intentionally. A key characteristic is that consciousness operates in accordance with social norms, recognizing time and space. Through it, we engage with the external world. The conscious mind, therefore, represents our capacity to perceive and regulate mental content. Only the content that is currently in consciousness can be consciously controlled by the individual. Preconscious. The preconscious is often mistakenly referred to as the subconscious, though Freud never used this term. The preconscious consists of content that can readily enter consciousness, but is not currently in awareness. These are elements we don't constantly think about, but that are necessary for consciousness to function. Things like our address, middle name, the names of friends, favorite foods, or recent events fall into this category. Even though it's called preconscious, this level still belongs to the unconscious system. We can think of the preconscious as a filter or sieve between the unconscious and the conscious, determining which information can move between the two. Unconscious. The unconscious contains all mental content that is not accessible to the individual at a given moment. It constitutes not only the largest but also, according to Freud, the most important part of the mind. Nearly all memories we believe to be lost forever, all forgotten names, suppressed feelings, and deep fears. These reside in the unconscious. It holds our earliest childhood experiences, friendships, and primary emotional impressions. Can it be accessed? Yes, at least in part. Access to the unconscious occurs through dreams, slips of the tongue, and psychoanalytic therapy. The unconscious is also home to the life and death drives, primal instincts like the sexual and destructive impulses. Since social life demands that such impulses be repressed, they are relegated to the unconscious. The unconscious operates by its own logic. It is atemporal and aspatial. It doesn't recognize chronological order or spatial orientation. It is also the primary architect of our personality. Summary: conscious, preconscious, and unconscious. While studying psychic phenomena such as hysteria, Freud realized that the human mind could not consist solely of consciousness. To explain the hidden connections behind seemingly irrational behaviors, he proposed the existence of mental levels beyond our control, the preconscious and unconscious. The conscious is the realm of mental content immediately accessible to us. The preconscious serves as a bridge between the conscious and unconscious, holding useful information retrievable when needed. The unconscious is the most extensive and influential layer, containing our repressed desires, fears, early memories, and foundational personality structures. It's important to understand that Freud's topographical model does not describe three static and isolated compartments. Instead, it illustrates a fluid system, where contents can move between levels. Conscious memories may become repressed and sink into the unconscious. Conversely, a forgotten memory might resurface through a dream or during psychoanalytic exploration. Thus, the conscious, preconscious, and unconscious are not simply components of the mind, but rather describe the status and function of mental content within the human psyche. Influences of the unconscious. In human beings, the influence of the unconscious is constant. Dreams, in particular, are deeply shaped by repressed material accumulated since childhood. From darkness came light, nature, quadrupeds, crawling creatures, aquatic beings, man and woman. For certain living beings to adapt and survive, that is, to evolve, they had to develop a brain, the central organ of the nervous system. Within the brain are basal nuclei, clusters of neurons that function as part of the central nervous system. Each has its own structure and function, forming complex projections among themselves and with the cerebral cortex. One brain structure of central importance to psychoanalytic study is the hippocampus. Considered the seat of memory, it transforms short-term memory into long-term storage. Additionally, inside neurons, specifically within the cell nucleus, are axons, which are responsible for transmitting information. Various processes occur throughout this structure, but it's at the end of the axon where communication between neurons takes place. This point of connection is known as a synapse. Synapses and the unconscious mind. At the synapse, specific proteins, receptors, receive neurotransmitters, chemical messengers that transfer information between neurons. These biological mechanisms are essential for basic tasks such as eating, moving, and communicating. However, humans also require psychic structures that influence how we think, act, and react. In some higher organisms, this psychic apparatus is organized into three systems: the unconscious, the preconscious, and the conscious. The unconscious, preconscious, and conscious. The conscious, CS, refers to everything that is being experienced in the present moment, our immediate deliberate actions. The preconscious, PCS, contains memories and information of lesser importance, names, dates, facts that don't carry strong emotional weight. These can be accessed by the conscious mind when needed. The unconscious houses our most significant and emotionally charged memories. It stores content that, because of its intense impact on the psyche, has been repressed. The core of the unconscious forms in early childhood, when emotions and fantasies leave deep impressions that continue to influence emotional and intellectual functioning throughout life. The unconscious and human behavior. There are no accidents in mental processes. Every thought, memory, emotion, and action has a cause. The unconscious creates recurring behaviors that eventually form habits. As a result, most of our actions, thoughts, values, and emotional reactions operate on autopilot. It requires effort from the conscious mind to question which of our routines and thought patterns stem from the unconscious. Only through this questioning can we begin to reshape those patterns. As Laplanche and Pontalis explain, neurosis can be understood as a psychogenic illness. Its symptoms are symbolic expressions of unconscious conflict, rooted in childhood history, representing compromises between desire and defense. Most repressed content originates in childhood conflicts. Traumatic or emotionally overwhelming experiences are stored in the unconscious, and later emerge in adolescence or adulthood as physical or psychological symptoms. Hysteria as a manifestation of the unconscious. Hysteria serves as a powerful example of unconscious memory's influence. This nervous system disorder emerges when psychic excitation is improperly processed. An unresolved memory lodged in the unconscious can reactivate a previous mental state, overwhelming the nervous system, which failed to carry out an adequate emotional discharge. For years, the unconscious was ignored, until Freud's clinical investigations established its importance. Faced with physical symptoms that had no organic cause, Freud sought to demonstrate that life, reaction, and behavior are influenced by the unconscious. From this, psychoanalysis emerged, a new science aiming to explore the human mind in its entirety and the deeper roots of human behavior. Psychoanalysis and the influence of the unconscious. When a psychoanalyst applies their investigative technique in therapy, they interpret unconscious content in a patient's speech, behaviors, and fantasies using free association. This helps individuals uncover their fears, traumas, and repressed desires. By confronting the roots of suffering and stagnation, the patient can discover new ways of acting and reacting, without harming their physical or psychological self. Only through deep self-knowledge can true self-mastery and personal growth occur. And only through this awareness can we develop healthy, authentic principles for education, respect, and human flourishing. Freud's second topography, the structural model. The International Psychoanalytical Association, IPA, resumed its activities in 1920, gradually returning to regular research, meetings, and study after the disruption of World War I. Up until the mid-1920s, Freudian theory had largely been built on the concepts of the ID and libido. However, between the 1920s and 1930s, Freud's thinking underwent a significant theoretical reorganization, giving rise to what became known as the structural model of the psyche, grounded in three core components: the ID, ego, and superego. This new framework replaced the earlier topographical model, which had divided the mind into the conscious, preconscious, and unconscious. The term structural model reflects the shift in emphasis, from psychic locations, topoi, to the dynamic functions and relationships between these psychic agencies. In this model, no single part of the psyche has meaning in isolation. It can only be understood in relation to the others. Freud introduced this reformulated vision in his 1923 essay The Ego and the ID, a text that would become a cornerstone of psychoanalytic theory. That same year was personally significant for Freud, as he received a diagnosis of jaw cancer, a condition that would plague him for the rest of his life. This period also marked a thematic expansion in Freud's writing. Beyond clinical and theoretical contributions, he began exploring the cultural and societal implications of psychoanalysis. Influenced by the post-war environment and the tensions of modernity, Freud published broader reflections on civilization. Notable works include The Future of an Illusion, 1927, and Civilization and Its Discontents, 1929, both of which apply psychoanalytic insight to religion, culture, and the inner conflict between instinctual drives and social constraints. Yet once again, history intervened. As the wounds of World War I slowly began to heal, a new spirit of optimism emerged across Europe, particularly between 1925 and 1933. But this hope was abruptly extinguished by the rise of Hitler and Nazism. In a 1930 interview, 3 years before Hitler's rise to power, Freud voiced his growing disillusionment. "My culture and my achievements are German. Intellectually, I considered myself German until I realized that anti-Semitic prejudice was increasing in Germany and Austria. From that point on, I no longer considered myself German. I prefer to define myself as a Jew." By 1933, the Nazis had begun burning Freud's books in public squares, a symbolic and literal attack on psychoanalysis and Jewish intellectualism. In 1938, facing persecution, Freud fled Vienna and entered exile in London at the age of 82. He died there in 1939, just 1 year later, from the cancer that had afflicted him for over a decade. The second topography, forged during these turbulent years, would become one of Freud's most lasting legacies. By mapping the psyche in terms of dynamic internal conflict between primal urges, moral restrictions, and reality-based negotiation, it redefined how we understand the structure of personality, mental illness, and the fragile balance of the self. ID, ego, and superego, the structural dynamics of the psyche. Beyond the topographical division of the psyche into conscious, preconscious, and unconscious, Freudian psychoanalysis introduces a second, deeply influential model: the structural division of the mind into ID, ego, and superego. While the topographical model focuses on where mental content resides, the structural model examines how psychic forces operate and interact. Importantly, these psychic agencies are not confined to specific levels of consciousness. They can function across multiple mental planes. The ID. The ID is the primal core of the psyche, present from birth. It contains our most basic biological drives, psychic energy, and unconscious instincts, especially those related to libido and aggression. Governed by the pleasure principle, the ID seeks immediate gratification, bypassing logic, morality, or consequence. It doesn't recognize the constraints of time, social norms, or rational thought. Located entirely in the unconscious, the ID acts like an untamed force of raw desire, endlessly striving for release and satisfaction. The ego. Emerging from the ID during early development, the ego acts as a mediator between instinctual demands, external reality, and moral standards. Operating under the reality principle, it seeks to satisfy the ID's urges in socially acceptable ways. The ego functions largely at the conscious level, though it also extends into the preconscious and unconscious. It assesses risks, plans actions, and postpones gratification. Essentially, the ego is the executive function of the psyche, the part that negotiates compromises between the chaos of the ID and the strict judgment of the superego. The superego. The superego forms through internalized parental authority, societal values, and cultural norms. Developed during early childhood, it represents the internal voice of morality, prohibition, and idealism. Functioning at both conscious and unconscious levels, it judges thoughts and behaviors, often producing guilt or shame when standards aren't met. If the ID says yes and the superego says no, the ego must arbitrate the conflict. Notably, the superego is rigid in its ethical stance, tolerating little gray area. It sees actions as either right or wrong, with little nuance. Internal conflict and balance. In daily life, these three psychic structures constantly interact and conflict. The ID demands impulsive pleasure, the superego imposes rigid ethical constraints, and the ego attempts to balance both while responding realistically to external demands. This constant mediation is what gives rise to psychological tension and inner conflict. When functioning healthily, the ego can integrate and channel these opposing forces constructively. When imbalanced, the result may be neurosis, anxiety, or self-sabotage. Take, for example, a common scenario. You're out late at a bar, and it's getting close to the time you should leave to rest for work. The ID wants another drink. The superego insists you leave immediately to avoid professional failure, and the ego weighs both sides. The decision you make is the product of this internal negotiation. Such dynamics reveal how often our struggles are not merely external, but reflect a deeper psychic battleground within. Symbolic expression and the role of language. According to Freud, the ego doesn't just mediate conflict. It also represses disturbing impulses from the ID, burying them in the unconscious. Yet, these repressed contents find symbolic expression in dreams, slips of the tongue, and humor. Freud identified two key mechanisms: displacement and condensation, later likened by linguists to metonymy and metaphor. In dreams, these mechanisms disguise forbidden thoughts in symbolic imagery, allowing indirect expression of unconscious desires. This connection between unconscious content and language became pivotal in Freud's method of free association. Later, theorists like Jacques Lacan would deepen this link, exploring how linguistic structures reflect unconscious processes. The psyche, then, is not only a dynamic of drives, but also a language that speaks through symbols, images, and wordplay. Summary and iceberg metaphor. Understanding the interplay of ID, ego, and superego allows us to grasp why we often feel conflicted, guilty, or unsatisfied. The ID seeks primal fulfillment, the superego enforces moral ideals, and the ego strives for practical balance. Much of our psychic suffering arises from their constant tension. While the ID remains wholly unconscious, the ego and superego span both conscious and unconscious domains. Using Freud's iceberg metaphor, the visible tip represents conscious ego and superego, while the vast submerged base holds the unconscious ID and deeper layers of both ego and superego. Ultimately, The structural model invites us to view the mind not as a unified whole, but as a negotiation between conflicting parts, each with its own voice, agenda, and impact on who we are. The Exploration of Neuroses. As is widely known, Freud began his career as a neurologist but soon encountered limitations in treating patients with symptoms of nervous disorders or neuroses, a term coined by William Cullen in the 18th century to define disorders resulting in personality disturbances. At the end of the 19th century, during Freud's medical practice, medicine had two treatment methods for neuroses: electrotherapy, used by Freud, and hypnosis. Through his practice, Freud recognized the failure of electrotherapy and turned to hypnosis in 1889, thanks to his visit to Bernheim, and of course, his earlier internship from 1885 to 1886 with Charcot, in direct contact with hysterical patients. At the beginning of his journey, Freud realized that the key to neurosis lay not in electrotherapy or hypnosis, but in the study of the mind and psyche, psychology. His restlessness was evident. He sought to further understand psychological content and its relation to psychopathologies, such as neurosis, to elaborate a theoretical construct. Freud stated, "My tyrant is psychology. It has always been my most distant and tempting goal, and now, having advanced with neuroses, it has become much closer. Two ambitions haunt me: to see how a theory of mental functioning takes shape if quantitative considerations are introduced, a kind of economy of nervous force, and, secondly, to extract from psychopathology what may benefit normal psychology." May 25, 1895. Thus, in the 1890s, Freud proposed and divided neurosis into two concepts: actual neuroses and psychoneuroses. Actual neuroses, pathological conditions linked to sexual frustration. They are actual because the origin of the issue lies in the present moment of symptom emergence. Freud described neurasthenia as caused by excessive masturbation and anxiety neurosis, or anguish, as resulting from unrelieved sexual stimulation. Psychoneuroses, pathological conditions originating from childhood sexual trauma. These included hysteria, obsession or obsessive neurosis, and phobias. It's worth noting that these constructions eventually became obsolete, although Freud did not precisely indicate such limitations. In fact, these concepts appear in his pre-psychoanalytic publications and unpublished drafts, 1885 to 1889. But as Freud himself envisioned, the major foundational work of psychoanalysis would begin with the interpretation of dreams in 1900. Within that context, the text The Neuro-Psychoses of Defence, 1894, stands out as a highly significant production during this period of discovery and idea formation. One key insight extracted from this work seems fundamental and gives meaning to the history of psychoanalysis. All neuroses represent a defense against unbearable ideas. In other words, a neurosis emerges because a conscious recollection of an intolerable event would excessively disrupt the individual's life. That event must therefore be repressed, must cease to be present, must be forgotten. But such an event cannot be truly and entirely forgotten. Its faithful memory is repressed but still lives on in the form of the symptoms produced by the neurosis. These symptoms are symbols, conscious substitutes for something repressed in the unconscious. Hence, psychoanalysis is an interpretive science, as it seeks to trace the origins of these symptoms. It is undeniable that hysteria was crucial to Freud's early clinical psychoanalytic journey, and we will now turn our attention to it. His experiences with Charcot, Bernheim, and Breuer, along with his constant reflection on clinical cases, allowed Freud to elaborate his own theoretical construct and to develop a technique beyond hypnosis: free association. Neurosis and psychoanalysis. One of the main subjects studied by psychoanalysis is neurosis. Even today, there is still a lot of confusion about what neurosis actually is, largely due to the breadth of the term. For a general conceptualization, neurosis can be initially considered a psychic disorder. Neuroses are phenomena generated by a psychic conflict involving the frustration of an instinctual impulse. Furthermore, neurosis can be understood as the result of our experiences, whether lived events, traumas, or repressions, as psychoanalysis highlights. It is also interpreted as a problem related to libido fixation or problematic fixation in general. Freud's studies on neurosis. Freud deepened his studies on neurosis, its causes, and its symptoms. He used this research to support much of his psychoanalytic theory, including the therapeutic methodologies he developed. For Freud, the unconscious fed the instincts and impulses and had to be worked through in order to heal neuroses. Freud engaged in self-analysis, calmly confronting his own mental phantoms and evaluating their impact. His analysis focused on childhood memories, after going through aspects of his adult life. The death of his father in 1896, as he himself stated, was crucial to his self-study. From this experience, he began analyzing patients and structuring his theories, including those regarding neurosis. What is neurosis in Freudian theory? Neurosis is a cornerstone of Freud's theory, especially in its connection to sexuality and its importance for mental life. As he developed his theory of sexuality, he identified various origins of human suffering. Among these, Freud highlighted some phenomena tied to specific bodily states which he considered inherently somatic. He classified these as actual neuroses, a term that includes neurasthenia, anxiety neurosis, and hypochondria. Among the primary symptoms of neurasthenia, according to Freud, are sexual issues as a source of distress, along with headaches and constipation. These symptoms often stem from unsatisfactory sexual activity, such as excessive masturbation. In anxiety neurosis, symptoms can vary, including diarrhea, congestion, respiratory or cardiac disturbances, among others. Hypochondria lacks concrete somatic symptoms but manifests through nossophobia, the fear of getting sick, closely tied to symptoms of anxiety neurosis. Freud's contemporary neuroses. According to Freud, these phenomena constitute actual neuroses, emphasizing their contemporaneity with the sexual factors involved in their symptomatology, unlike psychoneuroses, which have a historical basis in sexuality. Thus, actual neurosis contrasts with psychoneurosis in its lack of subjective historicity. This shows how broadly psychoanalysis understands neurosis. Many of its symptoms, according to Freud, are indeed linked to sexuality. Neuroses and sexuality. In defining neurosis within psychoanalysis, we see that many of its symptoms or causes relate to sexuality, at least within Freud's theoretical framework. A key aspect of his theory is the acknowledgement of sexual factors in the context of actual neuroses. He argued that these factors impact the universal sexual element also found in psychoneuroses. Freud suggested that anxiety neurosis stems from the libido being diverted from satisfactory use. This excitation has a somatic origin, reflecting a buildup of sexual tension. He also claimed that this buildup coincides with a decrease in psychic processing of sexual energy, influencing mental processes that lead to neurosis. Freud theorized that various symptoms and manifestations, each with its peculiarities, centered around sexuality as the core issue in neurosis. These include hysterical conversions, anxiety neuroses, neurasthenia, obsessive thoughts, and more. Clinically, neuroses and psychoneuroses often appear mixed. Freud proposed that actual neurosis is contained within psychoneurosis, acting as its nucleus through the dynamics of libido. Common symptoms to understand neurosis and its impact. Symptoms vary by individual, but there are warning signs that may suggest the presence of a disorder. Fear of ordinary daily situations. Sudden mood swings without apparent cause. Constant worry without a specific reason. Hysterical traits. Phobia. As mentioned, symptoms may vary based on the person and the type of neurosis. It's important to remain vigilant not only for these signs, but for any unusual indicators. Early treatment is often more effective and yields quicker results. Types of neurosis and their characteristics. In examining neurosis through a psychoanalytic lens, we find multiple types, such as anxiety neurosis, abandonment neurosis, and family neurosis. Anxiety neurosis is a basic form of psychoneurosis where anxiety is the primary symptom. It tends to manifest in crisis episodes and occurs more frequently in those with anxious temperaments. Abandonment neurosis is characterized by overwhelming fear of abandonment and a deep need for security. Family neurosis occurs when individual neuroses within a family unit complement each other, conditioning each other reciprocally. This highlights how family structure, including the parental couple, can deeply influence children. Other types of neurosis identified in psychoanalysis: destiny neurosis, failure neurosis, narcissistic neurosis, traumatic neurosis, mixed neurosis, character neurosis, compensatory neurosis, depressive neurosis, hysterical dissociative neurosis and conversion neurosis, obsessive-compulsive neurosis, phobic neurosis. There are many more neuroses described in psychoanalytic theory, each with unique symptoms and traits. Treatment of neurosis. As a psychological disorder studied by psychoanalysis, neurosis, like other disorders, is treated through therapy and clinical follow-up. This may include psychiatric care if medication is necessary. Unlike depression, for example, neurosis treatment may not require medication, depending on the patient's condition. The goal is to reduce symptoms and offer the patient a stable, functional life. From hypnotism to free association. Freud's early clinical theories, especially those concerning neuroses, were undoubtedly shaped by the therapeutic proposal of hypnosis, prominently represented by Dr. Breuer. Breuer hypothesized that hysteria was caused by retained memories, each linked to a corresponding physical symptom. For example, a childhood trauma might manifest as involuntary physical movements. At the conscious level, these retained memories didn't appear related to the symptoms. Only through hypnosis could one access these memories, make them conscious, and thereby eliminate the symptom. Breuer called this the cathartic method. Notably, Breuer used hypnosis to trace the roots of disease. In the case of Anna O., he matched each symptom with a past experience while she was under hypnosis. She couldn't drink water, and during treatment, it was revealed she had seen a dog drinking from a glass as a child. Once this connection was made, the symptom disappeared upon returning to consciousness. Thus, Breuer showed that a symptom could be cured by talking about it while in a hypnotic state, the key being the discovery of its underlying cause. Freud adopted this cathartic hypnotic method early in his career, especially with hysterical patients who exhibited physical symptoms without physiological causes. He theorized, hysteria arises from an experience, probably painful, whose memory doesn't dissipate or lose its emotional charge in the usual ways: abreaction, emotional release, integration into associative networks, or direct processing. A memory resists these mechanisms either due to the nature of the event or because the person represses it to self-protect, or due to the mental state at the time, being in a hypnoid or semi-hypnoid state. As we'll see later, Freud abandoned hypnotism in favor of free association, believing it could access the unconscious just as effectively. Still, he retained Breuer's core insight: making unconscious material conscious has therapeutic value. Both hypnosis and free association work by unearthing repressed content to dissolve symptoms. Freud's early experiences with hysterics deeply influenced this shift. For example, Mrs. Emmy von N's firm directive, "Stop asking questions and let me speak," showed Freud that rational explanations and suggestion weren't effective. In 1892, he began treating Elisabeth von R., who didn't respond to hypnosis. After failed attempts to guide her speech, Freud encouraged her to say whatever came to mind. Though hesitant at first, Freud realized she was withholding something she knew but couldn't express, such as early feelings of attraction to her brother-in-law, which intensified after her sister's death. Freud called this repression, a mental defense against unacceptable content. By observing these dynamics, Freud developed free association, focusing on patient speech and its deeper meanings. He sought to decode the chain of ideas to access the unconscious mind. Thanks to this method, psychoanalysis became known as the talking cure. Freud believed that verbalizing seemingly random thoughts could yield interpretive clues to the repressed material, whose exposure would dissolve its power over the patient. Free association for Freud and psychoanalysis. Understanding the developments preceding the method of free association allows for a better grasp of psychoanalytic theory and its origins. During his early contact with the physician Charcot in Paris, Freud encountered the power of hypnotic suggestion in the treatment of hysteria. Hysterical symptoms that lacked physiological origin were previously considered to be mere simulations. Charcot introduced hysteria into scientific discourse and, through hypnosis, observed that certain hypnotic manifestations could produce physiological changes, such as shifts in excitability within the nervous system, extreme neuromuscular hyperexcitability, somnambulistic contractures. These phenomena were described by Charcot as manifestations of grand hypnotism. Understanding hysteria in the early days of psychoanalysis. Hysteria was characterized by episodes of paralysis, blindness, loss of consciousness, nervous tics, hallucinations, and more. Upon returning to Vienna, Freud sought to go beyond hypnosis, not only to make symptoms disappear, but to access the underlying causes of hysteria. He then came into contact with Dr. Breuer and his cathartic method. Freud remembered Breuer from the Anna O. case, in which Breuer had been the attending physician in Vienna. Freud wished to observe and study the patient himself. Freud and Breuer conducted extensive research and concluded that sexual factors were always involved in the psychic traumatic events behind hysteria. Freud argued that these factors were at the root of various neurotic illnesses. The causes of hysteria, according to Freud. Freud differed from Breuer regarding the origin of hysteria. For Freud, the traumatic event triggered hysteria because it involved intolerable or repulsive emotions. In hysterics, emotions are extreme. There is emotional exaggeration. What might seem insignificant to others becomes a source of deep emotional turmoil for the hysteric. Freud emphasized that, when this occurred, the psyche would defend itself by repelling the unpleasant representation and removing it from consciousness. Freud reinterpreted Charcot and Breuer's techniques concerning hypnosis and the cathartic method, which inspired him in his investigation of psychoneuroses and the study of the unconscious. Free association becomes the core psychoanalytic method. In studies on hysteria, we observe the progress in Freud's research, where hypnosis and the cathartic method closely precede the discovery of the method of free association. Freud reconsidered hypnotic suggestion and the cathartic method, noting their limitations when applied to all patients, many of whom had difficulty responding to suggestions or would forget due to the suggestive commands. Patients were unable to recall key events in the sequence suggested and actively avoided traumatic memories. Thus, traumatic representations remained in the unconscious, and during hypnosis, patients could only access these representations unconsciously. Even within the cathartic method, limitations persisted, as we will see. The patient didn't undergo associative elaboration regarding past traumatic events and, as a result, didn't resolve their symptoms. Ultimately, symptom resolution requires overcoming the resistance tied to the representation, that is, the underlying issue. Free association and resistances. In 5 lectures on psychoanalysis, Freud states, hypnosis conceals the resistance, leaving one psychic sector free and accessible, but accumulating resistances at its borders, creating an insurmountable barrier for the rest. Freud realized that upon waking from hypnosis, even if symptom relief had been achieved, the pathogenic representation remained unconscious, merely waiting for a new trigger, trauma, to resurface as symptoms. It was Freud's patient Emmy von N. who alerted him to the necessity of allowing patients' associations to flow freely for treatment to be effective. When she told Freud, "Don't talk to me," it revealed the need for freedom during a patient's narrative, so that the flow of distressing thoughts would not be interrupted or confused, thus avoiding increased discomfort. Thoughts and their associations should flow freely. This marked the first glimmer of free association. Elaborating trauma through free association. Freud believed the patient needed to consciously elaborate the traumatic representation in order to understand, judge, and accept it, gaining conscious control over its meaning so that the symptom could be extinguished. For this to happen, full understanding of the trauma is required. This means reconstructing the personal history tied to the traumatic experience so that the patient can consciously comprehend the trauma that generated their symptoms. Hence the need for in-depth therapy, which makes the repressed trauma conscious and resolves distressing symptoms. Bringing the traumatic representation into consciousness became the central aim of Freud's therapy. Merely accessing the representation and achieving symptom relief, as in hypnosis or the cathartic method, was no longer sufficient. The patient had to understand and emotionally process the traumatic experience, forming a conscious judgment about what was previously hidden in the unconscious. Thus emerged the method of free association. And thus emerged what Freud would call psychoanalysis. The The case of Elisabeth von R. Freud's work with hysteria originated from an emblematic case in his career. Using the tools at his disposal, he was required to reinvent some of the methods he had employed. Let's analyze the case of Elisabeth von R. and understand a bit more about the expansion of the concept of hysteria. Elisabeth von R. features in one of Freud's clinical cases, marked by suffering from hysterical conversions. According to documents and reports, von R. experienced pain in her legs and delusions of persecution. However, she only began addressing these issues more actively 2 years after the symptoms first appeared. Freud's initial approaches included the use of electrotherapy to treat her leg pain. However, Elisabeth seemed pleased with the strong sensations caused by the electric discharges. Freud then initiated psychic treatment through free association in order to gather facts about her life. This case is seen as an evolution of the work done with Emmy von N. For instance, hypnosis was abandoned, as it proved ineffective with Elisabeth. Although free association gained prominence, it was not entirely free, as the goal was to investigate the origin of the symptoms. Division. Freud divided the stages of Elisabeth's illness into 2 distinct and delicate moments in her life. It's important to note that these moments were vital in shaping her psychological decline. The death of her father. Elisabeth's father was a sick man who required constant care from his daughter. The two were very close, and she often minimized her own suffering. It has been documented and discussed that his death had a direct and profound impact on Elisabeth, leading to her illness. Later, the patient associated her intense thigh pain with her father. According to her, her thighs had served as support for her father's legs during bandage changes, something that occurred repeatedly, without her full awareness. The death of her sister. The idea of an unofficial love triangle was a recurring theme in Elisabeth's hysterical disturbance. At this point, it's important to note that the patient felt guilty toward her sister. However, this is split between the lack of care due to inability and her romantic feelings toward her brother-in-law. Methods and release. Freud invested a great deal in the treatment of Elisabeth von R. and was even challenged by it. He realized that some of his standard approaches could not be applied to this patient under certain conditions. One transformative moment in his approach was abandonment of hypnosis. Freud attempted to hypnotize Elisabeth, but the technique failed. Although the exact timeline is unclear, he eventually stopped using hypnosis in her case. Even though it was a foundational element of his theory, Freud acknowledged its limitations when faced with such challenges. Suggestion. Suggestion involves influencing a person's decisions and thoughts so that they simply accept them. Freud typically allowed his patients to speak freely during therapy and then gradually closed in with more direct inquiries. He would place his hand on the patient's forehead and ask questions to extract a truth. While he still placed his hand on Elisabeth's forehead, Freud began granting more freedom to the free association method. Explaining the leg pain. It is well known that Elisabeth von R. devoted herself to caring for her father during his illness. What is less frequently mentioned is that she gave up a romantic relationship to care for him. This is when the first hysterical symptom appeared, pain in her right thigh. The explanation for this phenomenon is that she repressed all her erotic thoughts, pushing them far from consciousness. As psychoanalysis teaches, repressing or hiding desires often fuels the development of trauma. In her case, she transformed affection and lust into physical sensations of pain in the very spot where her father's legs had rested. After months of caregiving, her father passed away, leaving a void in the family. This further weakened her mother's health and contributed to Elisabeth's social isolation. Gradually, her emotional state declined and darkened. Every hysterical case contains sexual content. Analyzing Elisabeth von R.'s story, Freud came to prioritize the sexual aspects of the process. According to the case, Elisabeth secretly loved her brother-in-law, something her mother suspected. Amid so much tragedy and Elisabeth's ongoing distress, Freud suggested her hysteria stemmed from repressed sexual content. In psychoanalysis, Freud asserted that all of us engage in continuous repression into the unconscious. This repression is shaped by external societal rejection and taboo. To avoid public reproach, desires and emotions are hidden and accumulated, only to be expressed in behavior and bodily symptoms. According to the case, Elisabeth suffered from exactly this dynamic. The idea that she might marry her brother-in-law after her sister's death would have shocked society. However, it's important to recognize that the case of Elisabeth von R has two conflicting sides. Inference. As the Elisabeth von R case nears its end, the expression inference appears frequently. Inference is the act of drawing conclusions based on previously known premises. This work is permeated by Freud's repeated inferences. Freud firmly supported the idea that the patient had accepted the notion of marrying her brother-in-law. But one must ask, did he decide for her that she believed the path was open to pursue him? This raises questions about the accuracy of the facts, as the narrative reflects more of the analyst's perspective than the patient's. The use of inference forms a closed circle around layers of perceived reality. Perhaps Freud didn't outright lie, but he may have omitted important alternative perspectives. To revisit this history is to consider other viewpoints through Elisabeth's own eyes. Flexibility. Including inferences in clinical studies can be problematic. It risks confusing the audience, taking away their ability to perceive the story independently. Assumptions can distort or even tarnish the real meaning of an event. In the case of Elisabeth von R, Freud leaves her relationship and reaction to her brother-in-law and late sister ambiguous. Reading his notes, it seems she concluded on her own that she was free to love the man. However, Elisabeth reportedly told her daughter that Freud was trying to convince her she was in love with him. This illustrates why it's essential to examine clinical cases from multiple angles. Many believe Freud's error here resulted in the neglect of other valuable perspectives. Consequently, the clinical possibilities of the study were impoverished. Final considerations. This episode in Elisabeth von R's life raises many questions about how hysteria can develop in a person. Her relationships with her father and her brother-in-law built a complex web of suppositions and suffering. The latter seems to have triggered an emotional dam's collapse due to his warm reception. As for her future, both Freud and Elisabeth eventually concluded that she was cured. Freud even observed her dancing freely at a ball and later discovered that she had married. Theoretical and clinical aspects in Freud's works. It is impossible to talk about psychoanalysis without knowing at least a little about the history and studies of Sigmund Freud. He devoted a significant part of his life to research, facing failures and criticism. Yet today, his name is the first to come to mind when the subject arises. Freud's works contributed greatly to the field and are still valued today. Always observant, Freud developed traits in childhood that would become part of his mature studies, such as interpreting his own dreams and engaging in self-analysis. He married Martha Bernays after many years of passionate exchanges and confessions about the progress of his studies and theories, and together they had 6 children. Freud received a scholarship from Charcot, a French physician, which allowed him to deepen his understanding of the human mind. He worked in his own clinic using various methods. However, he dedicated himself intensely to hypnotism, where he claimed small progress, as described in several letters exchanged with his friend and otolaryngologist Fliess. Through shared experiences with Breuer in various cases discussed in the previous module, Freud developed other treatment methods, some of which remain fundamental to the understanding of psychoanalysis today. In 1897, Freud laid the foundation for psychoanalysis by initiating a process of self-analysis regarding his relationships and behaviors since childhood, associations, and dreams. Within the framework of Freudian theory and practice, Freud discovered the unconscious, the anal phase, infantile sexuality, dreams, the Oedipus complex, among other concepts still widely debated today. The interpretation of dreams. In 1900, Freud published The Interpretation of Dreams, 2 years after its completion, presenting a series of advances in understanding the human mind. In 1905, Freud began to gain more recognition due to continuous advances in psychotherapy, publishing numerous notes and works, including The Unresolved Case of Dora. Together with other major figures, he helped establish the IPA, International Psychoanalytic Association, with the goal of achieving progress around the world. However, Freud's constant focus on sexuality, not only due to war but also because Adler and Jung opposed his views, led to the institution's dissolution. Nonetheless, Freud published other important works, such as The Case of Schreiber, a judge who defended himself to recover his possessions but ultimately died in a psychiatric clinic. Interpretation of Dreams and the Psychic Apparatus. The book was made possible by Freud's own experiences and his emphasis on dreams, thus creating the first Freudian topography. Dreams are linked to experiences, memories, childhood, and common disturbances, each carrying potentially significant structure. These include sensory stimuli and real internal and external sensations, daytime residues, which are products of everyday situations experienced while awake and conscious, and repressed unconscious content, representing the most deeply buried feelings in the unconscious. There are two kinds of content: the manifest, which the individual may or may not recall, and the latent, which remains repressed in the unconscious. These may involve displacement, condensation, and representation/symbolization. Later, institutional activities resumed, especially when Freud described the ID, ego, and superego and was diagnosed with jaw cancer. In 1933, Adolf Hitler ordered that nearly all of Freud's works be publicly burned. Freud no longer considered himself German, and at the age of 82, he passed away. From the early years, hypnotism, associations, hysteria, Oedipus complex. To better understand, let's outline a concise division of Freudian thought into 4 parts. Investigating neurosis and hysteria, the period before self-analysis, ID/libido/ego. These research phases throughout Freud's life continue to resonate today. In his letters to Fliess, Freud wrote about his studies on neuroses, which he divided into 2 categories: actual neuroses and psychoneuroses, abandoning treatments like electroshock and attempting to integrate psychology, though this effort proved futile. Returning to Breuer's hypnotism and the case of Anna O., who was subjected to hypnosis and related her symptoms to traumatic experiences. In most cases, symptoms disappeared. Freud concluded that hysteria is the reliving of a traumatic experience, which the person represses and desperately tries to forget. Free association and the concept of hysteria. However, during one of his sessions with a patient, Freud realized that it was unnecessary to suggest ideas to his patients. Instead, he simply let them speak freely. Through their accounts, Freud was able to interpret the case now known as free association. Freud defined the concept of transference hysteria through Breuer's treatment of Anna O., who began fantasizing due to her childish need for paternal love. Consequently, Breuer felt forced to terminate her treatment. Transference causes the individual to update their unconscious desires. Resistance was also a barrier, as the patient would block attempts to revive the thought or situation under analysis. In letters to Fliess, Freud described his self-analyses and correlations with feelings simultaneously directed toward his mother, father, and his daughter Mathilde, from which he formulated another concept, the Oedipus complex. Reproduction of the unconscious level. The unconscious manifests in different forms or adapts within the mind's defenses, which may allow interpretative or acceptable expressions to reach unconscious levels. To develop a scientifically valid theory, Freud proposed 2 foundational principles: overdetermination and the existence of the unconscious. According to trauma theory, individuals repress experiences that later become physical symptoms. In this context, the drive is what the individual expresses, directly connected to something that occurred and manifests as psychic energy, cathexis. There are 2 types of drives: self-preservative, basic and essential satisfaction, and sexual, directly related to libido or erogenous zones. The topographic model is divided into 3 parts: the unconscious, which lacks logic, the preconscious, which filters what remains in the unconscious, and the conscious, everything accessible to the mind. Repression. Repression censors everything between the unconscious and the preconscious, ensuring that distressing experiences that might shape personal development remain in the unconscious. However, the return of the repressed allows the unconscious content to resurface in the conscious mind, often appearing as anxiety, depression, phobias, excessive fears, etc. Second structural model of the psychic apparatus, ego defenses. These are psychic structures that interact with each other alongside the unconscious, conscious, and preconscious. They are the ID, the ego, and the superego. Freud described them as an iceberg, with the larger, submerged portion representing the ID or unconscious. These are uncoordinated impulses, most evident in newborns, which lack rationality. The superego, also submerged, comprises unconscious, preconscious, and conscious aspects, occupying an intermediate level and following certain moral standards. The ego, also partly unconscious, mediates between the ID and the superego. In other words, it functions as the regulator of drives. Depending on their interactions, we can determine distinct aspects of a person's personality. Ego defenses. Among the ego's defense mechanisms are repression, a conflict between the ID and the superego, meant to protect the system. Denial, typical in less mature individuals who reject reality in favor of fantasy. Disavowal/refusal, the non-acceptance of ego-threatening situations, even when they are consciously perceived. Regression, a return to an earlier developmental stage. Conversion, repressed experiences manifest physically in the body through symptoms. Projection, internal conflicts are projected onto others or objects. Displacement, aggressive energy shifts from one object to another. Rationalization, isolating things that can't be fully understood. Reaction formation, turning painful feelings into extreme politeness or kindness. Sublimation, transforming harmful or destructive feelings into beneficial actions. Theoretical constructs from hysteria cases. After presenting the historical context surrounding the genesis of psychoanalysis, it's important to highlight that it was in this early analytical work that Freud, aiming to shape psychoanalysis as a science, wrote the text project for a scientific psychology in 1895, although it was only published in 1950. And indeed, it was through the cases related to hysteria that the Viennese physician began to structure his psychoanalytic theory, developing concepts based on findings from his clinical practice. In this sense, one can say that Freud's work is empirically grounded. That is, it often originates from the necessity of analyzing clinical cases from his own practice, as well as from Freud's research in other fields of knowledge, particularly in cultural studies. Breuer's experience with the case of Anna O. was fundamental for Freud's theoretical evolution. Freud was aware that the patient suffered from abdominal cramps arising from a childbirth fantasy, and recalled through Breuer's words that the patient had said, "Now it's Breuer's child that's coming." As a result, Breuer abandoned the patient, as he felt deeply guilty about this and other manifestations that Anna O. projected onto the analyst figure. This marked, therefore, Freud's first understanding of the concept of transference. In this context, transference was initially seen as a limitation to analytic treatment. That is, if psychoanalysis depended on the empathic and emotional bond between analyst and analysand, the patient, it lacked scientific sufficiency in and of itself as a validated method. However, as Freud's theories progressed, the concept of transference became more refined, playing a fundamental role in the dynamic between patient and analyst. In Anna O.'s case, the transference toward Breuer stemmed from the patient's unconscious childhood conflicts, specifically her longing for paternal love, which she redirected onto the figure of the analyst. Thus, transference can be understood as the process by which unconscious desires become reactivated towards certain objects within a particular kind of relational setting, most prominently within the analytic relationship. It involves a repetition of childhood prototypes, lived with a heightened sense of present reality. Within the analytic pair dynamic patient-analyst, transference can be either positive or negative. It is positive when libidinal energy, of emotional or erotic/sexual origin, is directed toward the analyst, repeating both conscious and unconscious content from the patient's childhood past. It is negative when hostile content or feelings are transferred, laden with aggression, thereby obstructing and hindering the analytical process. Another fundamental concept that emerged during this period is related to the analysand's difficulty in accessing their deeper psychic content, namely resistance. It is important to note that later modules of this course will explore the processes of transference, countertransference, and resistance in greater depth. As previously stated, it was in the case of Elisabeth von R. that Freud was able to understand that certain defense mechanisms emerged during the patient's speech, functioning as a type of censorship that even disrupted the flow of thought. Resistance appears in clinical practice as a counterforce to any attempt to break through the isolation established by repression around a set of representations. In other words, whenever the analytic process approaches a repressed representation, resistance emerges to block the process and act as an obstacle to remembrance. Resistance is the psychic force that strives to maintain the status quo, preventing access to repressed content, thereby sustaining the resulting symptoms. For resistance, it is better not to confront these causes. For analysis, it is essential to confront them as a necessary condition for symptom resolution. Transference in psychoanalysis. Transference is a very important element in psychoanalysis. During analysis, it is essential that the psychoanalyst intervenes minimally, so the patient can project their thoughts and feelings. This process is called transference. Through transference, the patient can reconstruct and resolve repressed conflicts, the root of their illness, especially those originating in childhood, often involving their parents. According to psychoanalytic concepts, transference occurs when the patient unconsciously and symbolically projects significant figures from their past onto people in their current life. This process is of great relevance to the healing journey. What is transference in psychoanalysis? Transference occurs when individuals project important figures from their past onto people in their present relationships. This happens unconsciously and symbolically and is vital to the healing process. It is used as a strategic tool to approach and resolve psychological challenges. Through transference, patients can reconstruct and work through repressed conflicts, which are responsible for their symptoms. Transference was identified by Freud during his analytic work. In the psychoanalytic model, this dynamic marks the relationship between therapist and patient. It is even encouraged as a strategic tool for approaching psychological problems. The concept of transference is an inseparable legacy of Freud's studies, especially as treated in his writings on hysteria. He developed methods that led to significant progress in treating hysteria. What stands out in Freud's clinical approach is the relationship established between the patient and the psychoanalyst. This relationship is imaginal in nature. The patient creates a fictitious bond with the analyst, projecting archetypes from the unconscious and infantile memories onto them. Freud identified transference during analysis when he noticed that some patients would express affection or desire toward him, feelings incompatible with the traditional doctor-patient relationship. Transference in our daily lives. Transference is not limited to psychoanalytic sessions or therapy couches. Broadly speaking, it's a natural aspect of human personality. It permeates countless interpersonal dynamics. When we project unrealistic expectations onto someone, hoping they'll fulfill a role we've unconsciously assigned them, we end up sabotaging our own perception of reality. This distortion is fueled by the self-deception stemming from our unmet emotional needs projected onto others. Transference can appear at many points throughout an individual's life. A practical illustration. If someone treats another person as a father figure, they may grant them authority to give instructions or advice. In return, they unconsciously expect affection and care similar to those received from a parent. Transference can lead to positive outcomes for the patient, depending on how well they develop the internal tools to decode and reinterpret these symbolic roles. These figures are often recognized in others who unconsciously reflect existential voids. It's as if someone close temporarily fills a void in another person, a space left by someone absent or by a significant archetypal figure, such as a father or mother. Transference in the psychoanalytic process. In psychoanalysis, transference occurs in the relationship between the patient and the psychoanalyst or therapist. Here, childhood desires reemerge and become active within the therapeutic process. Childhood models, especially parental figures, are symbolically repeated. These figures and desires are transferred onto the therapist. Along with them, impressions from the earliest emotional bonds are re-experienced in the present. Through this dynamic, transference becomes a powerful tool for the analyst to access and work through the patient's past. Handling transference is thus considered the most crucial part of analytic technique. Based on studies on transference, Freud created and systematized a theory of analytic technique. This enabled deeper understanding and articulation of clinical phenomena arising during treatment. Overcoming psychic distress through therapy. This access to the patient's past through transference is extremely important to the analyst. Freud focused first on identifying the causes of the patient's illness, and then on analyzing the defensive reorganization that follows the onset of symptoms. He sought therapeutic strategies to help the neurotic individual resolve internal conflicts between libido-driven impulses and repression, thus restoring psychic health. In psychoanalytic terms, psychic health means freeing the individual from the unconscious effects of repressed drives. Freud discovered early on that repression imposed by societal coercion intensifies internal conflict, a struggle between opposing psychic forces, where sexual impulses clash with ascetic tendencies. By analyzing transference, the analyst gains deeper access to this inner conflict. Freud addressed transference in several major texts, including The Dynamics of Transference, 1912, Remembering, Repeating and Working Through, 1914, and the Introductory Lectures on Psychoanalysis, 1916 to 1917. While Freud's views on transference evolved over time, it always remained a central concept in psychoanalysis, the very foundation upon which the discipline was built. Freud reformulated his theories, whether directly related to transference or not, throughout his career. These can be found across his writings. Moreover, Freud never denied the difficulties and obstacles in the analytic process or the limitations of his method. When it came to treatment through analysis, Freud continuously examined and questioned the challenges that arose. This commitment allowed the psychoanalytic method to remain adaptable, relevant, and widely used. Oedipus complex and infantile sexuality. Still based on his work with hysterical patients, Freud was able to understand the importance of infantile sexuality in the formation of the psychic structure in neurotic conditions, as was the case with hysteria. Through the reports of these patients, Freud initially believed that all of them had suffered some kind of sexual abuse during childhood, known as the trauma or infantile seduction theory. However, over the years and through reflection, Freud came to realize that these reports were actually fantasies, unconscious productions created by the mind in order to organize, or give meaning to, the content related to incestuous fantasies. In other words, these patients had sexual desires for their parents during childhood. But because such desires are morally illegitimate and incestuous, they needed to be repressed. Rather than confronting the guilt of those desires, Freud considered that the patients placed themselves in the role of abuse victims, most often in imagined or symbolic ways. One of psychoanalysis' greatest contributions is to show how the mind can create a reality that feels just as real as if it had actually happened. In this way, psychoanalysis challenges the philosophical tradition that understood the human being as an undivided and rational individual, fully conscious. For Freud, the human being is far more complex. The human being is divided. The structures of the psychic apparatus suggest the existence of three selves: ID, ego, and superego. The human being has a vast unconscious portion, meaning their rational aspect does not fully govern their actions or identity. This is the moment when fantasy takes on a crucial role in the etiology of hysterical neuroses. Etiology meaning the study of origins. Fantasy replaces what was once believed to be a traumatic event, such as sexual abuse. From 1897 onward, the focus shifts away from the trauma theory toward psychic reality, that which is experienced as a subjective truth, rooted in the experiences of infantile sexual development. Psychic reality was real, even when fantastical, because it had a real impact on the patient's psyche. Whether true or imagined, this psychic reality was the material available to the analyst. It was, in that sense, a truth. It is important to emphasize that the theme of the Oedipal libido and Freud's theory of sexuality will be addressed in dedicated modules within our training course. Amid these new discoveries and Freud's deepening understanding, both through his cases with hysterics and during his period of self-analysis, 1895 to 1899, Freud had a dream involving his daughter Mathilde. In this dream, he concluded that the father is indeed the trigger of the neurosis. That is, he recognized that there is, in fact, an unconscious desire affecting his daughter, revealing deep and tender feelings for her father. Thus emerged the outline of another fundamental concept in Freudian psychoanalytic thought, the Oedipus complex. I found in myself, as in everyone else, feelings of love toward my mother and jealousy toward my father. Feelings which, I believe, are common to all young children, even if they do not appear so early or so strongly as in those who become hysterical. If this is indeed the case, we can understand, despite all rational objections to the idea of a fatal destiny, the overwhelming effect of Oedipus Rex. Case 5, Miss Elisabeth von R. In the autumn of 1892, a physician acquaintance of mine asked me to examine a young woman who had been suffering for more than 2 years from leg pain and difficulty walking. When he made this request, he added that he believed it to be a case of hysteria, although there was no trace of the usual signs of that neurosis. He said he knew the family somewhat, and that, in recent years, she had had to undergo a serious eye operation, and shortly thereafter a married sister had succumbed to a prolonged cardiac condition following childbirth. Of all these difficulties and the care given to the sick, the greatest burden had fallen on our patient. My first interview with this 24-year-old young woman did not help me make much progress in understanding the case. She seemed intelligent and mentally normal and bore her problems, which interfered with her social life and pleasures, with a cheerful demeanor, the bell indifference of hysterics, as I could not help but think. She walked with the upper part of her body leaning forward, but without using any support. Her gait did not resemble any recognized pathological type, and furthermore, was by no means particularly poor. All that could be observed was that she complained of great pain when walking and tired very quickly when walking or standing, requiring rest after a short period, which reduced but did not entirely eliminate the pain. The pain was vague in nature. I gathered it was something akin to painful fatigue. A fairly large and poorly defined area on the anterior surface of her right thigh was indicated as the focal point of the pain, from which it frequently radiated and where it was at its most intense. In that region, the skin and muscles were particularly sensitive to pressure and pinching, though a needle prick evoked, at most, a kind of indifference. The hyperalgesia of the skin and muscles was not limited to this region, but could be observed to some extent throughout both legs. The muscles were perhaps even more sensitive than the skin, but there was no doubt that the thighs were the most sensitive areas to both types of pain. The motor strength of her legs could not be described as weak, and her reflexes were of moderate intensity. There were no other symptoms, so there was no reason to suspect the presence of any serious organic condition. The disorder had developed gradually over the previous 2 years and varied considerably in intensity. I did not find it easy to arrive at a diagnosis, but I decided, for 2 reasons, to agree with my colleague's suggestion that it was a case of hysteria. First, I was struck by the vagueness of all the descriptions of the pain's nature given by the patient, who was a very intelligent person. A patient suffering from organic pain, unless also neurotic, will describe it clearly and calmly. They might say, for instance, that the pain is stabbing, occurs at certain intervals, radiates from one location to another, and seems to be triggered by one thing or another. By contrast, when a neurasthenic describes their pain, they appear to be undertaking an intellectual effort far beyond their capacity. Their facial expressions contort as though under the influence of distressing emotion. Their voice becomes sharper, and they struggle to find the right words. They reject any description the doctor offers, even if it later proves accurate. One senses that they believe language is too poor for them to find words to express their sensations, which they view as unique and previously unknown, rendering complete description impossible. For this reason, they never tire of adding new details, and when forced to stop, they are left with the conviction that the doctor has not understood them. All of this stems from the fact that their attention is entirely absorbed by the pain. Miss von R., by contrast, behaved in a completely opposite manner, leading one to conclude that, since she nonetheless gave sufficient importance to her symptoms, her attention must have been focused on something else, of which the pain was merely an accessory phenomenon, likely thoughts and feelings linked to it. But there is a second and even more decisive factor favoring this interpretation of the pain. When one stimulates a painful area in someone with an organic disease or a neurasthenic, the patient's face assumes an expression of discomfort or physical pain. They shrink away, recoil, and resist examination. In Miss Von R.'s case, when pressure or pinching was applied to the hyperalgesic skin and muscles of her legs, her face adopted a peculiar expression, which was more of pleasure than pain. She would cry out more loudly, and I couldn't help but think she was having a voluptuous tickling sensation. Her face would flush, she would throw her head back and close her eyes, and her body would arch backward. None of these movements were excessive, but they were distinctly noticeable, and this could only be reconciled with the view that her disorder was hysterical and that the stimulus had touched a hysterogenic zone. Her facial expression did not match the evident pain provoked by the pinching of muscles and skin. It likely harmonized more with the theme of the thoughts lying hidden behind the pain, which were awakened in her by the stimulation of body parts associated with those thoughts. I repeatedly observed similarly meaningful expressions in indisputable cases of hysteria when stimuli were applied to hyperalgesic zones. The other gestures of the patient were very slight indicators of a hysterical attack. To begin with, there was no clear explanation for the unusual location of her hysterogenic zone. The fact that hyperalgesia primarily affected the muscles was also puzzling. The disorder most commonly responsible for diffuse and localized muscle sensitivity to pressure is chronic muscular rheumatism. I have already mentioned this condition's tendency to mimic nervous afflictions. This possibility did not contradict the consistency of the patient's hyperalgesic muscles. There were numerous hardened fibers within the muscle tissue, and these seemed especially sensitive. Thus, it was likely that some organic muscular alteration of the type suggested was present, and that the neurosis had attached itself to it, making it appear disproportionately significant. The treatment proceeded on the assumption that the disorder was of this mixed type. We recommended continuing systematic massage and faradization of the sensitive muscles, regardless of the resulting pain, and I reserved for myself the treatment of the legs with high-voltage currents, so that I could remain in contact with the patient. Her question about whether she should force herself to walk was answered with an emphatic yes. In this way, we promoted slight improvement. In particular, she seemed to greatly enjoy the painful shocks produced by the high-voltage apparatus. The stronger they were, the more they seemed to push her own pain into the background. Meanwhile, my colleague was preparing the ground for psychic treatment, and when, after 4 weeks of my so-called treatment, I proposed the other method and gave her some explanation of how it worked and its effects, I met with quick understanding and little resistance. The task I then undertook turned out to be one of the most difficult I have ever attempted, and the difficulty of recounting it now is comparable to the challenges I faced at the time. For a long while, I was also unable to learn the connection between the facts of her illness and her actual symptoms, which nonetheless must have been caused and determined by that set of experiences. When beginning a cathartic treatment of this kind, the first question one asks is whether the patient herself is aware of the origin and triggering cause of her illness. If so, no special technique is required to enable her to reproduce the history of her illness. The physician's interest, the understanding he allows her to feel, and the hope for recovery he offers. All this leads the patient to reveal her secret. From the start, it seemed likely to me that Miss Elisabeth was aware of the cause of her illness, that what she kept in consciousness was a secret, not a foreign body. Looking at her, one could not help but think of the poet's words. The small corn prophesies hidden meaning. At first, I dispensed with hypnosis, but with the caveat that I might resort to it later if, in the course of her confession, any material arose that could not be elucidated by her conscious memory. Thus it happened that in this, the first full analysis of a hysteria I had undertaken, I arrived at a process that I would later turn into a regular method and use deliberately. This process consisted of removing pathogenic psychic material layer by layer, and we liked to compare it to the technique of excavating a buried city. I would begin by having the patient tell me what she knew, and would carefully note the points where some sequence of thought seemed obscure or where a causal link appeared to be missing. I would then probe deeper into her memories at these points, conducting an investigation under hypnosis or using a similar technique. The entire process was based, naturally, on the expectation that it would be possible to identify a perfectly suitable set of determinants for the facts in question. I will now examine the methods used for this deeper investigation. The story Miss Elisabeth told me about her illness was wearisome, composed of many different painful experiences. While recounting it, she was not under hypnosis, but I had her lie down and keep her eyes closed, though I did not object if she opened them occasionally, changed position, sat up, and so forth. When she became more emotionally affected than usual by part of the story, she seemed to fall into a state somewhat similar to hypnosis. She would then become still and keep her eyes tightly shut. I will begin by repeating what emerged as the most superficial layer of her memories. Being the youngest of 3 daughters, she was tenderly attached to her parents and had spent her youth on their estate in Hungary. Her mother's health was frequently disturbed by an eye condition and nervous states. It was thus that she was drawn into a very close bond with her father, a cheerful man and a worldly wise thinker who used to say that this daughter held the place of a son and a friend with whom he could exchange ideas. Although the girl's intellect was stimulated by this relationship with her father, he did not fail to note that her mental disposition was, because of it, straying from the ideal that people like to see realized in a young lady. In a joking tone, he called her insolent and conceited and advised her not to be too categorical in her judgments, warning her against the habit of telling people the truth without regard for the consequences, often saying she would have difficulty finding a husband. She did, indeed, feel quite unhappy about being a woman. She had many ambitious plans. She wanted to study or receive musical training, and was indignant at the idea of having to sacrifice her inclinations and her freedom of opinion for marriage. Thus, she nourished herself on pride in her father and in the family's prestige and social position, jealously guarding everything connected to these advantages. Her altruism, however, in always placing her mother and elder sisters first when the occasion arose, fully reconciled her parents to the harsher aspects of her character. Given the daughter's age, it was decided that the family would move to the capital, where she could, for a brief time, enjoy a fuller and more cheerful life within the family circle. But then came the blow that destroyed the family's happiness. The father had concealed, or perhaps underestimated, a chronic heart condition, and one day he was brought home unconscious with pulmonary edema. He was cared for over 18 months, and she took on the principal role at his bedside. She slept in his room, stayed alert to wake up when he called at night, cared for him during the day, and forced herself to appear cheerful while he resigned himself to his hopeless condition with quiet endurance. The onset of her own illness must have been related to this period of devotion, for she recalled that during the last 6 months, she had spent a day and a half bedridden due to the pains we described. She claimed, however, that these pains passed quickly and had caused her no concern or drawn her attention. Indeed, it was only 2 years after the father's death that she felt ill and became unable to walk due to the pain. The void left in the lives of these 4 women by the father's death, their social isolation, the disruption of so many promising relationships, the mother's increasingly poor health. All of this cast a shadow over the patient's state of mind, while also arousing in her a strong desire that the family should soon find something to replace the happiness they had lost, leading her to focus all her affection and care on the surviving mother. After the mourning year passed, her eldest sister married a well-endowed and dynamic man. He held a position of responsibility, and his intellectual capacity seemed to promise a great future. But toward his closest acquaintances, he displayed a morbid sensitivity and an egotistical insistence on his eccentricities. He was the first in the family circle to dare to show disregard for the old lady. This was too much for Elisabeth. She felt called to engage in conflict with her brother-in-law whenever he gave her the opportunity, while the other women did not take his outbursts seriously. It was a painful disappointment for her to see the reconstruction of the family's former happiness interrupted in this way, and she could not forgive her married sister for the feminine complacency with which she always avoided taking sides. Elisabeth retained many memories linked to this, involving partially unspoken complaints against her first brother-in-law. But her main grievance remained the fact that, in the name of a potential promotion, he had moved with his small family to a remote town in Austria, thereby contributing further to the mother's isolation. At that time, Elisabeth intensely felt her helplessness, her inability to provide her mother with a substitute for the lost happiness, and the impossibility of carrying out the intention she had had at her father's death. The second sister's marriage seemed to promise a brighter future for the family, as the second brother-in-law, though less intellectually gifted, was pleasing to the cultured women, having been raised, like them, to show consideration for others. His behavior reconciled Elisabeth to the institution of marriage and to the idea of the sacrifices it entailed. Moreover, the second couple remained living close to the mother, and the child they had became Elisabeth's favorite. Unfortunately, another event would cast a shadow over the year the child was born. Treatment of the mother's eye condition required her to stay in a dark room for several weeks, during which Elisabeth stayed with her. An operation was deemed inevitable. The anxiety caused by this prospect coincided with preparations for the first brother-in-law's move. In the end, the mother did well in the operation, which was performed masterfully. The three families reunited at a summer resort, and it was hoped that Elisabeth, exhausted by the anxieties of recent months, would fully recover during what was to be the first period of relief from sorrow and fear the family had enjoyed since the father's death. It was precisely during this vacation that Elisabeth's pain and motor weakness began. She had been more or less aware of the pain for a short while, but it flared up violently for the first time after taking a hot bath at the spa. A few days earlier, she had gone on a long walk, actually a half-day hike, which they associated with the onset of pain, making it easy to adopt the view that Elisabeth had first become overtired and then caught a chill. From that point on, Elisabeth became the invalid of the family. Her doctor advised her to spend the rest of the summer undergoing hydrotherapy in Gastein in the Austrian Alps, and she traveled there with her mother. But then a new concern arose. The second sister became pregnant again, and the reports of her condition were extremely unfavorable, so that Elisabeth was barely able to decide to go to Gastein. She and her mother had barely been there for 15 days when they were called back with news that the sister was bedridden and in critical condition. What followed was a distressing journey, during which Elisabeth was tormented not only by her pain but also by dark expectations. When the two women arrived at the station, signs led them to fear the worst. Upon entering the patient's room, they were certain they had arrived too late to say goodbye to a living person. Elisabeth suffered not only from the loss of this sister, whom she loved dearly, but almost equally from the thoughts provoked by her death and the changes it brought. The sister had succumbed to a heart condition aggravated by pregnancy. The idea arose that the heart disease had been inherited from the father's side of the family. It was recalled that the deceased sister had suffered from chorea in early adolescence, accompanied by a mild heart disorder. The family blamed itself and the doctors for having allowed the marriage, and it was impossible to spare the unfortunate widower from the accusation that he had endangered his wife's health by causing 2 pregnancies in rapid succession. From that point on, Elisabeth's thoughts were continuously occupied with the grim reflection that when, for once, the rare conditions for a happy marriage had been met, that happiness had come to a terrible end. Moreover, she again saw the collapse of all she had hoped for her mother. The widowed brother-in-law was inconsolable and distanced himself from his late wife's family. It seems that his own family, which had withdrawn during his brief happy marriage, found this a good opportunity to draw him back into their fold. There was no way to preserve the former unity. Living with her mother was not feasible, since Elisabeth was unmarried. As he also refused to leave the child, his dead wife's only legacy, in the care of 2 women, he gave them their first opportunity to accuse him of cruelty. Finally, word reached Elisabeth that a dispute had arisen between her 2 brothers-in-law, which she could only characterize as the worst kind of blackmail. That was the unhappy story of this proud young woman, with her longing for love. Incompatible with her fate, embittered by the failure of all her small plans to restore the family's former glory, with everyone she loved either dead, distant, or estranged, and desperate to take refuge in the love of some unknown man, she lived in near-complete seclusion for 18 months, occupied with nothing but caring for her mother and enduring her own pains. If we set aside the great misfortunes and delve into the feelings of a young woman, we cannot help but feel a deep human sympathy for Miss Elisabeth. But what can be said from a purely medical point of view about this story of suffering? About its relation to the patient's painful motor weakness and the possibilities of explanation and healing afforded by our knowledge of psychic trauma. From the physician's standpoint, the patient's confession was, at first glance, a great disappointment. It was a tale of commonplace emotional shocks, and nothing in it explained why she had developed hysteria specifically, or why her hysteria had taken the particular form of painful abasia. The narrative clarified neither the causes nor the specific determination of her hysteria. We might suppose that the patient had associated her painful mental impressions with bodily pain she happened to be experiencing at the time, and that she now used her physical sensations in her recollections as symbols for her mental states. But we still had to explain her reasons for making such a substitution, and at what point it occurred. These were questions, incidentally, that physicians were not in the habit of asking. In general, we were content to state that a patient was constitutionally hysterical and prone to develop hysterical symptoms under the pressure of intense excitations of any kind. That confession seemed to offer even less help in curing her illness than in explaining it. It wasn't easy to see what beneficial effect Miss Elisabeth could gain from recounting the story of her recent years of suffering, a story already familiar to every member of her family, to a stranger who listened with only moderate sympathy. Nor was there any sign that the confession had any curative effect of this kind. During this first period of treatment, she never stopped repeating that she still felt ill and that her pains were as intense as ever. And when she said this while looking at me with a mischievous expression of satisfaction at my confusion, I couldn't help but remember the opinion of old Mr. Von R. about his favorite daughter, that she was often insolent and conceited. But I had to admit she was right. Had I interrupted the patient's psychic treatment at this stage, Miss Elisabeth's case would have shed no light on the theory of hysteria. But I continued my analysis, convinced that deeper levels of her consciousness would provide insight into both the causes and the specific determinants of her hysterical symptoms. I therefore resolved to pose a direct question to the patient in an expanded state of consciousness and ask her what psychic impression had been linked to the first emergence of leg pain. With this purpose in mind, I attempted to put the patient into deep hypnosis. Unfortunately, I had to note that my procedure placed her in no different state than the one in which she had given her earlier account. I was at least relieved that she did not triumphantly protest at that moment. "I'm not asleep, you know. I can't be hypnotized." At this point, it occurred to me to try the technique of applying pressure to the head, which I had described in full in the case study of Miss Lucy. I did this by instructing the patient to report faithfully everything that came into her imagination or that she recalled at the moment of pressure. She remained silent for a long time and then, at my insistence, admitted to having thought of a night when a young man had walked her home after a party, of the conversation they had, and of the feelings with which she had returned to sit by her sick father's bedside. This first mention of the young man opened a new stream of associations, whose contents I then gradually drew out. It was a secret, for she had told no one, except a mutual friend, about her relationship with this young man and the hopes she had attached to it. He was the son of a family with whom hers had long maintained friendly relations and who lived near the family's former estate. The young man, an orphan, had been devotedly fond of her father and had followed his advice regarding his career. He had extended his admiration for the father to the ladies of the family. Numerous shared reading experiences, exchanged ideas and remarks he made, repeated to her by others, fueled her growing conviction that he loved and understood her, and that marriage to him would not require the kind of sacrifices she so feared in marriage generally. Unfortunately, he was only slightly older than she and still far from being able to support himself. But she was firmly determined to wait for him. After Eliza's father fell seriously ill, and she became increasingly absorbed in his care, her meetings with the young man became more and more infrequent. The night she recalled for the first time represented the climax of her feelings. But even on that occasion, there had been no clarification between them. She had been persuaded, by her family and her father himself, to attend a party where she was likely to meet him. She had wanted to return home early, but was urged to stay and finally yielded when he promised to escort her home. Eliza had never felt more affectionate toward him than during that walk. But upon arriving home late, in this blissful state of mind, she found that her father had taken a turn for the worse and bitterly reproached herself for having sacrificed so much time to her own enjoyment. That was the last time she left her ailing father for a whole night. She met the young man only a few more times after that. Following her father's death, he seemed to distance himself out of respect for her mourning. The course of his life then took him in a different direction. She had to gradually reconcile herself to the idea that his interest in her had been replaced by others, and that she had lost him. But that disappointment in her first love still hurt whenever she thought of him. It was in this relationship, where she reached her emotional peak, that I was able to look for the origins of her first hysterical pains. The contrast between the joyful feelings she had allowed herself that night and the worsening of her father's condition upon returning home constituted a conflict, a situation of incompatibility. The result of this conflict was that the mental representation was used to intensify or revive a physical pain that had been present simultaneously or shortly before. Thus, it was an example of the conversion mechanism with a defensive function, which I described in detail elsewhere. Several comments, of course, can be made at this point. I must stress that I could not establish, from her recollections, whether the conversion took place upon her return home. Therefore, I looked for similar experiences during the time she cared for her father and uncovered a large number. Among these, one gained special importance due to its frequent occurrence. Scenes in which, at her father's call, she jumped out of bed barefoot in a cold room. I felt inclined to attribute some significance to these factors, since besides leg pain, she also complained of torturous sensations of cold. Nevertheless, even here I was unable to identify any scene that could be pinpointed as the moment of conversion. For this reason, I felt there was a gap in the explanation at this point, until I remembered that, in fact, her hysterical leg pains had not begun during the period she was caring for her father. She only recalled a single episode of pain lasting just 1 or 2 days, which hadn't attracted much attention. I then directed my inquiries toward this initial onset of pain. I successfully revived her memory of it. On that occasion, a relative had come to visit, and she was unable to receive him because she was in bed. That same man was unfortunate enough to visit them again 2 years later, only to find her bedridden once more. But despite repeated attempts, we could not discover any psychic cause for the initial pain. I felt confident in assuming that the pain had indeed emerged without any psychic cause and was a mild rheumatic condition. I was able to establish that this organic disturbance, which served as the model for her later hysteria, must in any case be situated before the scene in which she returned home from the party. Judging by the nature of things, however, it is possible that this pain, though organic in origin, had persisted for some time in a mild form, without being much noticed. The obscurity caused by the analysis pointing to a conversion of psychic excitation into physical pain, despite the fact that this pain was certainly not perceived at the time or remembered later. This is a problem I hope to clarify later through further considerations and later examples. The discovery of the reason for the first conversion marked the beginning of a second fruitful period of treatment. The patient surprised me soon afterward by announcing that she now understood why the pain always radiated from that specific area of the right thigh and was most intense there. It was at that spot that her father used to rest his leg every morning while she renewed the bandage around it, as it was very swollen. This must have happened 100 times, but she had not noticed the connection until that moment. Thus, she provided the explanation I needed for the development of what was an atypical hysterogenic zone. Furthermore, her painful legs began to take part in the conversation during our analytic sessions. What I mean is this remarkable fact. Generally, the patient was pain-free when we began our work. If then, by means of a question or the application of pressure to her head, I triggered a memory, a sensation of pain would arise, often so acute that the patient would flinch and place her hand on the painful spot. The pain thus awakened persisted while the patient remained under the influence of the memory, reached its climax as she was in the act of telling me the essential and decisive part of what she had to communicate, and with the final word of the account, it vanished. Over time, I began to use these pains as a compass for my orientation. When the young woman stopped speaking but admitted she was still in pain, I knew she had not told me everything and would urge her to continue her story until the pain was exhausted through speech. Only then would I awaken a new memory. During this period of abreaction, the patient's condition, both physical and mental, improved so remarkably that I used to say, half-jokingly, that I was removing a little bit of her pain each time, and that, once all of it had been eliminated, she would be well. Elisabeth soon reached the point where she spent most of her time pain-free, allowed herself to walk more, and abandoned her previous isolation. In the course of the analysis, I would sometimes follow the spontaneous fluctuations of her condition, and at other times rely on my own assessment of the situation when I felt that some part of the history of her illness had not yet been fully exhausted. During this work, I made some interesting observations, the lessons of which I later saw confirmed in treating other patients. Regarding the spontaneous fluctuations, I first observed that, in fact, none of them occurred without being triggered by an association with some contemporary event. On one occasion, she heard of an illness affecting an acquaintance, which reminded her of a detail of her father's illness. On another, the son of her deceased sister visited them, and his resemblance to his mother provoked feelings of grief in her. On yet another, a letter from her distant sister clearly revealed the influence of an insensitive brother-in-law and caused her pain, which compelled her to recount a family scene she had not yet shared with me. Since she never brought up the same precipitating cause for a pain twice, it seemed justified to suppose that we would eventually exhaust the stock of such causes. Thus, I did not hesitate to place her in situations designed to awaken new memories that had not yet surfaced. For instance, I sent her to visit her sister's grave and encouraged her to attend a party where she might again meet her youthful suitor. Next, I gained some insight into what might be called the original mode of monosymptomatic hysteria. I observed that her right leg hurt during hypnosis when the discussion concerned her care for her ailing father, her relationship with the young man from her youth, or other events from the first phase of her pathogenic experiences. On the other hand, the pain appeared in the left leg as soon as I evoked a memory related to the deceased sister or the two brothers-in-law. In short, a memory from the second half of her illness's history. My attention having been drawn by the consistency of this pattern, I pursued the investigation further and gained the impression that this differentiation went even further. Each new psychic determinant of painful sensations appeared to be linked to a new point in the painful region of the legs. The original painful spot on her right thigh was associated with caring for her father. The pain then extended to neighboring areas as a result of new traumas. What we had here, therefore, was not, strictly speaking, a single physical symptom linked to various memory complexes, but rather a large number of similar symptoms that, on superficial observation, appeared fused into one. However, since the patient's attention began to drift from this theme, I did not continue mapping out the pain zones corresponding to different psychic determinants. Nonetheless, I did turn my attention to how the entire symptomatic complex of aphasia might have been structured upon these painful zones. To this end, I asked the patient several questions such as, what was the origin of your pain when walking? When standing? When lying down? Some she answered spontaneously, others under the pressure of my hand. 2 results followed. First, she grouped for me all the scenes associated with painful impressions, depending on whether she had experienced them while sitting, standing, and so on. For example, she had been standing at a door when her father was brought home after a heart attack, and she had been so startled that she felt paralyzed, as if rooted to the spot. She went on adding other memories to this first example of a fright experienced while standing, until we reached the terrifying scene where she was again standing, an account that could, strictly speaking, be accepted as proof of an association. But it's worth noting that it would be necessary to demonstrate the presence of another factor in all these events, a factor that specifically directed her attention to the fact that she was standing, or walking, or sitting, etc., and consequently led to the conversion. The explanation for why her attention took that route can only be sought in the circumstance that walking, standing, and lying down are functions and states of the part of the body that, in her case, included the painful zones, namely the legs. Therefore, in this case, it was easy to understand the link between aphasia and the first occurrence of conversion. Among the episodes which, according to this catalogue, seemed to have rendered walking painful, one stood out in particular, a walk she took at the spa resort with several others, which turned out to be too long. The details of this episode emerged hesitantly and left several puzzles unresolved. She had been in a particularly docile mood and had cheerfully joined her group of friends. The weather was pleasant and not too hot. Her mother had stayed home, and her older sister had already left. The younger sister had felt unwell, but didn't want to spoil her enjoyment. The brother-in-law had initially said he would stay with his wife, but later decided to join the group because of Elisabeth. This scene seemed closely related to the first appearance of the pain, as she remembered being extremely tired and feeling a violent pain upon returning from the walk. She did, however, say she wasn't sure if she had already noticed the pain before that. I pointed out to her that it was unlikely she would have undertaken such a long walk had she already been experiencing severe pain. I asked her what during the walk might have provoked the pain, and she gave me the somewhat obscure answer that the contrast between her own solitude and the marital happiness of her ailing sister, the happiness her brother-in-law's behavior constantly reminded her of, had been painful for her. Another scene, very close in time to the first, played a role in linking her pain to sitting. It occurred a few days later, after her sister and brother-in-law had already left. She was restless and anxious. She got up early and climbed a small hill, going to a place where they had often been together and which offered a beautiful view. She sat on a stone bench and abandoned herself to her thoughts, which once again revolved around her loneliness and her family's fate, and this time she openly confessed her intense desire to be as happy as her sister. She returned from that morning meditation in violent pain, and that very night she took the bath, after which the pain appeared definitively and permanently. It was also confirmed, beyond any doubt, that her pain when walking and standing was initially relieved when she lay down. The pain only became associated with lying down after she received news of her sister's illness, traveled back from Gastein, and was tormented during the night both by worry for her sister and by stabbing pain, lying sleepless in the train carriage. For a long time after that, lying down was actually more painful for her than walking or standing. Thus, first, the painful area had expanded with the addition of adjacent regions, with each new theme having a pathogenic effect by cathecting a new region of the legs. Second, each scene that had made a strong impression on her left a trace, provoking a lasting and cumulatively increasing cathexis of various leg functions, a connection between those functions and her painful sensations. But a third mechanism was undoubtedly involved in the formation of her astasia beja. The patient concluded her description of a series of episodes with the complaint that they had made it painful for her to be alone. In another series of episodes, which encompassed her frustrated attempts to establish a new life for her family, she never tired of repeating that what was painful in them was her sense of helplessness, the feeling that she could not take a single step forward. In view of this, I was forced to suppose that among the influences contributing to the formation of her abasia were these reflections of hers. I could not help but think that the patient had done nothing more nor less than seek a symbolic expression for her painful thoughts, and that she had found it in the intensification of her suffering. That the somatic symptoms of hysteria may be produced by such a process of symbolization was already stated in our preliminary communication. In the discussion of the present case, I will present 2 or 3 conclusive examples of this. This psychic mechanism of symbolization did not play a major role in Elisabeth's case. It did not create her abasia. But everything suggests that the abasia, in the developmental stage in which I encountered it, should be regarded not only as a functional paralysis based on psychic associations, but also as a paralysis grounded in symbolization. Before continuing my account of the case, I will add a few words about the patient's behavior during this second phase of treatment. Throughout the analysis, I used the technique of eliciting images and ideas through pressure on the patient's head, a method, I must say, that would have been unworkable without the patient's full cooperation and voluntary attention. At times, her behavior fully met my highest expectations, and during such periods it was astonishing how promptly the various scenes related to a given theme would emerge in strictly chronological order. It was as though she were reading from a large illustrated book whose pages were being turned before her eyes. At other times, there seemed to be obstacles whose nature I did not suspect at the time. When I applied pressure to her head, she would claim that nothing had come to her. I would repeat the pressure and tell her to wait, but still nothing would appear. The first few times this happened, this resistance led me to suspend the session. It was simply an unproductive day, and we would try again later. 2 observations, however, led me to change my approach. First, I noticed that the method failed only when I found Elisabeth cheerful and pain-free, and never when she was feeling unwell. Second, I noticed that she often made such claims only after a long pause, during which the tense, troubled expression on her face betrayed the fact that a mental process had indeed been occurring. I therefore adopted the hypothesis that the method never actually failed, that on every occasion, under the pressure of my hand, some idea occurred to Elisabeth or some image appeared before her, but that she was not always willing to communicate it to me and tried once again to repress what had been evoked. I was able to think of two reasons for this concealment. Either she was judging the idea, which she had no right to do, on the grounds that it was not important enough or that it was an irrelevant answer to the question posed, or she was hesitating to reveal it because she found it too unpleasant to tell. From then on, I acted as if I were entirely convinced of the reliability of my technique. I no longer accepted her claim that nothing had occurred to her and assured her that something must have come. Perhaps, I said, she hadn't paid enough attention, in which case I would gladly repeat the pressure. Or perhaps she thought the idea wasn't the right one. That, I told her, wasn't her concern. Her duty was to be entirely objective and say whatever came to her mind, whether it seemed appropriate or not. Finally, I would state outright that I knew something had occurred to her and that she was hiding it from me, but that she would never be free from her pain as long as she concealed anything. By insisting in this way, I succeeded in ensuring that, from then on, my pressure on her head never failed. I couldn't help but conclude that my assumption was correct, and I drew from this analysis a literally unshakable confidence in my technique. It often happened that only after I had pressed her head 3 times would she give me some information. But she herself would later remark that she could have told me on the first try. And why didn't you? I thought it wasn't what you were looking for. Or I thought I could avoid it. But it kept coming back every time. In the course of this difficult work, I began to attribute more importance to the patient's resistance in reproducing her memories and to carefully compile the occasions when it was particularly intense. Thus I entered the 3rd phase of treatment. The patient felt better. She had experienced mental relief and was now capable of successful effort. But her pains had manifestly not been eliminated. They still returned from time to time with all their former intensity. This incomplete therapeutic result matched an incomplete analysis. I still did not know exactly at what moment and by what mechanism the pains had originated. During the reproduction of the wide variety of scenes in the 2nd phase, and while observing the patient's resistance to telling me about them, I had formed a specific suspicion. I had not yet dared, however, to adopt it as a basis for further action. But a chance event resolved the matter. One day, while I was working with the patient, I heard a man's footsteps in the next room and a pleasant voice that seemed to be asking a question. My patient immediately stood up and asked that we end the session for the day. She had heard her brother-in-law arrive and ask for her. Up to that moment, she had been free of pain, but after the interruption, her facial expression and gait revealed the sudden onset of acute pain. My suspicion was strengthened by this fact, and I resolved to precipitate the decisive explanation. Thus, I asked her about the causes and circumstances of the very first time the pain had emerged. In response, her thoughts turned back to the summer visit to the spa before her trip to Gastein, and numerous scenes that had not been thoroughly addressed resurfaced. She remembered how she had felt at the time, exhausted from the stress of witnessing her mother's condition and caring for her during the operation, and how she had eventually lost hope that a lonely woman like herself could ever find happiness or accomplish anything meaningful. Until then, she had considered herself strong enough to go through life without the help of a man, but now she was overcome by a sense of feminine weakness and a longing for love in which, as she put it, her frozen nature had begun to thaw. In this state of mind, she was deeply affected by her second sister's happy marriage, by how tenderly her brother-in-law cared for his wife, how they understood each other with just a glance, and how secure they seemed in one another. It was regrettable that the second pregnancy had come so soon after the first, and the sister knew that was the cause of her illness. But she bore it gladly, for it was he who had caused it. On the walk so closely linked to Elisabeth's pain, her brother-in-law had initially been unwilling to join them and had wanted to stay with his ill wife. However, with just a look, she persuaded him to come along, thinking it would please Elisabeth. She remained in his company throughout the walk. They talked about everything, even intimate matters. She found herself completely in tune with his thoughts, and her desire for a husband like him grew intensely. Then, a few days later came the scene on the morning after her sister and brother-in-law had left. She went to the spot with the beautiful view, their favorite spot during their outings. There, she sat and once again dreamed of enjoying happiness like her sisters and of finding a husband who could nurture her heart the way her brother-in-law had captured hers. She felt pain upon rising, but it passed again. It was only in the afternoon, after taking a hot bath, that the pain erupted, and she never freed herself from it again. I tried to find out what thoughts had occupied her mind during the bath, but all she could say was that the bathroom had reminded her of family members who had passed away, since that house had been a place where they once lived. By then, of course, all this had long been clear to me. But the patient, immersed in her bittersweet memories, seemed unaware of where we were heading and continued reliving her recollections. She spoke of her visit to Gastein, of the anxiety with which she awaited each letter, and finally the bad news about her sister, the long wait until nightfall, the first possible time they could depart from Gastein. And then the journey, filled with torturous uncertainty, and the sleepless night, all accompanied by a violent increase in pain. I asked her if, during the trip, she had considered the dreadful possibility that later came true. She replied that she had carefully avoided thinking about it, though she believed her mother had expected the worst from the beginning. Her memory then turned to the arrival in Vienna, the impression of the relatives waiting for them, the short journey from Vienna to the summer town where her sister lived, the night arrival, the hurried walk through the garden to the house, the silence and oppressive darkness inside. She recalled that the brother-in-law was not there to greet them, and that they stood by the bed looking at the dead sister. At that moment of terrible certainty, that the beloved sister had died without saying goodbye, and without Elisabeth having been there to comfort her in her final days. Another thought pierced Elisabeth's mind, and now, once again, it struck her like lightning in the darkness. Now he is free again, and I can become his wife. Everything became clear then. The analyst's efforts were richly rewarded. The concepts of the repression of an incompatible idea, the genesis of hysterical symptoms through the conversion of psychic excitation into physical symptoms, and the formation of a separate psychic group through the act of will that led to repression. All these things now appeared before my eyes in tangible form. Thus, and in no other way, had things unfolded in this case. This young woman felt a tenderness for her brother-in-law whose acceptance into consciousness had met with the resistance of her entire moral being. She spared herself the painful realization that she loved her sister's husband by inducing physical pain. And it was at the moments when that realization tried to assert itself, in the walk with the brother-in-law, during the morning reverie, in the bath, and beside her sister's deathbed, that her pains emerged, thanks to successful conversion. By the time I began treating her, the group of ideas related to her love had already been split off from her conscious awareness. Otherwise, I believe she would never have agreed to begin treatment. The resistance she repeatedly offered to recalling those scenes in which the conflict played out corresponded to the intensity with which the incompatible idea had been expelled from her associations. What followed was a difficult time for the physician. The retrieval of the repressed idea had a devastating effect on the poor girl. She cried aloud when I bluntly confronted her with the words, "So you've been in love with your brother-in-law for a long time." At that moment, she complained of the most terrible pains and made one last desperate attempt to reject the explanation. It wasn't true. I had led her to that conclusion. It couldn't be true. She couldn't be capable of such wickedness. She would never forgive herself for it. It was easy to show her that what she herself had told me admitted no other interpretation. But it took a long time before my two consoling arguments, the idea that we're not responsible for our feelings, and that her behavior, especially falling ill under those circumstances, was sufficient proof of her moral character, took any hold on her whatsoever. To relieve her suffering, I had to take multiple paths. First, I wanted to give her the chance to release the psychic excitation that had been building for so long through a reaction. We examined the early impressions her relationship with her brother-in-law had made on her, the beginning of her feelings for him, which had remained unconscious. There we encountered all the little signs and anticipatory impressions that a fully developed passion imbues with such importance in hindsight. During her first visit to the family, he had mistaken her for the woman he was going to marry and had greeted her before her older sister, whose appearance was rather plain. One night, the two of them talked with such liveliness and harmony that the fiancé interrupted them half-jokingly, saying, "You two would make a perfect match." On another occasion, at a party where no one knew he was engaged, a lady criticized a physical defect that indicated he had suffered from bone disease as a child. The fiancé listened to this calmly, but Elisabeth flared up and defended his physique with such fervor that she herself couldn't understand her reaction. As we worked through these memories, it became clear to Elisabeth that her tender feelings for her brother-in-law had all along been hidden behind the mask of a merely fraternal affection, one that her deeply developed sense of family allowed her to accept as natural. This process of abreaction certainly did her a great deal of good, but I was able to relieve her even further by taking a friendly interest in her current situation. With that aim in mind, I arranged an interview with Elisabeth's mother. I found her to be a kind and understanding lady, though her vitality had been weakened by recent misfortunes. She told me that, upon closer examination, the accusation of heartless blackmail the older brother-in-law had made against the widower, so painful for Elisabeth, had to be withdrawn. No stain remained on the young man's character. The whole affair had been a misunderstanding, due to the different values placed on money by a businessman, for whom it is a tool of his trade, and by a civil servant. Nothing more remained of that painful episode. I asked the mother to henceforth share with Elisabeth everything she needed to know and to offer her, in the future, the opportunity to unburden her mind, something I had already gotten her accustomed to doing. Naturally, I was also eager to know how likely it was that the young woman's now conscious desire might come to fruition. Here, the prospects were less encouraging. The mother told me she had long suspected Elisabeth's feelings for the man, though she didn't know they had existed while her sister was still alive. No one who saw the two together, though now it rarely happened, could doubt the girl's eagerness to please him. But she said that neither she nor the family's advisors were very supportive of a marriage. The man's health was far from good, and it had taken another blow from the death of his beloved wife. It was also uncertain whether his mental state had recovered enough for him to consider remarriage. Perhaps that's why he behaved so cautiously. Perhaps he was unsure of the reception he might receive and wanted to avoid the gossip that would likely follow. Given these hesitations on both sides, it seemed unlikely that the outcome Elisabeth longed for would come to pass. I told the young woman what I had learned from her mother and had the satisfaction of helping her by explaining the matter regarding the money. On the other hand, I encouraged her to calmly face the uncertainty of the future, which was impossible to dispel. But by then, the approach of summer made it urgent that we conclude the analysis. The patient's condition had again improved, and there had been no mention of her pains since we began exploring their origins. We both had the sense that we had reached the end, although I told myself that the abreaction of the love she had suppressed for so long had not been fully completed. I considered her cured and told her that the resolution of her difficulties would now unfold on its own, since the way had been cleared. She didn't question this. She left Vienna with her mother to meet her older sister and her family, so they could spend the summer together. I have a few words to add about the later course of Elisabeth's case. A few weeks after our parting, I received a desperate letter from her mother. At her first attempt to discuss her daughter's emotional matters, the girl had violently rebelled and had since begun suffering from intense pain once more. She was indignant with me for having betrayed her secret. She had become entirely unapproachable, and the treatment seemed to have been a complete failure. What should be done now? Elisabeth refused to have anything more to do with me. I did not respond. It was evident that Elisabeth, after leaving my care, would make one last attempt to reject her mother's involvement and retreat once again into isolation. But I had a kind of conviction that everything would turn out well, and that the work I had done had not been in vain. 2 months later, they returned to Vienna, and the colleague who had first presented me with the case informed me that Elisabeth was feeling perfectly well and behaving as if nothing had ever been wrong, though she still occasionally suffered from mild pains. Several times since then, she has sent me similar updates, and in each one, she promised to come see me. But it is characteristic of the personal relationship formed during treatments of this nature that she never actually did. As my colleague assures me, she must be considered cured. Her brother-in-law's relationship with the family remained unchanged. In the spring of 1894, I heard that she would be attending a private ball to which I could obtain an invitation, and I did not miss the opportunity to see my former patient whirl past me in a lively dance. After that occasion, of her own will, she married someone I do not know. Discussion. I wasn't always a psychotherapist. Like many other neuropathologists, I was trained to employ local diagnoses and electroprognostic techniques, and it still strikes me as odd that the case reports I now write resemble stories and seem to lack what one might call the hallmark of scientific seriousness. I must console myself with the reflection that the nature of the subject is evidently to blame for this, and not any personal preference. The truth is that local diagnosis and electrical reactions lead nowhere in the study of hysteria, whereas a detailed description of mental processes, such as we are used to finding in the works of imaginative writers, allows me, with the application of some psychological formulas, to arrive at least at some form of understanding of the course of this condition. Clinical cases of this kind must be judged as psychiatric, yet they have one advantage over those: a close connection between the patient's history of suffering and the symptoms of their illness, a link we still search for in vain in the biographies of other psychoses. In reporting the case of Elisabeth, I tried to interweave the explanations I could offer with my description of the patient's path to recovery. It may be worthwhile to summarize once more the key points. I described the patient's character, traits frequently encountered in hysterical individuals and for which there is no excuse to be considered signs of degeneration. Her varied talents, her ambition, her moral sensitivity, her excessive demand for love initially fulfilled by her family, and the independence of her nature, which exceeded the feminine ideal and manifested itself in a considerable degree of obstinacy, combativeness, and reserve. According to my colleague, no noticeable hereditary taint could be found on either side of her family. It is true that the mother had suffered for many years from an unexplored neurotic depression, but the mother's siblings, as well as the father and his family, could be regarded as balanced individuals with no nervous disorders. No severe cases of neuropsychosis occurred among her close relatives. Such was the nature of the patient, who now found herself overwhelmed by painful emotions, beginning with the depressing effect of caring for her beloved father during a prolonged illness. There are good reasons why caregiving plays such a significant role in the prehistory of many cases of hysteria. Many of the contributing factors are obvious: the disturbance of physical health due to interrupted sleep, neglect of self-care, and the impact of constant worry on the vegetative functions. In my view, the most crucial determinant lies elsewhere. Anyone whose mind is constantly occupied with the countless tasks involved in caring for the sick, tasks that follow one another endlessly over weeks or months, develops, on one hand, the habit of suppressing all signs of personal emotion, and, on the other, quickly diverts attention from their own impressions, having neither the time nor energy to properly process them. Thus, a mass of potentially effect-laden impressions is accumulated, barely perceived and never diminished by abreaction. They are creating material for a retention hysteria. When the patient recovers, of course, those impressions lose their significance. But if the patient dies and mourning begins, a period in which only things related to the deceased seem to have value, those unprocessed impressions also emerge, and after a brief phase of exhaustion, hysteria breaks out, sown during the time of caregiving. We also occasionally encounter similar cases in which traumas accumulated during caregiving are dealt with later, without any general impression of illness, while still retaining the hysterical mechanism. One such case is a woman I know, highly gifted, who suffers from mild nervousness and whose character shows clear hysterical features, though she has never required medical attention or been hindered in fulfilling her duties. She has cared for 3 or 4 loved ones through to the end. Each time, she reached a state of total exhaustion but did not fall ill after those tragic efforts. Yet shortly after each death, a process of recall would begin, once again presenting her with scenes of illness and death. Every day she would review each of those impressions, weep, and console herself, at her leisure, one might say. This process of dealing with her impressions fit into her daily responsibilities without interfering with them. The entire sequence played through her mind chronologically. I cannot say if this remembrance corresponded day by day to the past. I suspect it depended on how much leisure time her household tasks allowed. Besides these outbursts of weeping to make up for the delay, which came shortly after the fatal outcome, she also held annual remembrance rituals on the anniversaries of her various losses. On those occasions, her vivid visual recall and emotional expression adhered strictly to the exact dates. For instance, I once found her crying and kindly asked what had happened that day. She repeated my question somewhat irritated. "Nothing," she said. "Only that the specialist came again today and hinted there was no more hope." She hadn't had time to cry about it then. She referred to her husband's final illness, which had occurred 3 years earlier. I would be very interested to know whether the scenes she recalled during these yearly commemorations were always the same, or if different details surfaced each time for abreaction, as I suspect based on my theory. But I cannot say for sure. This woman, who had no less strength of character than intelligence, felt ashamed of the powerful effect those memories had on her. I must emphasize once again that this woman is not ill. Her delayed abreaction was not a hysterical process, despite its resemblance. We might ask why one situation involving caregiving is accompanied by hysteria and another is not. It cannot be a matter of individual predisposition, since the woman I described had it in high degree. But now I must return to Elisabeth. While caring for her father, as we saw, she developed her first hysterical symptom, a pain in a specific area of her right thigh. Through analysis, it was possible to uncover a satisfactory explanation for the mechanism of the symptom. It occurred at the moment when the circle of ideas involving her duty toward her sick father clashed with the erotic desire she was experiencing at the time. Under intense self-censorship, she chose the former and, in doing so, triggered the hysterical pain. According to the view suggested by the conversion theory of hysteria, what happened can be described as follows. She repressed an erotic idea out of consciousness and converted its effective charge into physical sensations of pain. It's unclear whether this initial conflict presented itself once or multiple times. The latter is more likely. A very similar conflict, though of greater ethical significance and even more clearly established through analysis, emerged again years later and led to an intensification and spread of the same pain beyond its original boundaries. Once again, it was a circle of erotic representations that clashed with her moral representations, since her affection was directed toward her brother-in-law, and both during her sister's life and after her death, the idea of being attracted to that man was utterly unacceptable. Analysis provided detailed insights into this conflict, which lay at the core of the illness. The seeds of the patient's feelings for her brother-in-law may have been present for a long time. Their development was fostered by moral exhaustion caused by years of disappointment. The coldness of her nature began to melt, and she admitted to herself her need for a man's love. During the several weeks she spent in his company at the spa resort, her erotic feelings and her pain reached their climax. Analysis also revealed that, during this same period, the patient was in a special psychic state. The connection between this state, her erotic feelings, and her pain seems to make sense according to the conversion theory. It seems safe to say that, at the time, the patient was only intermittently and briefly aware of her feelings for her brother-in-law, powerful as they were. Otherwise, she would have also become fully conscious of the contradiction between these feelings and her moral representations and would have suffered the mental torments I observed during our analysis. She remembered no such distress. She had avoided it. Her own feelings had remained unclear to her. At that time, as during the analysis, her love for her brother-in-law existed in her consciousness like a foreign body, unconnected to the rest of her representational life. Regarding these feelings, she was in the peculiar situation of both knowing and not knowing, meaning of being isolated in a psychic group. But that, nothing more, is what we mean when we say these feelings were unclear to her. We don't mean that her awareness of them was of inferior quality or lower intensity, but that they were isolated from any associative connection with the rest of her mind's contents. But how could it be that a representational group with such emotional force remained so isolated? After all, the role a given idea plays in associations is generally proportional to the amount of effect it contains. We can answer this question if we take into account two facts that we can regard as firmly established. 1. Simultaneously with the formation of this isolated psychic group, the patient developed her hysterical pains. 2. The patient put up strong resistance against attempts to connect the isolated psychic group with the rest of her conscious content, and when, despite this, the connection was made, she experienced great mental pain. Our view of hysteria links these two facts to the division of consciousness, while the first points to its mechanism. The motive was defensive, the ego's refusal to come to terms with this representational group. The mechanism was conversion. In place of the mental pain she avoided, physical pain emerged. Thus, a transformation was carried out that relieved the patient from an intolerable mental state, though admittedly at the cost of a psychic abnormality, the division of consciousness, and a physical illness, her pains, upon which astasia beija developed. I must confess that I cannot offer any indication of how such a conversion is carried out. Clearly, it doesn't occur in the manner of an intentional or voluntary act. It is a process that happens under the pressure of the defensive motivation in someone whose organization, or temporary modification of it, has a tendency in that direction. This theory requires further examination. We may ask, what is being transformed here into physical pain? A more cautious answer would be, something that perhaps would have been transformed and should have been transformed into mental pain. If we venture a bit further and attempt to represent the psychic mechanism in a sort of algebraic schema, we might assign a certain effective charge to the representational complex of unconscious erotic feelings and say that this quantity, the effective charge, is what was converted. It would follow directly from this description that the unconscious love would have lost so much of its intensity through such a conversion that it would have been reduced to merely a weak representation. This weakening of force would, then, be the only thing making it possible for these unconscious feelings to exist as an isolated psychic group. However, the present case is not well suited to providing a clear picture of such a delicate matter, since it likely involved only partial conversion. In other cases, it can be demonstrated with some probability that full conversion also occurs, and that in it, the incompatible representation is indeed repressed, something that only a very weak representation can undergo. The patients in question report, once the associative link with the incompatible representation is established, that their thoughts hadn't turned to it since the appearance of the hysterical symptoms. I stated earlier that on several occasions, albeit briefly, the patient consciously acknowledged her love for her brother-in-law. As an example, we may recall the moment when she stood beside her sister's bed and a thought crossed her mind. Now he's free and you can be his wife. I must now consider the meaning of such moments in relation to our view of the entire neurosis. It seems to me that the very concept of defense hysteria implies that at least one such moment must have occurred. Consciousness simply doesn't know in advance when an incompatible representation is going to surface. The incompatible representation, which, along with its associated ideas, is later excluded and forms a separate psychic group, must have originally been in communication with the main current of thought. Otherwise, the conflict leading to its exclusion could not have taken place. These moments, then, must be classified as traumatic. It is in these moments that the conversion occurs, the results of which are the division of consciousness and the hysterical symptom. In Elisabeth's case, everything suggests that several such moments occurred: the walk, the morning daydream, the bath, and the scene at her sister's bedside. It is even possible that new moments of the same kind occurred during the treatment. What allows for the existence of several such traumatic moments is that experiences similar to the one that originally introduced the incompatible representation add new excitation to the separate psychic group, and, in doing so, temporarily suspend the success of the conversion. The ego is forced to attend to this sudden eruption of the representation and to restore the previous state of affairs through a new conversion. Elisabeth, who spent a great deal of time in her brother-in-law's company, must have been particularly vulnerable to new traumas. From the standpoint of my current exposition, I would have preferred a case in which the traumatic history was entirely in the past. I must now address a point that, as I described, raises an obstacle to understanding this case. Based on the analysis, I assumed that a first conversion had occurred while the patient was caring for her father, at a time when her nursing duties clashed with her erotic desires, and that what happened then served as the prototype for later events at the Alpine resort that triggered the outbreak of the illness. But according to the patient's own account, while she was caring for her father and in the time that followed, what I called the first period, she experienced neither pain nor motor weakness. It is true that at one point during her father's illness she was bedridden for several days with leg pain, but there was doubt as to whether this episode should be attributed to hysteria. No causal link between these early pains and any psychic impression could be found in the analysis. It is possible, and in fact likely, that what she experienced then were ordinary rheumatic muscle pains. Furthermore, even if we were inclined to suppose that this initial bout of pain was the effect of a hysterical conversion resulting from her rejection of erotic thoughts at the time, the fact remains that the pains disappeared after just a few days, so that in real life the patient behaved differently than her analysis might suggest. During the reproduction of what I called the first period, all her accounts of her father's illness and death, her impressions of the relationship with her first brother-in-law, and so on, were accompanied by pain, whereas at the time she originally experienced these impressions, she had no pain at all. Isn't this a contradiction that seriously undermines our belief in the explanatory power of an analysis like this? I believe I can resolve this contradiction by assuming that the pains, the products of conversion, did not occur while the patient was having the original impressions of the first period, but only later, that is, during the second period, while she was recalling those impressions in her thoughts. In other words, the conversion was not linked to her impressions while they were fresh, but rather in connection with her memories of them. I even believe that this sequence of events is not at all uncommon in hysteria and, in fact, plays a regular role in the genesis of hysterical symptoms. But since such a claim is not self-evident, I will try to make it more plausible by presenting a few more examples. Once, it happened that a new hysterical system developed in a patient during the course of an analytical treatment of this kind, allowing me to undertake the task of removing it one day after its appearance. I will insert here the main features of the case. It was a very simple case, but not without interest. Miss Rosalia H., age 23, had been studying for several years to become a singer. She had a good voice but complained that, in certain parts of her vocal range, she lost control over it. She experienced a sensation of choking and tightness in her throat, so her voice sounded muffled. For this reason, her teacher had not yet allowed her to perform in public as a singer. Although this imperfection affected only her middle register, it could not be attributed to a defect in the organ itself. Sometimes the disturbance disappeared completely, and her teacher expressed great satisfaction. On other occasions, she would become slightly agitated, sometimes without any apparent cause, and the constriction sensation would return, impairing her vocal production. It was not hard to recognize a hysterical conversion in this highly distressing sensation. I took no steps to determine whether there was an actual contraction of the vocal cord muscles. During the hypnotic analysis I conducted with the young woman, I learned the following facts about her history and, consequently, the cause of her problem. She had lost her parents early and was taken in by an aunt who had many children. As a result, she became entangled in a very unhappy family life. The aunt's husband, a visibly pathological man, brutally mistreated his wife and children. He deeply offended their sensibilities, particularly through his blatant sexual preference for the household maids and nannies, which became increasingly offensive as the children grew older. After the aunt's death, Rosalia became the protector of the crowd of children, now orphaned and oppressed by their father. She took her duties seriously and overcame all the conflicts her position entailed, though it required great effort to repress the hatred and contempt she felt for her uncle. It was during this period that the sensation of throat constriction began. Whenever she had to suppress a response or force herself to remain silent in the face of some outrageous accusation, she felt her throat scratch and tighten and lost her voice, sensations located in the larynx or pharynx that now interfered with her singing. It is not surprising that she sought an opportunity to become independent and escape the agitation and distressing experiences of her uncle's household. A very competent vocal teacher selflessly helped her and assured her that her voice warranted pursuing singing as a profession. She began taking lessons with him in secret. But many times, she rushed to her singing lesson while still experiencing the throat constriction, which often persisted after violent scenes at home. As a result, a firm association was established between singing and her hysterical paresthesia, an association for which the path had already been prepared by the organic sensations involved in singing. The apparatus over which she should have had full control when singing turned out to be cathected with residues of innervation left behind from numerous scenes of repressed emotion. After this period, she left her uncle's house and moved to another city to get away from the family. But this did not eliminate her difficulty. This beautiful and exceptionally intelligent young woman exhibited no other hysterical symptoms. I did my best to free her from this retention hysteria by having her narrate all her disturbing experiences and abreact them retrospectively. I had her scold her uncle, lecture him, tell him the naked truth, and so on. And this treatment did her good. Unfortunately, however, she was living in Vienna under very unfavorable conditions. She had no luck with relatives. She was lodged by another uncle who treated her kindly, but precisely for that reason the aunt had developed an aversion to her. This woman suspected her husband had a deep interest in his niece, and thus resolved to make Rosalia's stay in Vienna as unpleasant as possible. The aunt herself, in her youth, had been forced to give up an artistic career and envied her niece for being able to cultivate her talent. Although in Rosalia's case, it had not been desire, but the need for independence that determined her decision. Rosalia felt so constrained in the house that she didn't even dare sing or play the piano while her aunt could hear, and she carefully avoided singing or playing for her uncle, who, by the way, was an elderly man and her mother's brother, if there was any chance of the aunt entering. While I was trying to eliminate the residues of old agitations, new ones emerged from these relationships with her hosts, which ultimately interfered with the success of my treatment and brought it to a premature end. One day, the patient came to the session with a new symptom that was not even 24 hours old. She complained of an unpleasant tingling sensation in the tips of her fingers, which, she said, had occurred every few hours since the day before and forced her to make a peculiar twisting movement with her fingers. I did not observe an actual episode. Otherwise, I would no doubt have been able to guess from the nature of the movements what had caused them. But I immediately attempted to trace the symptom's origin. It was, in fact, a minor hysterical attack, through hypnotic analysis. Since the symptom had appeared so recently, I hoped I could quickly explain and eliminate it. To my surprise, the patient recounted a large number of scenes, without hesitation and in chronological order, beginning with her early childhood. They seemed to have in common the fact that she had suffered some harm against which she could not defend herself, and which had made her fingers tremble. These were scenes, for example, like having to extend her hand at school so the teacher could strike it with a ruler. But these were very ordinary events, and I was prepared to deny they could play a role in the etiology of a hysterical symptom. But one scene from her childhood was different. The wicked uncle, who suffered from rheumatism, had asked her to massage his back, and she hadn't dared refuse. At the time, he was lying in bed and suddenly threw off the sheets, jumped up, and tried to grab her and pull her into bed. The massage, of course, was over, and in the next moment she had fled and locked herself in her room. It was clear she was reluctant to remember this, and was unwilling to say whether she had seen anything when he suddenly uncovered himself. The sensations in her fingers could be explained, in this case by the repressed impulse to punish him, or simply from having massaged him at all. It was only after recounting this scene that she arrived at the one from the previous day, after which the tingling and finger spasms had become a recurring mnemonic symbol. The uncle she now lived with had asked her to play something. She sat at the piano and accompanied herself in a song, thinking the aunt had gone out. But suddenly, the aunt appeared at the door. Rosalia jumped up, slammed the piano lid shut, and flung the sheet music aside. We can guess what memory came to mind and what sequence of thoughts she was repelling at that moment. An intense feeling of resentment at the unjust suspicion she was subjected to, which would have driven her to leave the house. Whereas, in reality, she was forced to remain in Vienna because of the treatment and had nowhere else to go. The finger movement I saw her make while recounting this scene was one of twisting her fingers as if to cast something aside, in the literal or figurative sense, like discarding a scrap of paper or rejecting a suggestion. She was adamant in her insistence that she had not noticed the symptom earlier, that it had not been caused by the scenes she initially described. Thus, we could only suppose that the previous day's event had first awakened memories of earlier events with a similar theme, and that a mnemonic symbol had formed, applying to the entire group of memories. The energy for the conversion had been supplied, on the one hand, by renewed affect and on the other by remembered effect. Upon closer consideration, we must acknowledge that a process of this kind is more the rule than the exception in the genesis of hysterical symptoms. Almost invariably, in investigating the determinants of these conditions, what I have found is not a single traumatic cause but a group of similar causes. In some of these examples, it was possible to verify that the symptom in question had appeared briefly after the first trauma and then passed, only to be triggered and stabilized by a later trauma. There is, however, no essential difference between the symptom arising temporarily after its initial provoking cause and its being latent from the start. Indeed, in the vast majority of cases, we find that a first trauma leaves no symptom, while a subsequent trauma of the same kind does produce a symptom. But this latter one could not have emerged without the cooperation of the earlier provocation, nor could it be understood without taking all the provoking causes into account. Stated in terms of the theory of conversion, this undeniable fact of the summation of traumas and the preliminary latency of symptoms teaches us that conversion may result from both new and remembered affects. This hypothesis fully explains the apparent contradiction we observed between the facts of Elisabeth's illness and her analysis. There is no doubt that the persistent presence in consciousness of ideas whose effect has not been processed can be tolerated to a considerable extent by healthy individuals. The opinion I have just presented merely brings the behavior of hysterical individuals closer to that of healthy ones. What matters here is clearly a quantitative factor, the question of how much effective tension of this kind the organism can endure. Even a hysterical person is capable of retaining a certain amount of unprocessed effect. When, due to the occurrence of similar provoking causes, this amount is increased by summation beyond the individual's tolerance, the impetus for conversion arises. Thus, when we say that the formation of hysterical symptoms can be based on both remembered and new affects, we are not stating anything unknown. We are affirming something that is almost taken as a postulate. Having just examined the causes and mechanism of this case of hysteria, I must now consider how precisely the hysterical symptom was determined. Why was the patient's mental suffering represented by leg pain and not by pain in any other area? The circumstances suggest that this somatic pain was not created by the neurosis but merely used, intensified, and sustained by it. I can immediately add that I found a similar state of affairs in nearly all cases of hysterical pain that I have been able to understand. There was always, at the outset, genuine pain with an organic basis. It seems that the most common and widespread human pains are the ones most frequently chosen to play a role in hysteria. In particular, the periosteal and neuralgic pains accompanying dental diseases, headaches from various sources, and, not infrequently, rheumatic muscular pains which often go unrecognized. Likewise, I attribute an organic basis to Elisabeth's first bout of pain, which occurred much earlier when she was still caring for her father. I obtained no results when I tried to discover a psychic cause for it, and I am inclined, I must admit, to assign a differential diagnostic power to my method of eliciting hidden memories, provided it is used with care. That pain, which was rheumatic in origin, then became a mnemonic symbol of the patient's painful psychic excitations, and this happened, as far as I can see, for more than one reason. The first, and without doubt the most important, was that the pain was present in Elisabeth's body around the same time as the psychic excitations. Secondly, it was or could be connected in many ways to the ideas she had at the time. In fact, the pain may have been a consequence, albeit remote, of the period during which she had cared for the sick, marked by lack of exercise and poor nutrition due to her nursing duties. But the girl had no clear awareness of this. More importance must probably be given to the fact that she felt the pain at significant moments during that time, such as when she jumped out of bed into the winter cold in response to her father's calls. But what must have had a positively decisive influence on the course of the conversion was another line of associative connection. The fact that, for several consecutive days, one of her aching legs came into contact with her father's swollen leg while bandages were being changed. The area on the right leg that was marked by this contact became, from then on, the focus of her pain and the point from which it radiated. It formed an artificial hysterogenic zone whose origin, in this case, could be clearly observed. If anyone is surprised by this associative connection between physical pain and psychic effect because it seems so multifaceted and artificial, I must respond that such surprise is no more justified than being surprised that the rich have more money. In fact, when such numerous connections do not exist, a hysterical symptom does not form, because conversion finds no open path for itself. And I can state that, in terms of its determination, Elisabeth's example was among the simplest. I have had to untangle far more intricate threads, especially in the case of Frau Cassely. In the clinical report, I already discussed how the patient's astasia beige developed from this pain, after a specific path had been opened for conversion. In that section, however, I also expressed the view that the patient had created or intensified her functional disturbance through symbolization, that she found in astasia beige a somatic expression of her lack of an independent position and her inability to make any change in her life circumstances. Expressions like unable to take a single step forward and having nothing to lean on served as bridges for this new act of conversion. I will try to support this view through other examples. Conversion based on simultaneity, when there is also an associative connection, seems to require the least hysterical predisposition. Symbolic conversion, on the other hand, appears to require a higher degree of hysterical modification. This could be observed in Elisabeth's case, but only in the final stage of her hysteria. The best examples of symbolization I have seen occurred in Cassely, whose case I could describe as the most severe and instructive I have ever encountered. I have already explained that a detailed report of her illness is unfortunately impossible. Among other things, Cassely suffered from an extremely violent facial neuralgia, which erupted suddenly 2 or 3 times a year, lasted 5 to 10 days, resisted every kind of treatment, and ceased abruptly. It was limited to the second and third branches of the trigeminal nerve, and since there was undoubtedly an abnormal excretion of urates and a not clearly defined acute rheumatism played a role in the patient's history, the diagnosis of gouty neuralgia was quite plausible. This diagnosis was confirmed by various doctors called in during each episode. The standard treatment for such cases was prescribed: electric brush, alkaline water, and purgatives. But each time, the neuralgia remained unchanged until it was replaced by another symptom. At an earlier stage in her life, the neuralgia was 15 years old at the time. The patient's teeth had been blamed for the problem. They were sentenced to extraction, and one fine day, under anesthesia, 7 of the guilty ones were executed. The task wasn't easy. The teeth were so firmly embedded that the roots of most had to be left behind. This cruel operation had no effect, neither temporary nor permanent. At that time, the neuralgia raged on for months. Even during my treatment, the dentist was summoned at every new outbreak. On all such occasions, he diagnosed diseased roots and began working on them, but generally had to stop soon after, since the neuralgia abruptly ceased and the dentist's services were no longer needed. Between attacks, the patient had no tooth pain. One day, when an attack was raging furiously again, the patient requested hypnotic treatment. I sternly forbade her from feeling pain, and from that moment on, the pain stopped. I then began to doubt the authenticity of the neuralgia. About a year after this successful hypnotic treatment, Cassely's illness took a new and surprising form. She suddenly began exhibiting pathological states that differed from those of recent years. But after some reflection, the patient stated that she had experienced all of them on various occasions during her long illness, which dated back 30 years. A truly astonishing abundance of hysterical attacks emerged, and the patient could assign each one a precise place in her past. Soon, it was also possible to trace the often complex chains of thought that determine the sequence of these attacks. They seemed like a series of scenes with explanatory captions. Petrie's must have had something similar in mind when he presented his descriptions of what he called. It was remarkable to observe how a hysterical attack of this kind, rooted in the past, was reproduced. First, while the patient was in perfectly good health, a psychological state with a specific coloring would arise, one that she systematically misinterpreted and attributed to some ordinary event of the previous hours. Then, accompanied by a growing clouding of consciousness, the hysterical symptoms would appear: hallucinations, pain, spasms, and long declamatory speeches. Finally, These symptoms were followed by the emergence, in hallucinatory form, of a past experience which made it possible to understand her initial mood and what had determined the symptoms of her current attack. With this final part of the episode, she regained her mental clarity. Her problems vanished as if by magic, and she felt well again, until the next attack, half a day later. I was usually summoned at the climax of the attack, induced a state of hypnosis, evoked the reproduction of the traumatic experience, and hastened the end of the episode by artificial means. Since I witnessed several hundred of these cycles with the patient, I obtained the most instructive insights into the way hysterical symptoms are determined. In fact, it was the study of this remarkable case, together with Brewer, that directly led to the publication of our preliminary communication, which serves as the introduction to the present volume. At this stage of the work, we finally arrived at the reproduction of her facial neuralgia, which I myself had treated on the occasions it appeared in current attacks. I was curious to find out whether the neuralgia would also prove to have a psychic cause. When I began to evoke the traumatic scene, the patient found herself back in a period of great mental irritability toward her husband. She described a conversation she had had with him and a remark he made that she felt to be a harsh insult. Suddenly, she raised her hand to her face, let out a loud cry of pain, and exclaimed, "It was like a slap in the face." With that, both the pain and the attack ceased. There is no doubt that what had occurred was a symbolization. She felt as though she had actually been slapped. Everyone will immediately ask how the sensation of a slap in the face came to take on the external form of trigeminal neuralgia, why it was restricted to the second and third branches, and why it worsened when the patient opened her mouth and chewed, although, incidentally, not when she spoke. The next day, the neuralgia returned. But this time it was dispelled by the narration of another scene, whose content was, again, a supposed insult. Things continued like this for 9 days. It seemed that, for years, insults, especially those expressed verbally, had, through symbolization, triggered new attacks of her facial neuralgia. But in the end, she traced her way back to her first episode of neuralgia, more than 15 years earlier. There had been no symbolization there, but a conversion through simultaneity. She had seen a distressing image, accompanied by feelings of self-reproach, and this forced her to reject another group of thoughts. Thus, it was a case of conflict and defense. The genesis of the neuralgia at that moment could only be explained by the assumption that she was suffering at the time from mild toothaches or facial pain. And this was not unlikely, as she was then in the early months of her first pregnancy. Hence, the explanation was that this neuralgia had come to indicate a specific psychic excitation by the usual method of conversion, but that it could later be triggered by associative reverberations from her mental life or through symbolic conversion. Strictly speaking, the same pattern we encountered with Elisabeth. I will provide a second example that demonstrates the action of symbolization under different conditions. At a certain point, Castley was struck by a violent pain in her right heel, a stabbing pain at every step that made walking impossible. The analysis took us back to a time when the patient was at a sanatorium abroad. She had been bedridden for a week and was about to be escorted to the common dining room for the first time by the resident physician. The pain appeared the moment she took his arm to leave the room with him and disappeared during the reproduction of the scene. When the patient told me that at the time she had been afraid of not matching strides with these strangers. At first, this seems like a surprising and even comical example of the genesis of hysterical symptoms through symbolization by means of a verbal expression. A closer examination of the situation, however, suggests a different interpretation. At the time, the patient had been suffering from generalized pain in her feet, and it was because of this that she had remained confined to bed for so long. All that could be argued in favor of symbolization was that the fear dominating the patient when taking her first steps selected, among all the pains afflicting her at the time, the one that was symbolically appropriate, the pain in her right heel. It was transformed into a psychic pain, impressed with spatial persistence. In these examples, the mechanism of symbolization seems relegated to a secondary role, as is undoubtedly the general rule. But I have other examples that seem to demonstrate the genesis of hysterical symptoms solely through symbolization. The following example is one of the best and concerns Castley. When she was 15 years old, she lay in bed under the watchful eye of her strict grandmother. The girl suddenly let out a cry, having felt a sharp pain in her forehead between the eyes, which lasted for weeks. During the analysis of this pain, described nearly 30 years later, she told me that her grandmother had given her such a piercing look that it went straight to her brain. She had been afraid the old woman was eyeing her with suspicion. When she told me this, she burst into a loud laugh, and the pain once again disappeared. In this case, I can discern nothing other than the mechanism of symbolization, which lies halfway between autosuggestion and conversion. My observation of Cassily gave me the opportunity to compile a systematic collection of such symbolizations. An entire group of physical sensations that are normally considered to be caused by organic factors were, in her case, of psychic origin, or at least held great psychic significance. A specific series of her experiences was accompanied by a stabbing sensation in the heart region, meaning stabbed in the heart. The pain, which occurs in hysteria, of having nails driven into the head had, in her case, to be explained as a pain related to thought. Pains of this kind were always dispelled as soon as the underlying issues were clarified. Along with the sensation of a hysterical aura in the throat, when it followed an insult, there was the idea of having to swallow it. The patient exhibited a vast array of sensations and ideas running parallel to each other. Sometimes the sensation evoked the idea that explained it, other times the idea created the sensation through symbolization, and it was often necessary to leave open the question of which of the two elements had come first. I observed no other patient making such extensive use of symbolization. It is true that Cassily was a woman of rather unusual talents, particularly artistic ones, and her highly developed sense of form was revealed in some of her poems of great perfection. I believe, however, that when a hysteric creates a somatic expression for an emotionally charged idea through symbolization, it depends far less than one might assume on personal or voluntary factors. When taking a verbal expression literally and feeling a stab in the heart or a slap in the face after a disparaging comment experienced as a real event, the hysteric is not playing loosely with language, but simply re-experiencing the sensations to which the verbal expression originally owed its validity. How could we refer to someone being insulted as stabbed in the heart, unless the insult had indeed been accompanied by a precordial sensation that could properly be described by that expression and identified by that sensation? What could be more likely than the idea that the figure of speech, to swallow something, which we use when referring to an insult that goes unanswered, actually originated from the innervation sensations that arise in the pharynx when we refrain from speaking and suppress the impulse to respond? All these sensations and innervations belong to the domain of the expression of emotions, which, as Darwin taught us, consists of actions that originally had meaning and served a purpose. For the most part, these actions may have weakened so much that their expression in words seems merely figurative to us, whereas, in all probability, that expression was once taken literally. And hysteria is justified in restoring the original meaning of words by portraying its unusually intense innervations. Indeed, it may be incorrect to say that hysteria creates these sensations through symbolization. It is possible that it does not take the use of language as its model at all, but that both hysteria and language draw their material from a common source. The Psychotherapy of Hysteria. In our preliminary communication, we reported how, in the course of our research into the etiology of hysterical symptoms, we also came upon a therapeutic method that seemed to us of practical importance. For we found, at first to our surprise, that each individual hysterical symptom disappeared, immediately and permanently, when we succeeded in clearly bringing to light the memory of the event that had provoked it, arousing the effect that accompanied it, and when the patient described this event with as much detail as possible and translated the effect into words. We also attempted to explain the way our psychotherapeutic method works. It puts an end to the active force of the mental representation that was not abreacted at the time, by allowing its repressed effect to find an outlet through speech, and subjects this representation to associative correction by introducing it into normal consciousness, under light hypnosis, or by eliminating it through the physician's suggestion, as is done in somnambulism accompanied by amnesia. I will now attempt to offer a coherent account of how far this method can take us, the ways in which it achieves more than other methods, the technique by which it functions, and the difficulties it encounters. Much of the substance of this is already contained in the case histories found in the earlier part of this book. For my part, I can also affirm that I still stand by what is contained in the preliminary communication. Nonetheless, I must confess that, in the years since then, new perspectives have forced themselves upon my mind. These have led to what is, at least in part, a new grouping and interpretation of the factual material I was already familiar with at the time. It would be unfair to attempt to attribute too much responsibility for this transformation to my esteemed friend Brewer. For this reason, the following considerations are formulated primarily in my name. When I attempted to apply Brewer's method, treating hysterical symptoms by investigating and abreacting them under hypnosis, to a relatively large number of patients, I encountered two difficulties, and in dealing with them, I was led to modify both my technique and my understanding of the facts. I found that not all individuals who exhibited unmistakable hysterical symptoms, and who were, in all probability, governed by the same psychic mechanism, could be hypnotized. I was thus forced to take a position on the question of what, in the end, essentially characterizes hysteria and distinguishes it from other neuroses. I will leave for later my account of how I overcame the first of these two difficulties and what I learned from it, and I will begin by describing the stance I adopted in my daily practice regarding the second issue. It is very difficult to obtain a clear view of a neurosis case before having submitted it to a thorough analysis, which can only be carried out through Brewer's method. But the decision regarding the diagnosis and form of therapy to be used must be made before one has gained such detailed knowledge of the case. The only path open to me was to select for cathartic treatment those cases that could be provisionally diagnosed as hysteria, those that displayed one or more of the characteristic stigmata or symptoms of hysteria. It happened, then, on some occasions that despite the diagnosis of hysteria, the therapeutic results were very minimal, and even analysis revealed nothing significant. On other occasions, I attempted to apply Brewer's treatment method to cases of neurosis that no one would confuse with hysteria, and I found that they could be influenced and clarified. I had this experience with obsessive ideas, genuine obsessive ideas, of the Westphal type, in cases that bore not a single trait reminiscent of hysteria. Consequently, the psychic mechanism revealed by the preliminary communication could not be pathognomonic of hysteria, nor could I decide, merely to preserve that mechanism as a criterion, to include all such neuroses within the category of hysteria. I ended up finding a way out of all these doubts through the plan of treating all other relevant neuroses in the same way as hysteria. I resolved to investigate their etiology and the nature of their psychic mechanisms in each case, and to let the results of that investigation determine whether the diagnosis of hysteria was justified. Thus, beginning with Brewer's method, I found myself drawn into considerations about the etiology and mechanism of neuroses in general. I was fortunate enough to reach some useful results in a relatively short time. First of all, I was forced to recognize that, insofar as we can speak of determining causes that lead to the acquisition of neuroses, their etiology must be sought in sexual factors. This was followed by the discovery that different sexual factors, in the broadest sense, produce different patterns of neurotic disorders. It then became possible, insofar as this relationship was confirmed, to take the risk of using etiology as a basis for characterizing the neuroses and for making a clear distinction between the clinical patterns of the various neuroses. When the etiological characteristics systematically coincided with the clinical ones, this was naturally justifiable. In this way, I found that neurasthenia presented a monotonous clinical picture in which, as my analyses demonstrated, no role was played by any psychic mechanism. There was a clear distinction between neurasthenia and obsessive neurosis, the neurosis of proper obsessive ideas. In the latter, I was able to recognize a complex psychic mechanism, an etiology similar to that of hysteria, and a wide possibility of reducing it through psychotherapy. On the other hand, it seemed absolutely necessary to separate from neurasthenia a complex of neurotic symptoms that depend on an entirely different, and in fact, opposite, etiology. The symptoms that form this complex are linked by a feature already recognized by Hecker, for they are symptoms or equivalents and rudiments of anxiety manifestations. I maintained that this neurosis arises from an accumulation of physical tension, which is itself of sexual origin. This neurosis also has no psychic mechanism, but invariably influences mental life, so that anxious expectation, phobias, hypersensitivity to pain, etc., are among its regular manifestations. This anxiety neurosis, in the sense in which I use the term, no doubt overlaps in part with the neuroses that, under the name of hypochondria, are included in many descriptions alongside hysteria and neurasthenia. But I cannot regard the delineation of hypochondria in any of those works as correct, and the applicability of its name seems to me compromised by the fixed association of the term with the symptom of fear of illness. Having thus delineated the simple clinical pictures of neurasthenia, anxiety neurosis, and obsessive ideas, I turn to consider the cases of neurosis commonly included under the diagnosis of hysteria. I reflected that it was not right to label a neurosis in its entirety as hysterical simply because a few hysterical symptoms held a prominent place in its symptom complex. It was easy to understand this practice since, after all, hysteria is the oldest, best-known, and most striking of the neuroses under consideration. But it was an abuse, for it burdened hysteria with many features of perversion and degeneration. Whenever a hysterical symptom, such as an anesthesia or a characteristic attack, was observed in a complicated case of psychic degeneration, the entire condition was described as hysteria, so it is not surprising that the worst and most contradictory things were gathered under that label. But just as it was clear that this diagnosis was incorrect, it was equally clear that we should separate the various neuroses, and now that we were familiar with neurasthenia and anxiety neurosis in their pure forms, there was no longer any need to disregard them in the broader picture. The following perspective seemed most likely. The neuroses that commonly occur must be classified, for the most part, as mixed. Neurasthenia and anxiety neuroses are often found in pure forms, especially in young people. Pure forms of hysteria and obsessive neurosis are rare. In general, these two neuroses are combined with anxiety neurosis. The reason mixed neuroses occur so frequently is that their etiological factors are often interwoven, sometimes by chance, other times as a result of causal relationships among the processes from which the etiological factors of neuroses derive. There is no difficulty in discovering this and demonstrating it in detail. As for hysteria, it turns out that this disorder could hardly be segregated, for study purposes, from the continuum of sexual neuroses, where it usually represents only an isolated side or one aspect of a complicated case of neuroses. It is only in marginal cases that it can be found and treated in isolation. I will now examine the clinical cases reported here to see whether they support my opinion that hysteria is not an independent clinical entity. Brewer's patient, Anna O., seems to contradict my opinion and be an example of pure hysteria. This case, however, though so helpful for our understanding of hysteria, was by no means considered by its observer from the perspective of a sexual neurosis and is now entirely useless for that purpose. When I began analyzing the second patient, Emmy von N., the expectation that the basis of hysteria might be a sexual neurosis was far from my mind. I had just come out of Charcot's school and regarded the link between hysteria and sexuality as a kind of insult, just as the patients themselves do. When I examine my notes on this case today, it seems to me there is no doubt that it should be seen as a serious case of anxiety neurosis accompanied by anxious expectation and phobias, an anxiety neurosis that originated from sexual abstinence and was combined with hysteria. Case 3, Miss Lucy, may perhaps be more conveniently defined as a marginal case of pure hysteria. It was a brief hysteria that followed an episodic course and had an unmistakable sexual etiology of the type that would correspond to an anxiety neurosis. The patient was a fully mature young woman who needed to be loved and whose affections had been hastily aroused due to a misunderstanding. The anxiety neurosis was not visible or escaped my notice. Case 4, Katerina, was nothing other than a model of what I classified as virginal anxiety. It was a combination of anxiety neurosis and hysteria. The first created the symptoms, while the second repeated them and used them to act. Incidentally, it was a typical case of the large number of neuroses in young people that are classified as hysteria. Case 5, Elisa von R., was also not investigated as a sexual neurosis. I could only express, without confirming it, the suspicion that a spinal neurasthenia may have constituted its foundation. I must add that in the meantime, pure hysteria has become even rarer in my experience. If I was able to gather these 4 cases as cases of hysteria and, in reporting them, could disregard the perspectives that are important in terms of sexual neuroses, the reason is that these case histories date back to a distant time, when I had not yet subjected such cases to a deliberate and thorough investigation of their sexual neurotic basis. And if, instead of these 4, I did not report 12 cases whose analysis offers confirmation of the psychic mechanism of hysterical phenomena proposed by us, this reluctance was due to the very fact that the analysis revealed these cases to be, simultaneously, sexual neuroses, even though no diagnostician would have refused them the label of hysteria. But the elucidation of these sexual neuroses would go beyond the scope of this joint publication. I would not want it to be mistakenly thought that I do not wish to admit that hysteria is an independent neurotic condition, or that I consider it merely a psychic manifestation of anxiety neurosis, attributing to it only the ideological symptoms while transferring the somatic symptoms, hysterogenic points and anesthesias, to anxiety neurosis. None of that. In my view, it is entirely possible to deal with hysteria, free of any mixture, as something independent, and to do so in every respect, except therapeutically, for in that field we are oriented toward a practical aim, the removal of the pathological state as a whole. And if, generally, hysteria appears as a component of a mixed neurosis, that situation resembles one in which a mixed infection is present, and where the preservation of life creates a problem that does not coincide with the task of combating a specific pathogenic agent. It is very important for me to distinguish the role played by hysteria within the framework of mixed neuroses from the roles played by neurasthenia, anxiety neurosis, and so forth. Once this distinction is made, I can succinctly express the therapeutic value of the cathartic method. And this is because I am inclined to risk the statement that this method is, in theoretical terms, perfectly capable of eliminating any hysterical symptom, whereas, as will be easily understood, it is entirely powerless against the phenomena of neurasthenia and only rarely and indirectly capable of influencing the psychic effects of anxiety neurosis. Its therapeutic effectiveness in any specific case will therefore depend on whether the hysterical components of the clinical picture assume a position of practical importance in comparison to the other neurotic components. There is yet another obstacle to the effectiveness of the cathartic method, which we already indicated in the preliminary communication. It cannot affect the underlying causes of hysteria. Thus, it cannot prevent new symptoms from replacing those that were eliminated. Broadly speaking, I claim a prominent place for our therapeutic method when employed within the context of a therapy of neuroses, but I would like to caution against any evaluation of its value or application outside that context. However, since I cannot offer here a full therapy of neuroses, what I have just said amounts to postponing my view on the matter for a possible future publication. I do not claim to have actually eliminated all the hysterical symptoms that I set out to influence by the cathartic method, but I am of the opinion that the obstacles lay in the patient's personal circumstances and not in any theoretical issue. I feel justified in disregarding these unsuccessful cases in forming a judgment on the matter, just as a surgeon dismisses deaths under anesthesia due to postoperative hemorrhage or accidental sepsis when evaluating a new surgical technique. When I come to address the difficulties and defects of the process, I will return to a consideration of the failures arising from this source. The cathartic method should not be considered worthless simply because it is symptomatic rather than causal. For strictly speaking, causal therapy is generally a prophylactic therapy. It puts an end to the further effects of the harmful agent, but does not necessarily eliminate the results already caused by that agent. As a rule, a second phase of treatment is needed to accomplish that second task, and in cases of hysteria, the cathartic method is of inestimable value for this purpose. Once a phase of hysterical production, or an acute hysterical paroxysm has passed, and all that remains are hysterical symptoms in the form of residual phenomena, the cathartic method is sufficient for all indications and promotes complete and permanent successes. Such a favorable therapeutic picture is not infrequently encountered precisely in the sphere of sexual life, thanks to the wide fluctuations in the intensity of sexual needs and the complications of the conditions necessary to provoke a sexual trauma. Here, the cathartic method accomplishes everything that can be expected of it, for no physician can assume the task of altering a constitution, such as the hysterical one. He must content himself with eliminating the problems to which such a constitution is prone and which may arise from it in conjunction with external circumstances. He should feel satisfied if the patient recovers their capacity for work. Furthermore, he need not be discouraged about the future when considering the possibility of a relapse. He is aware of the primary aspect of the etiology of neuroses, that their genesis is generally overdetermined, that multiple factors must come together to produce such a result, and he may hope that this convergence will not recur all at once, even if some individual etiological factors remain active. One might object that, in cases of hysteria such as these, where the illness has already run its course, the residual symptoms would, in any case, disappear spontaneously. One could reply that such a spontaneous cure is often neither rapid nor complete enough, and that it can be extraordinarily assisted by our therapeutic intervention. We may leave open the question of whether, by means of cathartic therapy, we cure only what would have spontaneously resolved anyway, or, at times, also what would not have dissipated on its own. When we are faced with an acute case of hysteria, one that is undergoing the most active period of symptom production, in which the ego is constantly overpowered by the products of the illness during a hysterical psychosis, even the cathartic method will bring about few changes in the emergence and progression of the disorder. In such circumstances, we find ourselves, with respect to neurosis, in the same position as a physician confronted with an acute infectious disease. The etiological factors have already done their work at a time that has passed and lies beyond the reach of any influence, and now, after the incubation period, they have become manifest. The illness cannot be suddenly interrupted. We must wait for it to run its course and, in the meantime, make the patient's situation as favorable as possible. When, during such an acute period, we eliminate the products of the illness, the newly generated hysterical symptoms, we must also be prepared to discover that those eliminated will quickly be replaced by others. The physician will not be spared the disheartening feeling of being faced with a Sisyphean task. The immense effort involved and the dissatisfaction of the patient's family, who are unfamiliar with the inevitable duration of an acute neurosis as compared to the analogous case of an acute infectious illness. In general, these and other difficulties will make a systematic application of the cathartic method impossible. Nonetheless, the question of whether it is true or not that, even in acute hysteria, the regular elucidation of the products of the illness exerts a healing influence, by supporting the patient's normal ego, which is engaged in the work of defense, and by preventing it from being overwhelmed and falling into psychosis, or even into a permanent state of confusion, remains a subject for serious reflection. What the cathartic method is capable of achieving, even in acute hysteria, and how it can even limit the further production of pathological symptoms in a practically significant way, is clearly demonstrated by the clinical case of Anna O., from which Brewer originally learned to employ such a psychotherapeutic process. When it comes to hysterias that follow a chronic course, accompanied by a moderate but constant production of hysterical symptoms, we find the strongest reasons to lament our lack of a therapy with causal effectiveness, but also the greatest grounds for appreciating the value of the cathartic process as a symptomatic treatment. In such cases, we are dealing with the damage produced by an etiology that persists chronically. Everything depends on reinforcing the resistance of the patient's nervous system, and we must remember that the existence of a hysterical symptom signifies a reduction in that resistance and represents a predisposing factor for further hysteria. As can be seen from the mechanism of monosymptomatic hysteria, the easiest way for a new hysterical symptom to form is in relation to, and in analogy with, one already present. The point at which a symptom has already erupted once becomes a weak spot where it will erupt again the next time. A psychic group that has already been expelled once will play the role of the seed crystal that provokes crystallization with the greatest ease, crystallization that would not otherwise have occurred. Eliminating present symptoms and undoing the psychic alterations underlying them is to restore the patient's full resistance, so that they may successfully endure the effects of harmful agents. Much can be done for such patients through prolonged supervision and occasional chimney sweeping. I am left to address the apparent contradiction between admitting that not all hysterical symptoms are psychogenic and claiming that all of them can be eliminated through a psychotherapeutic process. The solution lies in the fact that some of these non-psychogenic symptoms, stigmas for example, are signs of illness but cannot be classified as illnesses themselves, and consequently it is of no practical importance if they persist after the successful treatment of the illness. As for other such symptoms, it seems that, somehow indirectly, they are eliminated together with the psychogenic symptoms, just as they are, in some indirect way, dependent on psychic causation. I must now consider the difficulties and disadvantages of our therapeutic process, insofar as they are not already obvious to everyone from the clinical cases presented earlier or from the observations on the technique of the method that follow later. I will mainly list and point out these difficulties, without going into detail about them. The process is laborious and demands a great deal of the physician's time. It presupposes not only a strong interest in psychological events, but also a personal interest in the patients. I cannot imagine myself probing the psychic mechanism of the hysteria of someone who strikes me as vulgar and repellent and who, upon closer acquaintance, fails to awaken any sense of human solidarity. Whereas I can certainly continue treating a Tibetic or rheumatic patient regardless of such personal approval. The demands made on the patient are no less considerable. The process is by no means applicable below a certain level of intelligence and is severely hindered by any sign of mental weakness. The patient's full agreement and attention are required, but above all, one must count on their trust, since the analysis inevitably leads to the revelation of the most intimate and secret psychic events. A large number of patients who would otherwise be suited to this form of treatment abandoned the method as soon as they began to suspect the direction in which the investigation was heading. To such patients, the physician remains a stranger. With others, who decide to place themselves in his hands and entrust him with their confidence, a step that, in similar situations, is only taken voluntarily and never at the doctor's request, it is almost inevitable that their personal relationship with him will, at least temporarily, assume an undue prominence. In fact, it seems that such influence on the part of the physician is a sine qua non condition for solving the problem. I do not think there is any essential difference in whether the hypothesis can be openly used or whether it must be sidestepped and replaced by something else. But reason compels us to emphasize that these obstacles, though inseparable from our method, cannot be attributed to it alone. On the contrary, it is quite clear that they are rooted in the predisposing conditions of the neuroses to be treated and must be associated with any medical activity that involves an intense focus on the patient and aims to produce a psychic modification. I could not attribute any harmful effect or danger to the use of hypnosis, although I employed it extensively in some of my cases. In situations where I caused any harm, the reasons were different and deeper. Reviewing my therapeutic efforts in recent years, since the communications made by my esteemed teacher and friend Brewer showed me the usefulness of the cathartic method, I believe that, despite everything, I have done much more good than harm, and have achieved things that no other therapeutic process could have accomplished. Overall, as stated in the preliminary communication, it brought considerable therapeutic advantages. There is another advantage in the use of this process that I must emphasize. I know of no better way to begin understanding a severe case of complicated neurosis, with greater or lesser elements of hysteria, than by subjecting it to an analysis through Brewer's method. The first result is the disappearance of anything that exhibits a hysterical mechanism. Meanwhile, during the course of analysis, I have learned to interpret the residual phenomena and to trace their etiology, thereby securing a solid foundation for deciding which weapon from the therapeutic arsenal against neuroses is appropriate for the case in question. Reflecting on the difference I usually find between my judgment of a neurotic case before and after analysis, I feel almost inclined to consider analysis essential to the understanding of a neurotic illness. Moreover, I have adopted the habit of combining cathartic psychotherapy with a rest cure, which can, if necessary, be extended to a full dietary treatment in the manner of Mitchell. This gives me the advantage of being able, on the one hand, to avoid the disturbing introduction of new psychic impressions during psychotherapy, and on the other, to eliminate the boredom of a rest cure, during which patients often fall into the habit of indulging in harmful daydreams. One might expect that the psychic work, often very intense, imposed on patients during a cathartic treatment, as well as the excitations resulting from the reproduction of traumatic experiences, would run counter to the intentions of Mitchell's rest cure method and undermine the improvements we are accustomed to seeing it bring. But the opposite turns out to be true. A combination of Brewer's and Mitchell's methods produces all the physical improvements expected from the latter, in addition to having a psychic influence of great scope, which never results from a rest cure without psychotherapy. Let me now return to my earlier observation that, in my attempts to apply Brewer's method more broadly, I encountered the difficulty that many patients could not be hypnotized, even though their diagnosis was hysteria and it seemed likely that the psychic mechanism we described was active in them. I needed hypnosis to expand their memory in order to discover the pathogenic memories that were not available in their ordinary state of consciousness. Thus, I was forced to either abandon the idea of treating such patients or to strive to achieve this memory expansion by other means. I was as unable as anyone else to explain why one person can be hypnotized and another cannot, and thus could not adopt a random approach to this difficulty. However, I noticed that in some patients, the obstacle was even more deeply rooted. They refused even to allow any attempt at hypnosis. It then occurred to me one day that the two cases might be identical and that both might signify an unwillingness. That the people who could not be hypnotized were those who had a psychic objection to hypnosis, whether this objection was expressed as reluctance or not. Whether I can maintain this view is still unclear to me. The problem, however, was how to bypass hypnosis and still obtain the pathogenic memories. I succeeded in doing so in the following manner. When, during our first interview, I asked my patients if they remembered what had originally caused the symptom in question. In some cases, they said they knew nothing about it, while in others they brought up something they described as a vague memory and could not proceed further. When following Bernheim's example, who elicited impressions from his patients during a somnambulistic state that had apparently been forgotten, I became insistent, assuring them that they did in fact know and that it would come to mind. Then in the first cases something indeed came to them, and in the others the memory advanced a bit more. After that, I became even more insistent. I told the patients to lie down and deliberately close their eyes in order to concentrate, an instruction that had at least some resemblance to hypnosis. I then found that, without any hypnosis, new memories emerged that went even further back in time and were likely related to our subject. Experiences like these made me think that it might in fact be possible to bring to light, through mere insistence, the pathogenic groups of representations that, after all, must still be present. And since this insistence required effort on my part and thus suggested the idea that I was overcoming a resistance, the situation immediately led me to the theory that, through my psychic work, I had to overcome a psychic force in the patients that resisted allowing the pathogenic representations to become conscious, to be remembered. A new understanding seemed to open before my eyes when it occurred to me that this must surely be the same psychic force that had played a role in the generation of the hysterical symptom and had, at the time, prevented the pathogenic representation from becoming conscious. What kind of force could be assumed to be at work there, and what motive might have put it into action? I was able to form an opinion on this easily, since I already had some completed analyses in which I had come to know examples of representations that were pathogenic and had been forgotten and expelled from consciousness. From these examples, I recognized a universal characteristic of such representations. They were all of an afflictive nature, capable of arousing affects of shame, self-reproach, and psychic pain, along with a sense of having been wronged. They were all of a kind that one would prefer not to have experienced and would rather forget. From all of this emerged, almost automatically, the idea of defense. Indeed, psychologists generally admit that the acceptance of a new representation, acceptance in the sense of believing or recognizing it as real, depends on the nature and tendency of the representations already present in the ego, and they have invented special technical terms for this process of censorship to which the new representation must be subjected. The patient's ego would have been approached by a representation that proved incompatible, which triggered a repelling force from the ego aimed at defending itself from the incompatible representation. That defense would have been successful. The representation in question was forced out of consciousness and memory. Its psychic trace appeared to be lost from view. Nevertheless, that trace must still be there. When I attempted to direct the patient's attention to it, I encountered, in the form of resistance, the same force that had manifested as repulsion when the symptom was originally produced. Now, if I could make it seem likely that the representation became pathogenic precisely because of its expulsion and repression, the chain would seem complete. In several discussions of our clinical cases, and in a short paper on the Neuro-Psychoses of Defence, I attempted to outline the psychological hypotheses with which this causal link, the fact of conversion, can be demonstrated. Thus, a psychic force, an aversion on the part of the ego, would have originally pushed the pathogenic representation out of association and now opposed its return to memory. The hysterical patient's not knowing would, in fact, be a not wanting to know, a refusal that could be more or less conscious. The therapist's task, then, is to overcome, through his psychic work, this resistance to association. He does so, at first, by insisting, using psychic compulsion to direct the patient's attention to the representational traces he is seeking. His efforts, however, do not stop there but, as I will show, take other forms in the course of the analysis and draw upon other psychic forces to support them. I must elaborate a bit more on the matter of insistence. Simple statements like, "Of course you know," "Tell me anyway," or "You'll soon remember," do not take us very far. Even with patients in a state of concentration, the thread breaks off after a few sentences. One must not forget, however, that this always concerns a quantitative comparison, a struggle between motivational forces of different strengths or intensities. The insistence of a physician who is unfamiliar with what is going on is not powerful enough to deal with the resistance to association in severe cases of hysteria. We must think of more vigorous means. In these circumstances, I first resort to a small technical device. I inform the patient that, in a moment, I will apply pressure to their forehead, and I assure them that while the pressure lasts, they will see a memory before them in the form of an image, or it will come to their mind as an idea, and I earnestly ask them to communicate that image or idea to me, whatever it may be. They must not keep it to themselves, even if they think it's not what is being sought, or not the right thing, nor if it's too unpleasant to share. There must be no criticism, no hesitation, whether for emotional reasons or because they consider it unimportant. Only then can we find what we are looking for, but in this way, we will infallibly find it. After saying this, I press the forehead of the patient lying before me for a few seconds. Then I release the pressure and calmly ask, as if there were no possibility of disappointment, "What did you see, or what came to you?" This method has taught me a great deal and has never failed to achieve its purpose. Today, I can no longer do without it. Naturally, I'm aware that the pressure on the forehead could be replaced by any other signal or some other physical influence exerted on the patient. But since the patient is lying in front of me, pressing the forehead or holding the head between my hands seems to be the most convenient way to use suggestion for the goal I have in mind. One might say, in explaining the effectiveness of this device, that it corresponds to a momentarily intensified hypnosis. But the mechanism of hypnosis is so enigmatic to me that I prefer not to use it as an explanation. I believe the advantage of the process lies in the fact that it diverts the patient's attention from conscious searching and reflection, from anything, in short, where they might employ their will, just as is done when one stares fixedly at a crystal ball, and so on. The conclusion I draw from the fact that what I'm looking for always appears under the pressure of my hand is this. The apparently forgotten pathogenic representation is always at hand and can be accessed through easily reachable associations. It's simply a matter of removing some obstacle in the way. This obstacle seems once again to be the subject's will, and different people can learn, with varying degrees of ease, to rid themselves of intentional thinking and adopt a completely objective attitude toward the psychic processes occurring within them. What emerges under the pressure of my hand is not always a forgotten memory. Only in the rarest cases are the actual pathogenic memories so easily available at the surface. Much more frequently, What arises is a representation that is an intermediate link in the chain of associations between the representation we began with and the pathogenic one we are seeking. Or it may be a representation that constitutes the starting point of a new series of thoughts and memories, at the end of which the pathogenic representation will be found. It's true that when this happens, my pressure does not reveal the pathogenic representation, which, in any case, would be incomprehensible if taken out of context and not led up to, but instead shows the path toward it and indicates the direction in which further inquiry should proceed. The representation initially evoked by the pressure in such cases may be a familiar memory that was never repressed. When, in our path toward the pathogenic representation, the thread is once again broken, a simple repetition of the process, the pressure, gives us new directions and a new starting point. Still in other instances, the hand pressure evokes a memory that is familiar to the patient, but whose emergence surprises them because they had forgotten its connection to the representation we started from. That connection is then confirmed in the subsequent development of the analysis. All these consequences of the pressure give us an illusory impression of a higher intelligence outside the patient's consciousness, which maintains a large body of psychic material organized for specific purposes and has determined a planned order for its return to consciousness. I suspect, however, that this second unconscious intelligence is nothing more than an appearance. In any more or less complicated analysis, the work is carried out by repeated, in fact continuous, use of this method of forehead pressure. Sometimes, starting from where the patient's waking recollection ends, this procedure indicates the further path to follow through the memories of which the patient remained conscious. Sometimes it draws attention to forgotten connections. Other times it evokes and organizes memories that have been withdrawn from associations for many years, but which can still be recognized as memories. And sometimes, as the height of its achievement in terms of reproductive thought, it brings forth thoughts the patient never recognizes as their own, never recalls, though they admit the context inexorably demands them and become convinced that these are precisely the ideas that lead to the conclusion of the analysis and the elimination of their symptoms. I shall try to list a few examples of the excellent results obtained through this technical procedure. I treated a young woman who suffered from an intolerable nervous cough that had persisted for 6 years. Her cough obviously fed off ordinary phlegm, yet it undoubtedly had strong psychic motivations. All other types of therapy had long proven powerless against it. So, I tried to eliminate the symptom through psychic analysis. All the girl knew was that her nervous cough had begun when, at the age of 14, she was living with an aunt. She claimed to be unaware of any mental upheavals at that time and did not believe there was any reason for her complaint. Under the pressure of my hand, she first recalled a large dog. Then she recognized the image in her memory. It was her aunt's dog that had grown fond of her, followed her everywhere, and so on. Then it occurred to her, without further prompting, that the dog had died, that the children had buried it solemnly, and that the cough had begun upon returning from the burial. I asked her why, but again had to resort to the aid of pressure. She then had the following thought. Now I'm completely alone in the world. Nobody here loves me. That animal was my only friend, and now I've lost it. She continued with her story. The cough disappeared when I left my aunt's house, but it came back 18 months later. Why? I don't know. Again, I used the pressure. She recalled the news of her uncle's death, when the cough returned, and she also remembered having had a similar train of thought. The uncle seemed to have been the only family member who showed any affection for her, who had loved her. There it was, then, the pathogenic representation. Nobody loved her, others were preferred to her, she didn't deserve to be loved, and so on. But there was something tied to the representation of love that she showed a strong resistance to telling me. The analysis was interrupted before this could be clarified. Some time ago, I was asked to relieve an elderly lady of her anxiety attacks, although, judging by her character traits, she hardly seemed suited for this kind of treatment. Since menopause, she had become excessively devout, and during each visit she would receive me armed with a small ivory crucifix hidden in her hand, as if I were the devil. Her anxiety attacks, which were hysterical in nature, dated back to her early youth and, according to the patient, had originated from the use of an iodine preparation intended to reduce a slight growth of her thyroid. Naturally, I rejected that origin and tried to find another that better aligned with my views on the etiology of neuroses. I first asked her to give me some impression from her youth that had a casual connection with her anxiety attacks, and under the pressure of my hand, she recalled having read what is called an edifying book, in which sexual processes were mentioned with due respect. The passage in question made a completely opposite impression on the girl to what the author intended. She burst into tears and threw the book away. This was before her first anxiety attack. A second pressure on the patient's forehead evoked another recollection, the memory of a tutor of her brother's who had shown great admiration for her, and for whom she herself had somewhat warm feelings. That memory culminated in the reconstruction of an evening at her parents' house, when everyone had sat around the table with the young man and enjoyed a lively conversation. On the morning after that evening, she was awakened by her first anxiety attack, which, it can safely be said, had more to do with the rejection of a sexual impulse than with any concurrent doses of iodine. What chance would I have had, using any other method, of uncovering such a connection, contrary to her own views and assertions, in this resistant patient who harbored so many prejudices against me and against any form of ordinary therapy? Another example concerns a young, well-married woman. Still in her early adolescence, she used to be found every morning in a state of stupor, with rigid limbs, mouth open, and tongue hanging out. And now, once again, she was suffering upon awakening from similar, though less severe, episodes. As deep hypnosis was attainable, I began to investigate while she was in a state of concentration. At the first pressure, I assured her she would see something directly related to the causes of her childhood condition. She was calm and cooperative. She once again saw the house in which she had spent her early youth, her own room, the position of her bed, her grandmother who lived with them at the time, and one of her governesses, whom she liked very much. Several small scenes, all insignificant, which took place in those rooms and among those people, came one after another and ended with the departure of the governess, who had left to get married. I could deduce absolutely nothing from these recollections, nor could I establish any connection between them and the etiology of the attacks. Several circumstances showed that they belonged to the same period in which the attacks had appeared. But before I could proceed with the analysis, I had the opportunity to speak with a colleague who, years earlier, had been the family doctor of the patient's parents. He gave me the following information. At the time he treated the girl for her early attacks, she was approaching puberty and was already physically well developed, and he was surprised by the excessive affection present in the relationship between her and the governess who was in the house at the time. He became suspicious and persuaded the grandmother to keep watch over the relationship. After a short period, the elderly lady reported that the governess had the habit of visiting the girl in bed at night, and that, after those nights, the child was invariably found in the grip of an attack the following morning. After that, they did not hesitate to discreetly dismiss this corrupter of youth. The children and even the mother were led to believe the governess had left to get married. My therapy, which was immediately successful, consisted in conveying this information to the young woman. Sometimes the revelations obtained through the pressure method appear very vividly and under circumstances that make the hypothesis of an unconscious intelligence even more tempting. I remember a lady who had suffered for many years from obsessions and phobias and who indicated childhood as the origin of her condition, but who was totally unable to say what might have caused it. She was frank and intelligent and showed remarkably little conscious resistance. I may note, in parentheses, that the psychic mechanism of obsessions has a deep inner affinity with hysterical symptoms, and that the technique of analysis is the same for both. When I asked this lady whether she had seen anything or recalled anything under the pressure of my hand, she replied, "Neither, but suddenly a word occurred to me." "A single word?" "Yes, but it seems too silly." "Just say it anyway." "Doorman." I pressed again, and once more a single word crossed her mind, "nightgown." I saw then that this was a new kind of response method, and by repeatedly pressing, we brought forth what seemed like a series of meaningless words. She reflected for a moment, and the following idea occurred to her. It must be the story that just came to my mind. When I was 10 and my older sister 12, one night she went mad and had to be tied up and taken to the city in a cart. I remember perfectly that it was the doorman who restrained her and later also accompanied her to the asylum. We continued with this method of investigation, and our oracle produced another series of words that, although we couldn't interpret all of them, allowed us to continue that story and move on to another. Moreover, the meaning of that memory soon became clear. The sister's illness had left such a deep impression on her because they shared a secret. They slept in the same room, and one night both had been subjected to sexual advances by a certain man. The mention of this sexual trauma in the patient's childhood revealed not only the origin of her early obsessions, but also the trauma that subsequently produced pathogenic effects. The peculiarity of this case lay only in the emergence of isolated keywords, which we had to construct into phrases. For the apparent incoherence and impropriety that characterized the words uttered in this oracular fashion also apply to the representations and complete scenes usually produced under my pressure. When accompanied, it is never missed that the seemingly disconnected memories are closely linked in thought and lead quite directly to the pathogenic factor we're seeking. For that reason, I'm pleased to recall a case of analysis in which my confidence in the products of pressure was initially subjected to a rigorous test, but later brilliantly vindicated. A very intelligent and seemingly happy young married woman consulted me about a persistent abdominal pain that had resisted treatment. I saw that the pain was located in the abdominal wall and must have been related to palpable muscular hardening, and I prescribed a local treatment. A few months later, I examined the patient again, and she told me, "The pain I felt disappeared after the treatment you recommended, and it stayed away for a long time. But now it's come back in a nervous form. I know it's nervous because it's no longer how I used to feel it when doing certain movements, but only in certain situations. For example, when I wake up in the morning and when I get emotionally agitated." The diagnosis made by this young woman was correct. The task now was to discover the cause of the pain, and she was unable to help me while in an uninfluenced state of consciousness. When I asked her, in concentration and under the pressure of my hand, if anything occurred to her or if she saw anything, she told me she was seeing something and began describing her visual images. She saw something like a sun full of rays, which I naturally assumed to be a phosphene caused by pressure on the eyes. I expected something more useful to follow. But she continued, "Stars of a curious pale blue light, like moonlight and so on, which I assumed were merely flickers, flashes, and bright spots before her eyes." I was already preparing to consider the experience a failure, and was wondering how I could make a discreet retreat from the case, when my attention was caught by one of the phenomena she described. She saw a large, slanted black cross, which had the same luminous glow around its edges as all her other images, and on its transverse beam flickered a small flame. It was clear that this could no longer be a phosphene. I then began to listen attentively. Countless images appeared, bathed in the same light, curious symbols that closely resembled Sanskrit. Shapes like triangles, among them a large triangle, and again the cross. This time, I suspected an allegorical meaning and asked what the cross might represent. "Probably suffering," she replied. I objected that the cross generally denotes moral responsibility. What lay behind the suffering? She couldn't say and continued with her visions, a sun with golden rays. That too she could interpret. It's God, the primal force. Then a gigantic lizard appeared, looking at her inquisitively but not alarmingly. Next, a great number of snakes. Then, once again, a sun, but with gentle silver rays, and in front of it, between her and this source of light, a grid that obscured the center of the sun from her. By now, I already knew I was dealing with allegories and promptly asked what the meaning of that last image was. She answered without hesitation. "The sun is perfection, the ideal, and the grid represents my weaknesses and faults, which stand between me and the ideal." "So you're blaming yourself? You're dissatisfied with yourself." "Indeed I am." "Since when?" "Since I became a member of the Theosophical Society and began reading its publications. I've always thought poorly of myself." "What has impressed you most recently?" "A translation from Sanskrit that's just being released in installments." A moment later, I was introduced to her mental struggles and self-reproaches and heard the account of a trivial episode that had prompted the self-criticism. An occasion when what had once been an organic pain first arose as a consequence of the conversion of an excitation. The images I had initially mistaken for phosphenes were symbols from sequences of representations influenced by occult sciences, and, in fact, might even have been emblems from the frontispieces of books on occultism. So far, I have been so enthusiastic in my praise of pressure as an auxiliary method, and have so thoroughly neglected the aspect of defense or resistance that I have no doubt given the impression that this little technique allows us to master the psychic obstacles to cathartic treatment. But believing this would be a grave mistake. Successes of this kind, as far as I know, should not be expected in treatment. Here, as in all things, great change demands a great amount of work. The pressure technique is nothing more than a trick to temporarily catch an ego eager to defend itself off guard. In all more or less serious cases, the ego soon remembers its goals and resists. I must mention the different forms in which this resistance arises. One is that, in general, the pressure technique fails on the first or second attempt. The patient then declares, with great disappointment, "I was expecting something to come to me, but all I could think of was how tense I felt waiting for it. Nothing came up." The fact that the patient is on guard in this way doesn't yet constitute an obstacle. We can reply, "That's precisely because you were too curious. Next time it'll work." And in fact, it does. It's remarkable how often patients, even the most docile and intelligent, completely forget their commitment, although they had agreed to it beforehand. Some promise to say whatever comes to mind under the pressure of my hand, regardless of whether it seems relevant or pleasant to say, meaning they promise to speak without selecting and without being influenced by judgment or emotion. But they don't keep that promise. Clearly, doing so is beyond their strength. The work becomes paralyzed again, and they keep saying that nothing came to them this time. We should not believe what they say. We must always presume, and tell them, that they held something back because they thought it was unimportant or found it distressing. We must insist on this, repeat the pressure, and play the role of the infallible until they finally tell us something. Then the patient adds, "I could have told you that the first time. Why didn't you? I couldn't believe that was it. Only when it kept coming back each time did I decide to say it. Or, I was hoping it wasn't that. I could have easily kept from saying it. It was only when it refused to go away that I realized I shouldn't dismiss it like that." The patient then betrays the motives behind a resistance they initially refused to admit. It becomes clear that they are incapable of doing anything other than resist. This resistance often hides behind remarkable excuses. "My head's scattered today. The ticking of the clock is bothering me." I've learned to respond to such remarks. "Not at all. At this moment you've stumbled upon something you'd rather not say. That won't help you. Keep thinking about it." The longer the pause between the pressure of my hand and the moment the patient begins to speak, the more suspicious I become, and the more I fear that the patient is reorganizing what came to mind and mutilating it in its reproduction. A most important piece of information is often introduced as a redundant accessory, like an opera prince disguised as a beggar. Something just came to me, but it has nothing to do with the subject. I'm only telling you because you want to know everything. Words like these usually introduce the long-sought solution. I always perk up when I hear a patient speak so dismissively about something that occurred to them, for it's a sign that the defense has succeeded if the pathogenic representations seem to have so little importance when they emerge. From this, we can infer what the defense process consisted of. It consisted in turning a strong representation into a weak one, in robbing it of its effect. Therefore, a pathogenic memory is recognizable, among other things, by the fact that the patient describes it as unimportant and, nevertheless, only utters it under resistance. There are also cases in which the patient tries to deny it even after its return. "Something just came to mind, but obviously it was you who put it in my head." Or, "I know what you expect me to say. Of course, you believe I thought this or that." A particularly skillful method of refusal is to say, "Something just occurred to me. It's true, but it's as if I deliberately went looking for it." It doesn't seem at all like a reproduced thought. In all these cases, I remain unwaveringly firm. I avoid entering into any of these distinctions, but I explain to the patient that they are merely forms of resistance and pretexts raised against the reproduction of that particular memory, which we must acknowledge despite all of that. When memories return in the form of images, our task is usually easier than when they return as thoughts. Hysterical patients, who are generally of the visual type, do not pose as many difficulties to the analyst as those who suffer from obsessions. Once an image arises in the patient's memory, we may hear them say that it becomes fragmented and dim as they continue to describe it. The patient is, so to speak, ridding themselves of it by transforming it into words. We then examine the remembered image itself to discover the direction in which our work must proceed. Look at the image once more. Has it disappeared? Most of it has, but I still see one detail. Then that residue must still mean something. Either you'll see something new beyond it, or something will come to mind in connection with it. Once that work is done, the patient's field of vision is clear again, and we can summon another image. At other times, however, one of these images stubbornly remains before the patient's inner vision, even though they have described it. For me, that is an indication that they still have something important to tell me about the theme of the image. As soon as that is done, the image vanishes, like a ghost that has been exorcised. Naturally, it is of great importance to the progress of the analysis that the analyst always appears to be right in the eyes of the patient. Otherwise, they will always be dependent on whatever the patient decides to disclose. Thus, it is reassuring to know that the pressure technique never truly fails, except in one case, which I will examine later, but which, I can already say, corresponds to a particular reason for resistance. It can happen, of course, that the method is used in circumstances where there is nothing left to reveal. For example, we might search for the additional etiology of a symptom when we already have the full picture before us, or we might investigate the psychic genealogy of a symptom, like pain, that is actually somatic. In these cases, the patient will also claim that nothing occurred to them, and this time they will be right. We can avoid doing the patient an injustice if we make it a general rule, throughout the entire analysis, to observe their facial expressions while they lie silently before us. This way, we can easily distinguish the serene state of mind that accompanies the true absence of memories from the tension and emotional signs that accompany the rejection of an emerging memory due to defensive mechanisms. Moreover, experiences like these also allow the use of the pressure technique for purposes of differential diagnosis. So, even with the assistance of the pressure technique, the work is by no means easy. The advantage we gain is in discovering, through the results of this method, the direction in which we must conduct our inquiry and the points we must emphasize with the patient. In some cases, this is enough. The main point is that I must guess the secret and state it directly to the patient, who is generally forced not to reject it any longer. In other cases, something more is needed. The patient's persistent resistance is indicated by the fact that connections are broken, solutions do not appear, and images are fragmented in an indistinct and incomplete manner. Looking back from a later period to an earlier one in the analysis, we are often astonished by how mutilated all the ideas and scenes that we extracted from the patient using the pressure method initially appeared. Precisely the essential elements of the image were missing: the relationship of the scene to the patient themselves or to the main contents of their thoughts, and this is why it remained unintelligible. I will give one or two examples of how such censorship acts when pathogenic memories first arise. For example, the patient sees the upper body of a woman whose dress is carelessly left open. Only much later does he place a head on that torso, thus revealing a specific person and his relationship with her. Or he recalls a childhood memory involving two boys. Their appearance is completely unclear to him, but he says they are guilty of some wrongdoing. Only many months later, after the analysis has made significant progress, does he revisit this memory and recognize himself as one of the children and his brother as the other. What means do we have for overcoming this ongoing resistance? Few, but they encompass almost all by which one person can ordinarily exert a psychic influence over another. First, we must remember that psychic resistance, especially one that has been in place for a long time, can only be dissipated slowly, step by step, and we must be patient. Second, we can rely on the intellectual interest the patient begins to feel after working for a short time. By explaining things to them, by providing information about the wonderful world of psychic processes, of which we ourselves have only begun to glimpse through these analyses, we transform the patient into a collaborator. We lead them to view themselves with the objective interest of a researcher, and thus we remove their resistance, which, in truth, rests on an emotional foundation. But finally, and this remains the most powerful lever, we must strive, after discovering the motives for their defense, to strip those motives of their value or even replace them with more powerful ones. This is where it undoubtedly becomes impossible to formulate psychotherapeutic activity in rigid terms. We work to the best of our ability, as an elucidator, where ignorance gave rise to fear, as a teacher, as a representative of a freer or higher worldview, as a confessor who offers a kind of absolution through their enduring understanding and respect after the confession. We try to offer the patient human assistance to the extent permitted by our own personality and the degree of empathy we feel for each specific case. It is an essential precondition for such psychic work that we have, more or less, guessed the nature of the case and the defensive motives at play. And fortunately, the techniques of insistence and pressure bring us to this point. The more we have solved such riddles, the easier we find it to decipher a new one, and the sooner we can begin truly curative psychic work. For it is good to recognize this clearly. The patient only gets rid of the hysterical symptom by reproducing the pathogenic impressions that caused it and by verbalizing them with an expression of effect. And so the therapeutic task consists solely in inducing the patient to act in this way. Once this task is accomplished, nothing remains for the doctor to correct or eliminate. Whatever may have been necessary in terms of counter-suggestions would have already been spent in the battle against resistance. The situation can be compared to unlocking a locked door. Once it's open, turning the handle poses no further difficulty. Besides the intellectual motivations we mobilize to overcome resistance, there's an effective factor, the personal influence of the physician, that we can rarely dispense with, and in many cases, only this latter factor is capable of eliminating resistance. The situation here is no different from what one finds in any branch of medicine. There is no therapeutic process about which we can confidently say that it functions entirely without the cooperation of this personal element. In view of what I stated in the previous section about the difficulties of my technique, difficulties I have extensively laid out, though I gathered them mostly from the most serious cases, things often proceed much more smoothly. In light of all this, no doubt everyone will feel inclined to ask whether it wouldn't be more advantageous, rather than face all these complications, to make stronger use of hypnosis or to restrict the cathartic method to patients who can be put into deep hypnosis. As for the latter suggestion, I would have to answer that, given the extent of my ability, the number of suitable patients would be far too small. And regarding the first recommendation, I suspect that the forceful imposition of hypnosis wouldn't spare us much resistance either. My experiences in this regard, curiously enough, have not been numerous, so I can only speak of a suspicion. But in the cases where I applied cathartic treatment under hypnosis rather than through concentration, I did not find the work required of me to be any less. Not long ago, I completed such a treatment, and during it managed to resolve a hysterical paralysis of the legs. The patient entered a state quite distinct from waking consciousness, which was physically characterized by her inability to open her eyes or stand up until I verbally told her, "Now wake up." Nevertheless, I never encountered more resistance than I did in that case. I attached no significance to these physical signs, and by the end of the 10-month treatment, they had become negligible. Still, the patient's mental state during our sessions retained all the characteristics typical of waking resistance, namely, her capacity to recall unconscious material and her particular relationship to the doctor. On the other hand, I gave an example in the case of Mrs. Emmy von N. of a cathartic treatment in the deepest somnambulism, where resistance hardly played any role. But it's also true that I never heard anything from her that might have required overcoming any serious inner objections. Nothing she couldn't have told me while awake, assuming we had known each other for some time, and she held me in reasonably high regard. I never reached the real causes of her illness, which were undoubtedly the same causes of her relapse after my treatment, since that was my first attempt with this method. And on the only occasion when I asked her to recall a memory involving an erotic element, I found her as reluctant and untrustworthy in what she said as any of my later non-somnambulic patients. I've already mentioned, in that case's account, the resistance she offered even during somnambulism to other of my requests and suggestions. I became entirely skeptical about the value of hypnosis in facilitating cathartic treatments, having experienced cases in which, during deep somnambulism, there was absolute therapeutic recalcitrance, while the patient remained perfectly obedient in all other respects. I summarized a few cases and could add more. I can also admit that these experiences aligned quite well with the requirement I constantly stress, that there must be a proportional relationship between cause and effect in the psychic realm, just as in the physical. In what I have stated so far, the idea of resistance has taken center stage. I've shown how, in the course of our therapeutic work, we are led to the view that hysteria originates through the repression of an incompatible idea, through a defensive motive. From this perspective, the repressed idea would persist as a weak memory trace, lacking intensity, while the effect stripped from it would be diverted into a somatic innervation. In other words, the excitation is converted. It would seem, then, that it is precisely through its repression that the idea becomes the cause of morbid symptoms. That is, it becomes pathogenic. One could give the name defense hysteria to hysteria exhibiting this psychic mechanism. Now, both Brewer and I have often referred to two other types of hysteria, for which we introduced the terms hypnoid hysteria and retention hysteria. It was hypnoid hysteria that first entered our field of study. In fact, I can find no better example of this type than Brewer's first case, which heads the presentation of our clinical studies. Brewer proposed for these hypnoid hysteria cases a psychic mechanism substantially different from that of conversion through defense. According to Brewer's view, what happens in hypnoid hysteria is that an idea becomes pathogenic because it was received during a special psychic state and remained from the beginning outside the ego. Therefore, no psychic force was needed to keep it out of the ego, and no resistance needs to be aroused when we try to bring it into the ego through mental activity in a state of somnambulism. And indeed, the case of Anna O. shows no signs of resistance of this kind. I consider this distinction so important that, based on it, I am happy to align myself with the hypothesis of the existence of hypnoid hysteria. Strangely, in my own experience, I have never encountered a truly authentic case of hypnoid hysteria. All the ones I've taken on for treatment have turned into defense hysterias. Strictly speaking, it's not that I've never had to deal with symptoms that clearly emerged during dissociated states of consciousness and were thereby excluded from the ego. That too has occurred in some of my cases, but I was later able to demonstrate that the so-called hypnoid state owed its dissociation to the activation of a psychic group that had previously been split off through defense. In short, I cannot suppress the suspicion that at some point the roots of hypnoid hysteria and defense hysteria converge, and that their primary factor is defense. But on this point, I cannot yet say more. My judgment is, at present, equally uncertain regarding retention hysteria, in which the therapeutic work is also supposed to proceed without resistance. I had one case that I regarded as a typical instance of retention hysteria and was elated by the prospect of an easy and certain success. But that success never came, even though the work itself was indeed easy. I therefore suspect, though again with all the reservations appropriate to ignorance, that even at the root of retention hysteria, there may lie an element of defense that forced the whole process in the direction of hysteria. One may hope that new observations will soon determine whether I'm running the risk of falling into bias and error by thus favoring the extension of the concept of defense to all forms of hysteria. So far, I have dealt with the difficulties and the technique of the cathartic method, and I would like to add some indications regarding the form analysis takes when this technique is employed. To me, this is a highly interesting subject, though I can't expect it to stir the same interest in others who haven't yet conducted such an analysis. It is true, I'll be speaking once more of technique, but this time I'll address the inherent difficulties for which patients cannot be held responsible, and which, in part, must be the same in hypnoid and retention hysteria as in the defense hysterias I have before me as a model. I approach this last part of my exposition in the hope that the psychic characteristics to be revealed therein may one day acquire value as raw material for a psychology of mental representations. The first and most powerful impression produced in one of these analyses is surely the realization that the pathogenic psychic material, apparently forgotten, unavailable to the ego and playing no part in association or memory, is nevertheless somehow present and in proper and orderly form. It is simply a matter of removing the resistances that obstruct the path to this material. In all other respects, this material is known, just as we can know anything. The correct connections between separate representations, and between them and the non-pathogenic ones frequently recalled, exist, were once fully formed, and are stored in memory. The pathogenic psychic material appears to constitute the property of an intelligence not necessarily inferior to that of a normal ego. The appearance of a second personality is often presented in the most misleading way. Whether this impression is justified, or whether in entertaining it we are attributing to the period of illness a psychic arrangement that in fact was made only after recovery. These are questions I'd rather not yet discuss, at least not in these pages. In any case, the observations made during such analyses will be more clearly and convincingly described if we regard them from the position we can assume after recovery, in order to examine the case as a whole. In general, the situation is not as simple as we represent it in specific cases. For instance, when there is only one symptom derived from a principal trauma. We rarely find a single hysterical symptom, but many, some partially independent of each other, some connected. We should not expect to find a single traumatic memory and a single pathogenic idea at its core. We must be prepared for sequences of partial traumas and concatenated chains of pathogenic ideas. Monosymptomatic traumatic hysteria is, as it were, a rudimentary organism, a unicellular creature, compared with the complex structure of the relatively serious neuroses we usually encounter. The psychic material in such hysteria presents itself as a multidimensional structure, stratified in at least 3 different ways. I hope to soon justify this pictorial expression. To begin with, there is a nucleus consisting of memories of events or sequences of ideas in which the traumatic factor culminated or where the pathogenic idea found its purest expression. Around this nucleus, we often find an incredibly large amount of other mnemonic material that must be worked through in analysis and is, as we've said, arranged in a 3-fold order. First, there is an unmistakable linear chronological order that prevails in each isolated theme. As an example, I'll mention the arrangement of the material in Brewer's analysis of Anna O. Take the theme of deafness, not hearing. It differentiated into 7 sets of determinants, and within each of these 7 categories, 10 to over 100 individual memories were collected in chronological sequence. It was as if we were examining a perfectly maintained archive. My analysis of the patient Emmy von N. contains similar memory archives, though they weren't as fully enumerated or described. These archives are a fairly general feature of every analysis, and their content always emerges in a chronological order as reliably faithful as the succession of days or months in a mentally normal person. They complicate the work of analysis by the peculiarity that, when reproducing the memories, they reverse the order in which those memories originally occurred. The most recent and newest experience in the file appears first, like an outer cover, and the experience with which the sequence truly began appears last. I've described these groupings of similar memories, collected in linear sequences like an archive of documents, a bundle of papers, as forming themes. These themes exhibit a second type of arrangement. Each of them is, there's no better way to put it, concentrically stratified around the pathogenic nucleus. It's not hard to determine what causes this stratification, or what increasing or decreasing magnitude underlies this arrangement. The content of each layer is characterized by an equal degree of resistance, and this resistance increases the closer the layers are to the nucleus. Thus, there are zones in which the level of consciousness modification is constant, and the different themes extend across these zones. The outermost layers contain memories or archives which, though belonging to different themes, are easily recalled and have always remained clearly conscious. The deeper we go, the harder it becomes to recognize the emerging memories, until near the nucleus, we encounter memories the patient denies even while reproducing them. It's this peculiarity of the concentric stratification of the pathogenic psychic material that, as we'll see, gives these analyses their characteristic traits. Yet a third kind of arrangement must be mentioned, the most important, but also the one about which it's least easy to make any general statement. What I have in mind is an arrangement according to thought content, a connection formed by a logical thread that reaches the nucleus and tends to follow an irregular and winding path, different in each case. This arrangement has a dynamic character, in contrast to the morphological character of the two stratifications mentioned above. Whereas those could be represented in a spatial diagram by a continuous line, curved or straight, the course of the logical chain would have to be shown as a broken line, which would take the most indirect paths, moving back and forth from the surface to the deeper layers and, generally speaking, progressing from the periphery to the central nucleus, touching each intermediate stopping point. A line similar to the zigzagging path in solving a knight's move problem, crossing the squares of a chessboard diagram. I must linger a bit longer on this final analogy to emphasize a point where it does not do justice to the characteristics of the object under comparison. The logical chain corresponds not merely to a twisted zigzag line, but more accurately to a branching system of lines, and more specifically, to a convergent system. It contains nodal points where two or more threads join, and from there continue as one. Generally, several threads that extend independently, connected at various points by lateral paths, converge into the nucleus. In other words, it is remarkable how frequently a symptom is determined in multiple ways. It is overdetermined. My attempt to demonstrate the organization of the pathogenic psychic material will be complete when I add one more layer of complexity. For it is possible that more than a single nucleus exists within the pathogenic material. When, for example, we have to analyze a second eruption of hysteria that has its own etiology, but is nevertheless connected to a first outbreak of acute hysteria resolved years before. It's easy to imagine, when that's the case, how many additions must be made to the layers and thought paths to establish a connection between two pathogenic nuclei. I'll now make one or two further comments on the structure of the pathogenic material we've just outlined. We've said that this material behaves like a foreign body, and that treatment acts like the removal of a foreign body from living tissue. We're now in a position to see where that comparison fails. A foreign body doesn't enter into any relation with the surrounding tissue layers, though it alters them and elicits a reactive inflammation. Our pathogenic psychic group, on the other hand, cannot be radically extirpated from the ego. Its outer layers extend in all directions into parts of the normal ego and, in fact, belong both to it and to the pathogenic organization. In analysis, the boundary between the two is set purely conventionally, now at one point, now at another, and in some places it can't be drawn at all. The inner layers of the pathogenic organization are increasingly foreign to the ego, yet again without any visible boundary at which the pathogenic material begins. In fact, the pathogenic organization doesn't behave like a foreign body, but far more like an infiltrate. In this analogy, resistance must be considered as the infiltrating agent. And treatment doesn't consist in excising anything. Psychotherapy isn't capable of that yet, but in dissolving the resistance and thereby allowing the flow to resume into a region that had been isolated. I'm using various analogies here, all of which bear only a limited resemblance to my subject and are incompatible with one another. I'm aware of this and don't run the risk of overestimating their value. But my aim in using them is to shed light from different angles on a highly complex topic that has never before been represented. I will, therefore, risk introducing further analogies in the following pages, even though I know this practice is open to criticism. If it were possible, after a case has been fully elucidated, to present the pathogenic material to another person in the now-known complex and multidimensional organization of that case, it would be perfectly reasonable for one to ask how such a camel passed through the eye of a needle. There's some justification, then, in speaking of a bottleneck of consciousness. The term gains meaning and vividness for a physician who has completed such an analysis. Only one memory at a time can enter the ego consciousness. The patient occupied with processing one such memory sees nothing of what is pushing behind it and forgets what has already entered. When there's difficulty mastering that isolated pathogenic memory, when, for instance, the patient doesn't relax their resistance against it, when they repress or mutilate it, then the bottleneck becomes, so to speak, clogged. The work comes to a halt, nothing further can appear, and the isolated memory in the process of passing through remains before the patient until it has been fully absorbed into the breadth of the ego. The entire enlarged mass of psychogenic material is thus forced through a narrow gap and reaches consciousness, as it were, sliced into bits or strips. It's up to the psychotherapist to reassemble these into the organization presumed to have once existed. Anyone who is fond of new analogies may, at this point, think of a Chinese puzzle. If we must begin an analysis in which we have reason to expect such an organization of pathogenic material, we will be helped by what experience has taught us, namely, that it is entirely useless to try to penetrate directly into the nucleus of the pathogenic structure. Even if we ourselves could guess it, the patient would not know what to do with the explanation offered and would not be psychologically affected by it. There is nothing to do but remain on the periphery of the psychic structure. We begin by having the patient tell us what they know and remember, while we already start directing their attention and overcoming their lighter resistances through the use of the pressure technique. Whenever we have opened a new path by pressing on their forehead, we can expect them to proceed a little further without new resistance. After working in this way for some time, the patient begins to cooperate with us. Many recollections then begin to occur to them without our having to ask questions or set tasks. What we have done is open a path into an inner layer within which the patient now spontaneously accesses material bound by an identical degree of resistance. It is best to allow them to reproduce this material uninfluenced. It's true that they themselves are not capable of uncovering important connections, but they can elucidate material within the same layer. The things they bring forth in this manner often seem disconnected, but they provide material that will gain meaning once a link is discovered later on. At this point, we must generally guard against two things. If we interfere with the patient while they are reproducing the ideas pouring out of them, we may bury things that will later have to be unearthed with great difficulty. On the other hand, we must not overestimate the patient's unconscious intelligence and leave the entire direction of the work up to it. If I were to give a diagrammatic representation of our method, I might say that we ourselves undertake the opening of the inner layers, progressing radially, while the patient handles the peripheral extension of the work. The processes are achieved by overcoming resistance in the way already indicated, but before that, we generally have another task to perform. We must seize a piece of the logical thread, for only through its guidance can we hope to penetrate inward. We cannot expect that the free associations provided by the patient, the material coming from the most superficial layers, will help the analyst recognize which points lead to deeper layers, or where the starting points of the idea connections being sought lie. On the contrary, it is precisely this which is carefully concealed. The patient's account sounds as though it were complete and self-contained. At first, it's as if we are facing a wall that blocks all perspective and prevents us from having any idea whether there is anything behind it, and if so, what. But if we critically examine the report that the patient gave us without much effort or resistance, we will infallibly discover gaps and flaws in it. At some point, the chain of ideas will be visibly interrupted and patched up as best as the patient can manage, using a turn of phrase or an inadequate explanation. At another point, we'll find a motivation that would have to be described as weak in a normal person. The patient does not recognize these deficiencies when their attention is drawn to them. But the physician is justified in looking behind those weak points for access to the material of the deeper layers and in hoping to find there precisely the connecting threads being sought through the pressure technique. Therefore, we say to the patient, "You're mistaken. What you're saying cannot possibly relate to the current issue. We must expect to find something else here, and that will come under the pressure of my hand. For we can demand from a hysterical patient the same standards of logical connection and sufficient motivation in the chain of ideas, even extending to the unconscious, as we would from a normal individual. It's not within the scope of a neurosis to relax these connections. If in neurotic patients, especially in hysterics, the chains of ideas give a different impression, if the relative intensity of different ideas seems inexplicable by psychological determinants alone, we've already discovered the reason for this and can attribute it to the presence of hidden unconscious motives. Thus, we can suspect the presence of such secret motives whenever this kind of disruption in a chain of ideas becomes evident, or when the weight given by the patient to their motives goes far beyond the normal. In carrying out this work, of course, we must guard against the theoretical prejudice that we are dealing with the abnormal brains of degenerates and disequilibrists, who, due to a stigma, are free to violate the common psychological laws that govern the linking of ideas, and in whom a single random idea may become excessively intense without any cause, while another may remain indestructible without psychological reason. Experience shows that the opposite applies to hysteria. Once we uncover the hidden motives, often unconscious, and take them into account, nothing enigmatic or abnormal remains in the links of hysterical thought any more than in normal thought. Thus, by detecting gaps in the patient's initial description, gaps often concealed by false connections, we seize a piece of the logical thread on the periphery and from there open up another path using the pressure technique. In doing so, it is very rare for us to succeed in penetrating directly to the interior through a single thread. Generally, it breaks halfway. The pressure fails and yields no result, or it produces a result that cannot be clarified or furthered, despite every effort. We soon learn, when this happens, how to avoid the errors we might otherwise make. The patient's facial expression must determine whether we have truly reached the end, or whether it's a situation that requires no psychic elucidation, or whether it's simply a case of excessive resistance blocking progress. In this last case, if we cannot immediately overcome the resistance, we may presume that we have followed the thread to a layer that, for now, is still impenetrable. We abandon it and take up another thread, which we might be able to follow to the same depth. Once we have reached that layer by tracing all the threads and have discovered the entanglements that prevented each from being followed further on its own, we may consider attacking the resistance once again. It is easy to imagine how complex such work can become. We force our way into the inner layers, constantly overcoming resistances. We become familiar with the themes accumulated in one of these layers and with the threads that pass through it, and we test how far we can proceed with our current means and the knowledge we have gained. We obtain preliminary information about the content of the next layers through the pressure technique. We abandon threads and return to them. We follow them to the nodal points. We constantly go back, and every time we pursue a cluster of memories, we are led to a detour that nonetheless ends up converging again with the initial thread. Through this method, we eventually reach a point where we can stop working in layers and proceed, by a main trail, directly into the nucleus of the pathogenic organization. With that, the battle is won, though not yet over. We must go back and take up other threads and exhaust the remaining material. But now the patient accepts our help eagerly. Most of their resistance has been broken. In these final stages of the work, it is useful to be able to guess how things are connected and to tell the patient before uncovering it. If we have guessed correctly, the analysis proceeds more quickly. But even a mistaken hypothesis helps move the process forward, compelling the patient to take a stance and provoking energetic denials that betray their undeniable knowledge. From this, we learn with awe that we are not able to impose anything on the patient regarding matters they seemingly ignore, nor can we influence the products of the analysis by creating expectations. Not once have I been able, by prediction, to alter or falsify the reproduction of memories or the connection of events. For if I had done so, it would inevitably have been betrayed in the end by some contradiction in the material. Whenever something turned out to be as I had predicted, it was always confirmed by a large number of indisputable reminiscences, showing that I had simply guessed right. Therefore, we need not fear telling the patient what we think their next association of ideas will be. This will do no harm. Another frequently repeated observation relates to the patient's spontaneous reproductions. It can be said that every isolated reminiscence that emerges during one of these analyses is significant. Strictly speaking, the intrusion of irrelevant memory images, those accidentally associated in some way with important images, never occurs. An exception that does not contradict this rule may be made for those memories which, though unimportant in themselves, are indispensable as bridges. The association between two important memories can only be formed through them. The time during which a memory remains in the narrow gorge before the patient's consciousness is, as already explained, in direct proportion to its significance. An image that refuses to disappear is one that still requires attention. A thought that cannot be dismissed is one that demands further exploration. Furthermore, a memory never returns a second time once it has been processed. The image that has been talked out does not appear again. When nevertheless this does happen, we may safely presume that, the second time, the image is accompanied by a new group of thoughts or that the idea has new implications. In other words, these aspects were not yet fully worked through. Also, it is common for an image or thought to reappear with varying intensity, first as a hint and later with full clarity. This, however, does not contradict what I have just stated. Among the tasks of analysis is the removal of symptoms that tend to intensify or recur. Pains, symptoms like vomiting triggered by stimuli, sensations, or contractions. While we are working on one of these symptoms, we encounter the interesting and not unwelcome phenomenon of participation in the conversation. The troublesome symptom reappears, or appears more intensely, as soon as we reach the region of the pathogenic organization that contains the symptom's etiology, and from that point on, it accompanies the work with characteristic fluctuations that are instructive for the physician. The intensity of the symptom, let us take, for example, the urge to vomit, increases the deeper we penetrate into one of the relevant pathogenic memories. It reaches its climax just before the patient articulates that memory, and after they do so, it suddenly decreases or even disappears completely for some time. When, due to resistance, the patient takes too long to speak, the tension of the sensation, the urge to vomit, becomes unbearable, and if we fail to compel them to speak, they may actually begin to vomit. Thus, we obtain a vivid impression of the fact that vomiting takes the place of a psychic act. In this example, the act of speaking, precisely as the conversion theory of hysteria maintains. This oscillation in the intensity of the hysterical symptom is repeated every time we approach a new memory that is pathogenic in relation to it. The symptom, we might say, remains in the background the entire time. When we are forced to temporarily abandon the thread to which it is linked, the symptom also recedes into obscurity, only to re-emerge at a later stage of the analysis. This continues until the working through of the pathogenic material has eliminated the symptom once and for all. Strictly speaking, in all this the hysterical symptom behaves no differently from the memory image or the reproduced idea that we evoke through the application of pressure. In both cases, we encounter the same obsessively persistent recurrence in the patient's recollection, which must be eliminated. The difference lies only in the seemingly spontaneous emergence of the hysterical symptoms, whereas, as we clearly recall, it is we ourselves who provoke the scenes and ideas. In reality, however, there is an unbroken continuum that extends from the unmodified mnemonic residues of affect-laden experiences and thoughts to the hysterical symptoms, which are mnemonic symbols of those experiences and thoughts. The phenomenon of hysterical symptoms participating in the conversation during analysis involves a practical inconvenience that we must be able to reconcile the patient with. It is entirely impossible to analyze a symptom in one go or to structure the intervals of our work in a way that precisely matches the pauses in the process of dealing with the symptom. On the contrary, interruptions that are imperatively dictated by incidental circumstances of treatment, such as the time of day, often occur at the most inconvenient moments, precisely when we might be approaching a breakthrough or when a new topic has just emerged. Every newspaper reader faces the same frustration when reading the daily chapter of a serialized story and, just after the heroine's decisive words or following the sound of a gunshot, encounters the phrase, "To be continued in the next issue." In our case, the topic that was raised but not addressed, the symptom that temporarily intensified and has yet to be explained, persists in the patient's mind and may even trouble them more than before. They will simply have to cope with it as best they can, for there is no other way to organize the situation. Some patients, during the course of analysis, are simply unable to rid themselves of a topic that has been raised and become obsessed with it in the interval between sessions. Since they cannot, by themselves, take any steps to work it through, they suffer more than they did before the treatment. But even such patients eventually learn to wait for the analyst and to shift all their interest in releasing the pathogenic material to the scheduled session times, after which they begin to feel freer during the intervals. The general state of patients during these analyses also deserves attention. For some time, it remains unaffected by the treatment and continues to reflect the factors previously at work. But then there comes a moment when the treatment seizes the patient, captures their interest. From that point onward, their general condition becomes increasingly dependent on the development of the work. Whenever something new is clarified or an important stage in the analytic process is reached, the patient also feels relief and enjoys, so to speak, a foretaste of their impending liberation. Every time the work stalls and confusion threatens, the psychic burden pressing on the patient increases, and their sense of unhappiness and inability to work intensifies. Yet none of these states last long, for the analysis continues, without boasting about the moments when the patient feels well, and progresses independently of their periods of sorrow. We are generally satisfied when we replace the spontaneous fluctuations in their condition with oscillations we ourselves provoke and understand, just as we are satisfied when the spontaneous succession of symptoms is replaced by an agenda that reflects the state of the analysis. At the outset, the work generally becomes darker and more difficult the deeper we penetrate into the stratified psychic structure I previously described. However, once we've reached the core, the light breaks through, and we need not fear that the patient's general condition will be subject to any severe depressive period. Nevertheless, the reward for our efforts, the cessation of symptoms, can only be expected after we have completed the analysis of each individual symptom. And strictly speaking, since the individual symptoms are interconnected at numerous nodal points, we shouldn't even be encouraged during the process by partial successes. Due to the abundant causal connections, every pathogenic representation that has not yet been eliminated acts as a motivation for the tone of the neurotic manifestations, and it's only with the final word of the analysis that the entire clinical picture vanishes, just like individually reproduced memories do. When a pathogenic memory or a previously repressed pathogenic connection is revealed by the analytic work and integrated into the ego, we find that the enriched psychic personality expresses itself in several ways regarding what it has acquired. It is particularly common after we have imposed some knowledge upon the patient through considerable effort to hear them declare, "I always knew that, I could have told you earlier." Those with a certain degree of insight later admit this was a form of self-deception and blame themselves for their ingratitude. Apart from that, the attitude the ego takes toward its new acquisition generally depends on the analytic layer from which it originated. Things belonging to the outer layers are easily acknowledged. They had, in fact, always remained in the ego's possession, and the only novelty lies in their connection to deeper layers of pathological material. The things unearthed from the deeper layers are also recognized and admitted, but often only after considerable hesitation and doubt. Visual memory images are, of course, harder to disavow than the mnemonic traces of simple chains of thought. It's not uncommon for the patient to begin by saying, "It's possible I thought about that, but I just can't remember." And it's only after becoming familiar with the hypothesis over time that they come to acknowledge it. They recall, and confirm it with secondary links, that at some point, the idea had indeed occurred to them. During analysis, however, I make it a rule to suspend my judgment of a memory's authenticity, regardless of whether the patient consciously recognizes it. I've never tired of repeating that we are compelled to accept everything our technique brings to light. If something within it is not authentic or accurate, the context will later tell us to discard it. But I may note in passing that I have rarely had occasion to repudiate a memory provisionally accepted. Everything that emerged, despite the most misleading appearance of blatant contradiction, ultimately proved to be correct. The representations originating from the deepest layers and forming the core of the pathogenic organization are also those most difficult for the patient to recognize as memories. Even when everything is said and done, when the patient is convinced by logical force and the therapeutic effect that accompanies the emergence of precisely those representations, still they may say, "But I can't remember ever thinking that." It is easier to reach agreement with them by suggesting that the thoughts were unconscious. But how can we reconcile this state of affairs with our own psychological concepts? Should we dismiss the patient's refusal to acknowledge the content, now that there's no longer any motive for such denial? Or must we assume we are, in fact, dealing with thoughts that never actually occurred, that merely had the potential to exist, such that the treatment consists of carrying out a psychic act that did not take place at the time? Clearly, it is impossible to say anything about this, about the state of the pathogenic material prior to analysis, until we have arrived at a full understanding of our basic psychological concepts, particularly regarding the nature of consciousness. What remains, I think, as a point worthy of serious consideration, is the fact that in our analyses we can trace a chain of thought from the conscious to the unconscious, that is, to something not recognized as memory at all. Then follow it once again for some distance through consciousness, and see it conclude again in the unconscious, without this alternation of psychic illumination, in any way altering the logical coherence or internal structure of the chain of thought. Once this chain of thought lies before me as a whole, I couldn't tell which parts would be recognized by the patient as memory and which wouldn't. I only see the peaks of the chain dipping into the unconscious, the reverse of what is typically said about our normal psychic processes. Finally, I must address one more topic, which plays an undesirably large role in the execution of cathartic analyses like these. I've already acknowledged the possibility that the pressure technique may fail to elicit any reminiscence, despite our insistence. When that happens, I've said there are two possibilities. Either there is truly nothing more to be found at the point under investigation, which we can recognize by the patient's completely serious facial expression, or we've encountered a resistance that can only be overcome later. We are facing a new layer that we cannot yet penetrate, and that, too, we can infer from the patient's tense expression, which indicates mental effort. But there is yet a third possibility, which also reveals the presence of an obstacle, though an external one, not inherent to the material itself. This occurs when the relationship between patient and physician is disturbed, and that represents the worst obstacle we can face. Nonetheless, we must expect to encounter it in any relatively serious analysis. I've already pointed out the important role played by the figure of the doctor in creating motives to overcome the psychic strength of resistance. There are many cases, especially with women, and when it comes to elucidating chains of erotic thoughts, in which the patient's cooperation becomes a personal sacrifice that must be compensated by some substitute for love. The doctor's dedication and cordiality must suffice in this role. Now, when the relationship between the patient and the doctor is disturbed, the former's cooperation also fails. When the doctor tries to investigate the next pathogenic representation, the patient is held back by the consciousness of the grievances accumulated against the doctor. In my experience, this obstacle arises in three main cases. 1. When there is a personal disagreement. For instance, when the patient feels she has been neglected, insufficiently valued, or insulted, or when she hears unfavorable comments about the doctor or the treatment method. This is the least serious case. The obstacle can be overcome relatively easily through discussion and explanation, although the sensitivity and distrust of hysterical patients can at times reach astonishing proportions. 2. When the patient is seized by the fear of becoming too personally attached to the doctor, of losing her independence in relation to him, or even of becoming sexually dependent on him. This case is more significant, as its determinants are less individual. The cause of this obstacle lies in the special attentiveness inherent in the treatment. The patient then develops a new motive for resistance, which manifests not only toward a specific memory, but toward any attempt at treatment. It's common for the patient to complain of a headache when we begin applying the pressure technique, since in general this new motive for resistance remains unconscious, expressing itself through a new hysterical symptom. The headache indicates that she dislikes being influenced. 3. When the patient becomes alarmed upon realizing that she is transferring onto the doctor the distressing representations emerging from the content of the analysis. This is a frequent and, strictly speaking, typical occurrence in some analyses. The transference to the doctor happens through a false connection. I must provide an example of this. In one of my patients, the origin of a specific hysterical symptom lay in a desire, which she had experienced many years earlier and immediately repressed into the unconscious, that the man she was conversing with at the time would dare to initiate a kiss. On one occasion, at the end of a session, she experienced a similar desire regarding me. She was horrified by it, spent a sleepless night, and in the next session, although she didn't refuse treatment, she was entirely incapacitated for the work. After I uncovered and removed the obstacle, the work continued and, lo and behold, the desire that had so terrified the patient emerged as her next pathogenic memory, the one required by the immediate logical context. What had happened was this. The content of the desire emerged first in the patient's consciousness, without any recollection of the circumstantial context that would have placed it in the past. This present desire was then, due to the prevailing compulsion to associate in the patient's mind, linked to me, toward whom she had a legitimate interest, and as a result of this mésalliance, which I describe as a false connection, it provoked the same effect that had forced the patient long ago to reject that forbidden desire. Since discovering this, I've been able, whenever I'm personally involved in a similar way, to presume that a transference and a false connection have once again occurred. Curiously, the patient is deceived every time this is repeated. No analysis can be completed unless we know how to deal with the resistance that arises in these three ways. But we can find a way to do so if we resolve that this new symptom, produced after the model of the old one, must be treated in the same manner as the old symptoms. Our first task is to make the obstacle conscious to the patient. In one of my patients, the pressure technique suddenly failed. I had reason to suppose there was an unconscious representation of the kind previously mentioned in item 2, and I tried to deal with it first by catching the patient off guard. I told her that some obstacle must have arisen to hinder the continuation of treatment, but that the pressure technique at least had the power to show her what that obstacle was. I pressed her head and she said, surprised, "I see you sitting there in the chair, but that's absurd. What can that mean?" I was then able to offer her some clarification. In another patient, the obstacle didn't usually appear directly as a result of my pressure, but I always managed to discover it by taking the patient back to the moment it had originated. The pressure technique never failed to bring us back to that moment. When the obstacle was discovered and demonstrated, the first difficulty was cleared from the path. But a greater one persisted, which was getting the patient to produce information relating to apparently personal matters in which the third party coincided with the figure of the doctor. At first, I was quite annoyed by this increase in my psychological workload, until I realized that the entire process followed a law, and then I also noticed that this kind of transference didn't actually add much to what I had to do. For the patient, the work remained the same. She needed to overcome the distressing effect aroused by the mere fact that she had been capable of entertaining such a desire, even for a moment, and it seemed to make no difference to the success of the treatment whether she made this psychic repudiation the theme of her work in its historical context or in the recent situation involving me. Gradually, the patients themselves also began to understand that these transferences onto the figure of the doctor were a compulsion and an illusion that dissipated with the completion of the analysis. I believe, however, that had I failed to clarify the nature of the obstacle to them, I would simply have given them a new hysterical symptom, albeit a milder one, in exchange for another that had emerged spontaneously. I believe I've now provided sufficient indications of how these analyses were carried out and of the observations I made throughout them. What I've said may make some things appear more complicated than they really are. Many problems resolve themselves when we become engaged in the work. I did not list the difficulties of the task in order to create the impression that, given the demands the cathartic analysis imposes on both doctor and patient, it's only worth undertaking in extremely rare cases. I allow my medical activities to be guided by the opposite assumption, although I cannot, admittedly, offer more definite guidelines for the application of the therapeutic method described in these pages without delving into the broader and more important issue of the treatment of neuroses in general. In my own mind, I have often compared cathartic psychotherapy with surgical intervention. I have described my treatments as psychotherapeutic operations and have drawn analogies to the opening of a pus-filled cavity, the scraping of a decayed area, etc. Such an analogy is less justified by the removal of the pathological than by the creation of conditions more favorable to the progress of the healing process. When I promise my patients help or improvement through cathartic treatment, I am often met with the following objection. But you yourself tell me that my illness is probably connected to the circumstances and events of my life. You, in any case, cannot change those. So how do you propose to help me? And I found it possible to reply, no doubt fate would find it easier than I would to relieve you of your illness. But you'll find there is much to gain if we can succeed in transforming your hysterical suffering into ordinary unhappiness. With a psyche restored to health, you'll be better equipped to face that unhappiness. The Neuro-Psychoses of Defence, 1894. When Freud completed this paper in January of 1894, a year had passed since the publication of his last work in Psychopathology, the preliminary communication, written together with Breuer. The only exceptions were the article on hysterical paralyses, which had been planned and drafted years earlier, and the obituary for Charcot. And another year would pass before any further works were published. Yet, the years 1893 and 1894 were far from idle. In 1893, Freud was still deeply engaged in neurological work, while in 1894 he was preparing his contribution to studies on hysteria. But during these 2 years, as his letters to Fliess reveal, he was thoroughly absorbed in investigating what had now entirely displaced neurology as his central focus: the problems of the neuroses. These problems fell into 2 quite distinct groups, which would later become known as the actual neuroses and the psychoneuroses. Freud did not feel ready to publish anything on the former, neurasthenia and anxiety states, until early 1895. Regarding hysteria and obsessions, however, he was already in a position to outline the field, resulting in the present article. Here, of course, he still owed a considerable debt to Charcot and Breuer. Nevertheless, one can also detect the first emergence of many elements that would become essential to his own theoretical system. For instance, although the theory of defense had been only briefly mentioned in the preliminary communication, it is here discussed at length for the first time. The very term defense appears here for the first time, as does conversion. The significance of sexuality begins to emerge. The nature of the unconscious is alluded to. Perhaps most importantly, in the second section, Freud introduces the fundamental theory of cathexis and its displacement, and in the penultimate paragraph, clearly states the working hypothesis that would underpin his model. The Neuro-Psychoses of Defence, a preliminary communication on the theory of acquired hysteria, certain phobias and obsessions, and some hallucinatory psychoses. After conducting a detailed study of various neurotic patients suffering from phobias and obsessions, I arrived at an explanatory hypothesis for these symptoms. And this has since allowed me to trace the origin of such pathological ideas in new and diverse cases with success. My explanation, therefore, seems to me to merit publication and closer examination. Simultaneously with this psychological theory of phobias and obsessions, my observation of patients also yielded a contribution to the theory of hysteria, or rather a modification of it, which seems to account for an important characteristic common to hysteria and the neuroses just mentioned. Furthermore, I had the opportunity to discern what undoubtedly constitutes a form of mental illness and discovered, at the same time, that the viewpoint I had provisionally adopted established an intelligible link between these psychoses and the 2 neuroses in question. At the end of this article, I will formulate the working hypothesis I employed in all 3 cases. 1. Let us begin with the modification that the theory of hysterical neurosis seems to require. Since the outstanding work of Pierre Janet, Breuer, and others, it has been generally accepted that the syndrome of hysteria, at least insofar as it is currently intelligible, justifies the assumption of a division of consciousness, accompanied by the formation of separate psychic groups. However, opinions are less well established regarding the origin of this division and the role it plays in the structure of hysterical neurosis. According to Janet's theory, the division of consciousness is a primary feature of the mental disturbance in hysteria. It is based on an innate deficiency in psychic synthesis, a narrowing of the field of consciousness, which, as a psychic stigma, reveals the degeneracy of hysterical individuals. In contrast to Janet's view, which seems to me open to numerous objections, there is the position proposed by Breuer in our joint communication. According to him, the basis and sine qua non of hysteria is the occurrence of peculiar states of consciousness, similar to dreaming, with restricted associative capacity, for which he proposed the name hypnoid states. In this case, the division of consciousness is secondary and acquired. It occurs because the representations arising in hypnoid states are excluded from associative communication with the rest of conscious content. I am now in a position to provide evidence for 2 other extreme forms of hysteria, in which the division of consciousness cannot be regarded as primary in Janet's sense. In the first of these 2 forms, I was repeatedly able to demonstrate that the division of conscious content resulted from a voluntary act of the patient. That is, it was promoted by an act of will whose motive could be specified. Of course, this does not mean that the patient intended to provoke a division of consciousness. His intention was something else, but instead of achieving his aim, he produced a division of consciousness. In the third form of hysteria, demonstrated through psychic analysis of intelligent patients, the division of consciousness plays a minimal or possibly negligible role. These are cases where there was only a failure to react to traumatic stimuli, and which can thus be resolved and cured through abreaction. These are the so-called pure retention hysterias. Concerning the connection to phobias and obsessions, I will deal only with the second form of hysteria. For reasons that will soon become clear, I will call this form defense hysteria, using this name to distinguish it from hypnoid hysteria and retention hysteria. I can also, for now, refer to my cases of defense hysteria as acquired, since they involve neither severe hereditary degeneration nor individual degenerative atrophy. The patients I analyzed, therefore, had enjoyed sound mental health up to the point when a conflict arose in their representational life. That is, until their ego was confronted with an experience, a representation, or a feeling that provoked such distressing effect that the subject decided to forget it, because he did not trust his capacity to resolve the contradiction between the incompatible representation and his ego through mental activity. Among women, this kind of incompatible representation typically arises in the realm of sexual experience and sensation, and the patients are often able to recall, with remarkable clarity, their defensive efforts, their intention to push it away, not to think about it, to suppress it. I will provide some examples, easily multiplied, taken from my own observation. A young woman who felt guilty because, while nursing her ill father, she had thought of a man who had made a slight erotic impression on her. A governess who had fallen in love with her employer and decided to banish the inclination from her mind, as it conflicted with her pride, and so on. Naturally, I cannot assert that a voluntary effort to eliminate such thoughts from the mind is, in itself, a pathological act, nor can I say whether or how intentional forgetting might succeed in people who remain healthy under similar psychic influences. I only know that this type of forgetting did not work in the patients I analyzed. Rather, it led to various pathological reactions that resulted in either hysteria, obsession, or hallucinatory psychosis. The capacity to produce one of these states, which are all linked to a division of consciousness, through such voluntary effort must be regarded as a sign of pathological disposition, though not necessarily equivalent to hereditary or individual degeneration. As to the pathway from the patient's voluntary effort to the emergence of the neurotic symptom, I have formed an opinion that can be expressed, using common psychological abstractions, roughly as follows. The task the ego sets itself in its defensive stance, to treat the incompatible representation as if it had never occurred, is simply beyond its power. Both the memory trace and the effect bound to the representation are firmly established and cannot be eradicated. However, a partial success is achieved when the ego weakens the representation by withdrawing the effect, the sum of excitation, with which it is charged. The weakened representation then makes almost no demand on associative processes. But the freed excitation must be disposed of in some other way. Up to this point, the processes observed in hysteria, phobias, and obsessions are the same. Beyond that, their paths diverge. In hysteria, the incompatible representation is rendered harmless by converting its quantity of excitation into a somatic form. For this, I propose the name conversion. Conversion may be total or partial. It follows the motor or sensory innervation pathway connected, closely or loosely, to the traumatic experience. In this way, the ego frees itself from the conflict it faces. In return, however, it burdens itself with a mnemonic symbol that resides in consciousness as a sort of parasite, whether as an insoluble motor innervation or as a constantly recurring hallucinatory sensation, that persists until a reverse conversion occurs. Consequently, the memory trace of the repressed idea is not, after all, dissolved. From then on, it forms the nucleus of a second psychic group. Let me add a few more words to this conception of the psychophysical processes in hysteria. Once such a nucleus is formed through a hysterical splitting off in a traumatic moment, It tends to grow in other moments, which could be called auxiliary moments. Whenever the arrival of a new impression of the same kind breaches the barrier erected by the will. This refreshes the weakened representation with new effect and temporarily restores the associative link between the two psychic groups, until another conversion reinstates the defense. The distribution of excitation thus enabled in hysteria usually proves to be unstable. The excitation, forced to discharge through an improper channel via somatic innervation, may occasionally find its way back to the representation from which it was separated, and then compels the subject to process the representation associatively or discharge it in hysterical attacks, as we see in the well-known contrast between attacks and chronic symptoms. The operation of Brewer's cathartic method consists in deliberately guiding the return of excitation from the somatic to the psychic sphere, thereby resolving the contradiction through thought activity and discharge via speech. If the division of consciousness in acquired hysteria is based on a voluntary act, then we have a strikingly simple explanation for the remarkable fact that hypnosis regularly expands the restricted consciousness of the hysteric and provides access to the split-off psychic group. Indeed, we know that a feature common to all sleep-like states is their suspension of the excitation distribution that underlies the will of the conscious personality. Thus, we see that the characteristic factor of hysteria is not the division of consciousness but the capacity for conversion, and we may include as a significant part of the predisposition for hysteria, still unknown in other aspects, a psychophysical aptitude to transpose large amounts of excitation into somatic innervation. This aptitude by itself does not exclude psychic health and leads to hysteria only when there is psychic incompatibility or excitation overload. By adopting this view, Brewer and I align ourselves more closely with the familiar definitions of hysteria given by Oppenheim and Strumpel, and depart from Janet's conception, which places too much emphasis on the division of consciousness in characterizing hysteria. The presentation given here may claim to have rendered intelligible the connection between conversion and hysterical splitting of consciousness. 2. When someone with a predisposition to neurosis lacks the aptitude for conversion, but still appears to reject an incompatible representation, they tend to separate it from its effect, and this effect is then forced to remain within the psychic sphere. The representation, now weakened, still persists in consciousness, detached from any association. But its effect, now free, attaches itself to other representations that are not incompatible in themselves, and thanks to this false linkage, such representations are transformed into obsessive representations. This is, in a nutshell, the psychological theory of obsessions and phobias mentioned at the beginning of this article. I will now indicate which of the various elements outlined in this theory can be directly demonstrated and which were merely posited by me. What can be directly demonstrated beyond the final product of the process, the obsession, is first of all the source of the effect now placed in a false linkage. In all the cases I have analyzed, it was the subject's sexual life that had aroused a distressing effect, precisely of the same nature as the one tied to their obsession. Theoretically, it is not impossible for this effect to sometimes emerge in other areas. I can only report that, thus far, I have not come across any other origin. Moreover, it is easy to verify that it is precisely sexual life that carries the most numerous opportunities for the emergence of incompatible representations. Furthermore, the most unequivocal declarations from patients demonstrate the willful effort and the defensive attempt emphasized by the theory. And at least in a good number of cases, the patients themselves reported that their phobia or obsession first appeared after a voluntary effort had apparently succeeded. Once something very unpleasant happened to me, and I tried very hard to push it away and not think about it anymore. I finally succeeded, but then this other thing appeared, which I haven't been able to get rid of since. These were the words with which a patient confirmed the main points of the theory I have developed here. Not everyone who suffers from obsessions has such a clear idea about their origin. Generally, when the patient's attention is drawn to the primitive representation of a sexual nature, the response is, "It can't come from that. I never thought much about it. For a moment I got scared, but then I immediately diverted the thought, and since then, it never bothered me again." In this frequent objection, We have the proof that the obsession represents a substitute or surrogate for the incompatible sexual representation, having taken its place in consciousness. Between the patient's voluntary effort, which succeeds in repressing the unacceptable sexual representation, and the emergence of the obsessive representation, which, although weak in itself, is now endowed with an incomprehensibly strong effect, there remains the gap that the theory developed here seeks to fill. The separation of the sexual representation from its effect and the attachment of that effect to another, suitable but not incompatible. Representation are processes that occur outside of consciousness. Their existence can only be presumed, but not proven through any clinical psychological analysis. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that such processes are not strictly psychic in nature, but rather physical processes whose psychic consequences appear as if what is expressed by the terms separation between representation and effect and false linkage had actually occurred. Alongside the cases that show a sequence between an incompatible sexual representation and an obsessive representation, we find several others in which obsessive representations and distressing sexual representations occur simultaneously. It's not very satisfying to call the latter sexual obsessive representations, since they lack an essential trait of obsessive representations. They appear perfectly justified, whereas the distressing character of common obsessive representations is a problem both for the doctor and the patient. As far as I've been able to explore this terrain in such cases, what happens is that a perpetual defense is being constructed against sexual representations that continually resurface. That is, a work still in progress. Since patients are aware of the sexual origin of their obsessions, they often keep them secret. When they do complain about them, they usually express their astonishment at being subject to the effect in question, at feeling anxiety, or having certain impulses, and so forth. To the experienced doctor, however, the effect seems justified and understandable. What he finds remarkable is only that such an effect is attached to a representation that does not deserve it. The effect of the obsession, in other words, seems to him to be displaced or transferred, and if he has accepted what has been said in these pages, he will be able, in many cases of obsession, to retranslate them in sexual terms. To provide that secondary connection to the freed effect, any representation may be used that, by its nature, can be associated with an effect of the same quality, or that has certain relations with the incompatible representation, making it seem suitable as its substitute. Thus, for example, the freed anxiety whose sexual origin must not be recalled by the patient will take hold of the common primary phobias of the human species, related to animals, storms, darkness, and so on, or of things unequivocally associated, in one way or another, with what is sexual, such as urination, defecation, or more generally dirt and contagion. The ego gains far less by choosing affect transposition as a defense mechanism than by choosing the hysterical conversion of the psychic excitation into somatic innervation. The effect that the ego suffers remains as before, unchanged and undiminished, with the only difference being that the incompatible representation is suppressed and isolated from memory. The repressed representations, as in the other case, form the nucleus of a second psychic group, which I believe is accessible even without the help of hypnosis. If phobias and obsessions are unaccompanied by the notable symptoms that characterize the formation of an independent psychic group in hysteria, this is no doubt because, in their case, the entire alteration remained within the psychic sphere, and the relationship between psychic excitation and somatic innervation underwent no change. To illustrate what has been said about obsessions, I will give a few examples that I suppose are typical. 1. A young woman suffered from obsessive self-recriminations. When she read something in the newspapers about counterfeiters, the idea occurred to her that she too had produced fake money. If an unknown person committed a murder, she anxiously wondered whether she might not have been the perpetrator. At the same time, she was perfectly aware of the absurdity of these obsessive accusations. For some time, this feeling of guilt gained such ascendancy over her that her critical faculties became dulled, and she confessed to her relatives and her doctor that she had indeed committed all these crimes. Here is an example of psychosis through mere intensification, a psychosis in which the ego is overpowered. A meticulous inquiry then revealed the source from which her feeling of guilt sprang. Stimulated by a casual voluptuous sensation, She had been induced by a friend to masturbate and had practiced masturbation for years, fully aware of the wrongdoing, which was accompanied by the most violent, though futile, self-recriminations. An excess she indulged in after going to a dance had produced the intensification that led to the psychosis. After a few months of treatment and the strictest supervision, the young woman recovered. 2. Another young woman suffered from a fear of being overcome by the urge to urinate and of being unable to avoid wetting herself, ever since the occasion when such an urge had in fact forced her to leave a concert hall during a performance. Little by little, this phobia rendered her completely incapable of enjoying herself or participating in society. She only felt at ease when she knew that a toilet was nearby and accessible, which she could reach discreetly. There was no trace of any organic illness that could justify this distrust in her ability to control her bladder. When she was at home, in calm conditions, or at night, the urge to urinate never arose. A detailed examination showed that the urge had first occurred under the following circumstances. In the concert hall, a gentleman to whom she was not indifferent had taken a seat not far from her. The young woman began to think of him and to imagine herself sitting next to him as his wife. During this erotic daydream, she experienced a bodily sensation comparable to the male erection and which, in her case, I don't know if this is always so, ended with a slight urge to urinate. She was then greatly terrified by the sexual sensation, to which she was normally accustomed, for she had made an internal resolution to fight against that particular preference, as well as against any other she might feel. In the next moment, the effect transferred itself to the concomitant urge to urinate and compelled her, after an agonizing struggle, to leave the venue. In her daily life, she was so modest that she experienced intense horror at anything related to sex and could not even entertain the idea of one day getting married. On the other hand, she was so sexually hyperesthetic that during any erotic daydream, to which she readily surrendered, the same voluptuous sensation would appear. On every occasion, the erection was accompanied by the urge to urinate, though without producing any particular impression until the scene at the concert hall. Treatment led her to an almost complete control of her phobia. 3. A young wife, who had had only one child in 5 years of marriage, complained to me of an obsessive impulse to throw herself out of a window or from a balcony, and also of a fear of stabbing her son, a fear that seized her whenever she saw a sharp knife. She admitted that marital sexual relations were rare, always subject to precautions against conception, but claimed not to miss them, as she was not of a sensual nature. At that point, I ventured to tell her that, upon seeing a man, erotic representations would occur to her, and that for this reason, she had lost confidence in herself and considered herself a depraved person, capable of anything. The translation of the obsessive representation into sexual terms was a success. In tears, she immediately confessed the precariousness of her marriage, long hidden, and she later also shared distressing, unchanged sexual representations, such as the very frequent sensation that something was forcing its way under her skirt. I have made use of this kind of observation in my therapeutic work, redirecting the attention of patients with phobias and obsessions to repressed sexual representations, despite all their protests, and whenever possible, stemming the sources from which such representations sprang. Naturally, I cannot claim that all phobias and obsessions emerge in the way characterized here. In the first place, my experience with them includes only a limited number of cases, in comparison with the frequency of these neuroses. And secondly, I am well aware that not all of these psychasthenic symptoms, as Janet calls them, are equivalent. There are, for instance, purely hysterical phobias. I do believe, however, that it will be possible to demonstrate the presence of the effect transposition mechanism in the majority of phobias and obsessions, and therefore I insist that these neuroses, which are found just as frequently in isolation as they are in combination with hysteria or neurasthenia, should not be indiscriminately lumped together with common neurasthenia, for whose basic symptoms there is no reason to assume any psychic mechanism. 3. In both cases considered so far, the defense against the incompatible representation was carried out by separating it from its effect. The representation itself remained in consciousness, albeit weakened and isolated. There is, however, a type of defense that is much more powerful and successful. In it, The ego rejects the incompatible representation along with its effect and behaves as if the representation had never occurred to it. But from the moment this is achieved, the subject enters a psychosis that can only be qualified as hallucinatory confusion. A single example may serve to illustrate this assertion. A young woman had devoted her first impulsive affection to a man and firmly believed that he reciprocated her love. In fact, she was mistaken. The man had different motives for visiting her house. Disappointments were not lacking. At first, the young woman defended herself against them by converting the experiences in question into hysterical symptoms, thereby preserving her belief that one day he would ask for her hand. At the same time, however, she felt ill and unhappy because the conversion had been incomplete and she was constantly faced with new painful impressions. Finally, in a state of great tension, she awaited his arrival on a particular day, which was a family celebration. But the day passed and he did not appear. When all the trains by which he might have come had already arrived and departed, she entered a state of hallucinatory confusion. He had arrived, she heard his voice in the garden, and she rushed downstairs in her nightgown to greet him. From that day on, for 2 months, she lived in an enchanting dream whose content was that he was present, by her side, and everything had returned to the way it had been, before the time of the disappointments she had fought so hard to reject. Her hysteria and despondency were overcome. During the illness, she remained silent about the entire final period of doubt and suffering. She was happy as long as she was not disturbed and would only explode in hatred when some behavioral rule reiterated by those around her interfered with something that, to her, seemed to follow logically from her blessed dream. This psychosis, which had been unintelligible at the time, was explained 10 years later with the help of a hypnotic analysis. The point I now wish to emphasize is that the content of a hallucinatory psychosis of this kind consists precisely in the accentuation of the representation that was threatened by the triggering cause of the illness. Therefore, it is justifiable to say that the ego rejected the incompatible representation through a flight into psychosis. The process by which this is achieved once again eludes the subject's self-perception, just as it escapes psychological clinical analysis. It must be regarded as the expression of a pathological predisposition of a rather high degree and can be described more or less as follows. The ego breaks away from the incompatible representation. This, however, remains inseparably linked to a fragment of reality, so that as the ego achieves this result, it too detaches itself, totally or partially, from reality. In my opinion, this final event is the condition under which the subject's representations acquire the vividness of hallucinations. Thus, when the defense succeeds in reaching its goal, the subject finds himself in a state of hallucinatory confusion. I have only very few analyses of psychoses of this nature. I believe, however, that we are dealing here with a very commonly employed type of psychic illness, for there is no asylum without examples that can be considered analogous. The mother who fell ill after the loss of her baby and now endlessly rocks a piece of wood in her arms, or the rejected bride who, dressed in her wedding attire, waits for years for the groom. It may not be superfluous to point out that the 3 methods of defense described here, and along with them, the 3 forms of illness to which these methods lead, can combine in the same person. The simultaneous appearance of phobias and hysterical symptoms, frequently observed in practice, is one of the factors that hinder a clear-cut distinction between hysteria and the other neuroses and make it necessary to postulate the category of mixed neuroses. It is true that hallucinatory confusion is not always compatible with the persistence of hysteria or obsessions in general. On the other hand, it is not uncommon for a defensive psychosis to erupt episodically in the course of a hysterical or mixed neurosis. Finally, I would like to dwell for a moment on the working hypothesis I have used in this exposition of the defense neuroses. I refer to the concept that in mental functions one must distinguish something, a charge of effect or sum of excitation, which possesses all the characteristics of a quantity, though we have no means of measuring it, capable of increase, decrease, displacement, and discharge, and which spreads over the memory traces of representations like an electric charge spreads over the surface of a body. This hypothesis, which is already implicit in our theory of abreaction in the preliminary communication, can be applied in the same way that physicists apply the hypothesis of a flow of electric energy. It is provisionally justified by its usefulness in coordinating and explaining a wide variety of psychic states. Vienna, end of January 1894. The Interpretation of Dreams and the Constitution of the Psychic Apparatus. We have reached the turn of the century, and it was at this new historical moment that Freud intended to enter history. In his famous book The Interpretation of Dreams, completed in 1899 but published in 1900, the author synthesizes his most valuable findings from his immersion in clinical practice and theoretical development, which began with his contact with hypnosis. Without a doubt, it is a bold and daring book, just like the psychoanalytic proposal of its time. This compilation, as Woolheim points out, besides being what its title suggests, is also a work of confession, to the extent that Freud entrusted its pages with many of the discoveries and conclusions of his self-analysis. Marking the end of this period of self-discoveries, the book formulates a theoretical construct that will predict the entire clinical approach grounded in what we call Freud's first topography, the topographical model of mental functioning. Throughout this chapter, we will understand the role and importance of dreams in this psychoanalytic process, the consolidation of fundamental concepts for the understanding of psychoanalysis up to that point, and the recognition of psychopathologies beyond the confines of medical definitions. The Book of the Century and the Psychoanalytic Concept of Dreams. The Interpretation of Dreams spans 2 volumes of Freud's complete works. Its length goes beyond the numerous pages dedicated to understanding this phenomenon. The scientific perspective, the concern to theorize his findings and thoughts, along with the many letters sent to Flius, make this work a true gift to humanity, a valuable contribution to understanding the subject, the symbolic, the clinic, and culture. In a brief and introductory way, we can conceive of dreams as the royal road to a knowledge of the unconscious activities of the mind. Other statements will support the idea that dreams offer a satisfactory path to the fulfillment of a wish repressed at the unconscious level, and that, for some reason, cannot be accessed by the conscious mind. These observations, among others arising from Freud's studies, were consolidated thanks to the establishment of a construction, the dream, arising from memory traces, recollections and memories from childhood, and from reminiscent disturbances experienced during wakefulness. When we are awake, the understanding of dreams as part of the so-called normal functioning of the mind is, at the same time, understood as a pathological expression, given the findings within the work with hysterics, among the neuroses and the structures of dreams. This supports Freud's proposition that dreams are the royal road to the unconscious. Thus, it is possible to approach the understanding of dreams both from the point of view of their formation. How do they originate? And their functions, what are they for? For Freud, the formation of dreams is established through 3 main pathways. Sensory stimuli, the influence of disturbances from the external environment, noises, lights, as well as from the internal environment, respiratory or urinary sensations. Day residues, episodes experienced during wakefulness that for some reason proved significant to the individual's subjectivity. Repressed unconscious content, thoughts, feelings, and desires that remain submerged in the unconscious. In this sense, and in order to understand the dynamics of dreams, it is necessary to recognize that they have their own way of functioning, organization, and language, which characterizes the means and manners through which they manifest. To explain this, Freud proposes 2 concepts through which dream thoughts, unconscious content, are filtered: the manifest content of the dream and the latent content of the dream. Manifest content, characterized by the images that appear in consciousness during sleep, which may or may not be remembered upon waking. Latent content, a set of underlying elements, thoughts, feelings, repressions, and anxieties, that are repressed by the unconscious due to the dream censor, and are therefore inaccessible directly to consciousness. Thus, for what Freud called the dream work to occur, certain defense mechanisms must be mobilized so that dream thoughts can indirectly manifest themselves at the conscious level. These mechanisms that form dreams can reach the repressed content in the unconscious precisely because they suspend those barriers of repression. However, these mechanisms resist literal interpretation. The figurative meaning behind a dream must be interpreted. Among the mechanisms that form dreams, we highlight displacement. Through an associative chain, it is as if dream thoughts slide from one image to another, replacing the meaning of these contents. The original meaning of house could imply protection, mother, or any other content. There is no rigid interpretation. Interpretation must come from the analytic process. Condensation. The representatives of the dream thoughts are, so to speak, condensed, united, or fused, in a way that prevents any clear and direct correspondence between manifest and latent content. That is, in a single image, people, places, things, different elements may be superimposed, complicating the interpretative task. Symbolization or representation. Certain familiar images take on a specific representation in the dream's context. For example, a snake might represent the phallic power of the penis, or be a symbolic representation of a treacherous person, like a snake. For some time, Freud believed this language could be universal, offering the same symbolism to anyone. However, he later abandoned this view due to clinical experience. In other words, each image receives its own representation within the patient's particular universe. Thus, it is possible to think of a dream language, from its formation to its representation in the individual's mind, and its significance in their psychic life. It is thanks to secondary elaboration, which acts as a kind of disguise of unconscious content, that the manifest content takes its form, as a compromise formation between the ID's drives and the ego's defenses, allowing it to emerge into consciousness in a form tolerable to the subject. That is, the dream reaches the contents of the ID unconscious, but delivers this content in a modified way so as not to overwhelm the defenses of the ego. Remember, the ego has defense mechanisms that find it more convenient to repress intolerable events. In summary, for Freud, dreams are a pathway to access the unconscious, just as he assumes in his clinical practice. But it is a tortuous path that requires interpretation by the analyst. Thus, dreams are a construction of the mind, arising from fears, traumas, anxieties, frustrations, and desires that, for some reason, cannot reach the conscious level. Therefore, these contents end up manifesting symbolically through three main mechanisms: condensation, displacement, and symbolization/representation. Through this symbolism, the latent contents, those belonging to the unconscious sphere, are revealed through manifest contents, thus becoming a way for the conscious mind to glimpse into deep, otherwise inaccessible matters, whether as a satisfactory fulfillment of repressed desires or as a defensive presentation of anxieties that cannot be consciously revealed. Dream mechanisms. In antiquity, it was believed that dreams revealed divine plans. We can see that since the earliest times, there was a strict connection between dreams and prophecy. With psychoanalysis, however, dreams came to be understood as a path to self-knowledge. Freud discovered that the matter goes beyond the dream-prophecy relationship. He identified 4 dream mechanisms. That is, for forms of processing that bring memories, desires, and repressed content to the surface in dreams. Freud had the audacity to raise the following questions. Why do we dream? How are dreams formed? Over time, the interpretation of dreams came to be framed in 2 main approaches. The first posits the need for scientific and symbolic deciphering. The second considers dreams from a metaphysical, mystical, or prophetic standpoint. The first approach deals with arbitrariness and lacks an underlying logic, assuming it necessary to decipher hidden content that is often extremely confusing. The second embraces the relationship between dreams and prophecy, a view that, even today, continues to attract many followers and enthusiasts. This leads to suggestions of future events, a kind of divination that fosters the emergence of the curious and the mystifiers, without any real qualification to offer a professional perspective on the subject. In his work The Interpretation of Dreams, 1900, Freud proposes, based on his observations and studies, that dreams are one of the manifestations of the human unconscious, contradicting the belief in a prophetic function. In Freud's studies and observations, we find a highly efficient means of accessing the unconscious. He believed that the dream is tied to the fulfillment of a wish repressed by consciousness, which is shaped by the prevailing moral code of the individual's culture. The material that composes the dream comes from our experiences, things we live through but do not consciously recognize. Manifest and latent content. With this, Freud proposed the existence of two levels of content, manifest and latent. Manifest content is what the individual reports having experienced as something strange, unusual, or absurd. Latent content corresponds to the ideas, impulses, desires, and feelings repressed and embedded in the unconscious. The true task of interpretation is to move from manifest content to latent content. In Freud's words, the elaboration of a dream occurs because there is something that refuses to give the mind peace. It is believed that the distortion the dream undergoes results from the non-absorption of something forbidden by our internal censorship. Thus, the function of the dream is the disguised fulfillment of repressed desires. With this in mind, Freud highlighted four important mechanisms that help us understand why we dream what we dream. Condensation. According to Laplanche and Pontalis, in condensation, a single representation alone conveys several associative chains and results, in the dream, in a manifest account that is brief compared to its latent content. It's a shortened version of latent thoughts. Displacement. Displacement in dreams is one of the most significant factors for distinguishing between dream thought and its content. Due to displacement, a significant aspect of the dream may go unnoticed, while secondary aspects emerge in rich detail. Intensity is withdrawn from elements with high psychic value and shifted to elements with lower psychic value. Symbolism. Thoughts arising from the unconscious are transformed through symbolism in dreams. The content of the dream appears full of metaphors, which accounts for the distinct form that the manifest content assumes, strikingly different from the original thought. Freud developed a series of interpretations for unconscious symbols, most of which refer to sexual symbolism. Dramatization. The various unconscious mental operations through which latent content becomes manifest are known as dream work, or the dramatization of the dream. In this mental theater, dream fragments, condensed, displaced, and charged with symbolism, are transformed into scenes in which secondary elaboration removes incongruities and absurdities, rearranging elements and assigning importance to concepts previously overlooked. It is essential to recognize that dream material and its analysis reveal both current and past concerns, which intertwine and influence one another. The unconscious is atemporal, meaning it is not constrained by the passage of time. This realization highlights the need to accept a revolutionary and complex understanding of temporal experience, distinct from common sense. The conscious ego perceives the passage of time, its effects, and the existence of the self in a specific moment of time. But this is not necessarily true for the unconscious. As Freud himself noted, there is nothing in the idea that corresponds to the idea of time. No recognition of its passage, and no changes in its mental processes produced by it. In other words, in the psychic world, the past coexists with present concerns and hope for the future. According to Freud's initial premise, the dream is the royal road to the unconscious, and its interpretation cannot be reduced to the dream-prophecy relationship, but must be understood as the expression of individual motivation, which cannot be conveyed through any universal symbolism. The interpretation of dreams. The psychoanalytic view of dreams is that they reflect our conscious daily lives. Essentially, the images we see during sleep are unresolved issues we were unable to settle previously. Let's take a brief look at the interpretation of dreams and examine how these phenomena affect us. For any psychiatrist, the interpretation of dreams carries enormous constructive value. The work is considered a gateway to our conscious mind, revealing a riskier, more daring side of Freud's practice. That's because Freud built the bridge that would connect the unknown to the light of what we now call psychoanalysis. The psychoanalyst made the bold proposal of viewing man and his thought apart from a conscious-centered approach. Yet the very idea of the unconscious seemed unreachable through conventional methods. Thus, he realized that this place required various pathways to reach us and reveal something of ourselves. Looking back, we believe that the centenary of the book goes beyond the work itself. It also marks over 100 years since the discovery of the unconscious and the application of psychoanalysis. Time has not aged the paths opened by Freud, and they remain relevant and replicable in the modern world. The book directly connects the foundations of pre-psychoanalysis with what would follow. Throughout the work, we witness Freud's development regarding certain pillars of his theory. While some were later discarded, others were refined and still govern psychotherapeutic evaluation today, starting with the talking cure. At the request of a patient, Freud fell silent and began to listen. With clarity, he observed that the symptoms of hysteria dissolved when the patient spoke. Once they narrated the origins of their symptoms, the hysterics found relief and even rehabilitation. The power of dreams. Even Freud himself was initially shocked by his patients' accounts of childhood sexuality. He began to receive similar cases from people who had experienced pleasure during early childhood. Over time, he developed this idea further, even as it distanced him from the scientific community. Dreams have structure, even without a body. Freud shows considerable dexterity when discussing dreams in his book. He established characteristics and certain laws to dignify this unconscious behavior of the human mind. In doing so, he created a bridge between dreams and the emergence of hysterical symptoms. Some of these principles include: dreams are products of desire. Freud believed that dreams are unconscious fulfillments of our wishes. Whenever we have a desire we cannot fulfill, we bury it, trying to forget it through repression. Yet the desire continues to exist somewhere and exerts influence over us, such as through dreams. Dreams obey their own laws. Unlike our waking life, dreams obey different laws than those we're used to. This is proven by how unpredictably they surprise us. Consciousness operates through logical, linear, familiar rules. The unconscious, however, has no control mechanism or specific directive. Neurotic symptoms. Just like dreams, neurotic symptoms follow the same structure. They can be seen as the result of repression, since the desire must manifest one way or another. It's important to highlight that a neurotic symptom is also an expression of desire. Only now it's presented in a way that bypasses conscious recognition. The mechanics of dreams. The book defends that dreams are completely detached from the conscious perspective we live in. They ignore reality, time, contradictions, or any path governed by the everyday world. These projections serve to channel our impulses, releasing them from an inner prison. In 2 chapters of the book, Freud states that there is a movement mechanism that transfers values between ideas. As a result, seemingly insignificant images may be toned down and form dreams with a degree of censorship. Conversely, vivid dream images gain importance through their connection to truly relevant scenes. Moreover, dreams follow a process of condensation, where details reveal entire ideas. Freud provided clear examples of how isolated characteristics can identify someone when blended with group traits. Essentially, a single person can condense the characteristics of a crowd. The book reminds us how well psychoanalysis has withstood the passage of time. A prime example of this lies in Jacques Lacan, who expanded the psychoanalytic concept throughout his life. Through him, the teaching and application of psychotherapy found greater precision. However, psychoanalysis encounters barriers when faced with American pragmatism, which often hopes for its failure. This is because the American lifestyle fundamentally contradicts the depth and complexity required by psychoanalytic work. The American way leaves little room for a more profound, comprehensive approach to the human psyche. Nonetheless, psychoanalysis is more valued than ever for resisting easy solutions. Today, man is often treated like an object, solving his problems with various pills. While these are quick fixes, they further fragment the human experience. Psychoanalysis, on the other hand, addresses it holistically. The interpretation of dreams can be considered one of Freud's most valuable legacies. Through it, we witness the birth of the official conception of the unconscious in human beings. It also marks the official birth date of psychoanalysis, serving as a milestone to observe the evolution of the field over the last century. Even though modern society may claim psychotherapy is unnecessary, we must reflect on the lifestyle we lead. Immediacy only polishes the traumas we carry throughout life, without properly treating them. What is needed is a deeper and more complete intervention. That is the role of psychoanalysis. The unconscious, what we know and what we don't. Freud began to observe signs of an unconscious psychic state early in his intellectual trajectory. According to Garcia Rosa, the term unconscious prior to Freud was merely an adjective, referring to anything not conscious. But it was never used to designate a distinct psychic system with its own autonomous activity. Thus, Freud didn't create the concept of the unconscious. It had always been there. It's more accurate to say that he discovered it, much like an astronomer who identifies a new planet, not by seeing it directly, but by the effects it exerts on the orbit of other planets. Only later can its existence be confirmed directly. In this context, the unconscious is not just a non-conscious place, as many assume. This is only half the truth. Freud's greatest achievement was identifying the unconscious as a system of dynamic interfaces and persistent effects throughout the entire psychic apparatus. This was unprecedented. In his 1915 paper, The Unconscious, Freud emphasized that everything repressed must remain in the unconscious. However, he warned that not all that is unconscious is repressed. The unconscious is broader in scope. The repressed is just a part of it. Thus, the unconscious is a realm that, while occupying no space or time, originates at the very beginning of the subject's being. It arises from an instinctual or even biological dimension, which soon links to drive-based desire. This desire becomes saturated with symbolic meaning and, inevitably, filled with repressed affects. The ontological origin of the unconscious coincides with the origin of the self, and everything that follows in life stems from it. The conscious world and human relationships are rooted in the unconscious, which determines the subject's experience throughout their biological existence. Scholars who discuss the notion of the unconscious. Supporting the thesis of the dynamic formation of the unconscious, Barato, 2009. In his article The Discovery of the Unconscious and the Historical Path of Its Elaboration, retraces the stages of Freud's evolving research and convictions. Freud's insights were constantly communicated to the scientific community alongside clinical case studies reported by himself and collaborators. One of the most disruptive claims in early psychoanalysis was the introduction of the unconscious and the theory of repression as the cornerstone of the entire structure of psychoanalysis. Barato further describes how repression is introduced as the cause of psychic division and the mechanism by which desire representations are expelled from consciousness and inscribed in the unconscious. However, repression does not render these representations inert or inactive. On the contrary, it ensures their indestructibility by making them inaccessible to consciousness. These findings suggest that the totality of the human subject is inscribed in what we call the unconscious. It is not forgotten nor inactive, but an active reality, communicating in a barely recognizable language. It's as if the unconscious speaks a foreign language to consciousness, causing estrangement, a subtle discomfort arising from psychic division. Often, this presents as bizarre curiosities to the subject. Yet, depending on the case, these can produce a range of symptoms and, not uncommonly, psychopathologies whose causes are as obscure as the unconscious itself. Therefore, it's important to recognize that Freud's concept of the unconscious was not ready-made. It was the result of extensive theoretical development, revised and refined over time as psychoanalysis took form. The structure and action of the unconscious. The unconscious is far more than a receptacle of primitive instincts, sexual drives, or repressed affects. It is ever-present, demanding its participation in the subject's life. It forces its way through social norms and personal traits, which are themselves largely influenced by the unconscious, and seeks satisfaction, whether directly or through substitutions, displacements, or symptoms. In this context, it's critical to recognize that repressing the unconscious is futile, ineffective, and counterproductive. The stronger the repression, the more intense the resulting discharge. Bertolt Brecht once said, "Of the river that everything drags along, they say it is violent. But no one calls violent the banks that confine it." The unconscious-conscious dichotomy. Freud emphasized that the unconscious-conscious dichotomy is not merely topographical. Psychic acts occur within a single system in two distinct phases. Initially, the act is unconscious. If not permitted by censorship or repression, it remains unconscious. However, if something breaks through this barrier, it enters the preconscious/conscious system. Even then, it may be recaptured by repression and returned to the unconscious, or it may linger in a state of difficult recall. In this sense, the unconscious is dynamic, constantly receding and resurfacing. Like magma in the Earth's core, it is in continuous motion, at times affecting the surface as magnetism or gravity, and at other times erupting in explosive outbursts or seismic psychic shifts. What lies beneath the surface can only be guessed at until it releases its energy, revealing a structure that seems illogical and anachronistic from the conscious perspective. The concept of fluidity. Freud illustrates the fluidity of the unconscious through the representation of ideas in cathexes and in the discharge of affect. These psychic instances can at times appear in consciousness or remain unconscious, depending on the effectiveness or failure of repression. Instincts, Freud argued, are never consciously perceived in themselves, but only appear as idea representations, cathexes, or affective discharges. Often, what reaches consciousness is merely the manifestation of these representations or affective discharges. The subject may then wonder why they reacted in such an unexpected way in a given situation. These are moments of internal questioning. Why did I think that? Why did I feel this way? Especially when such reactions contradict one's usual expectations. The unconscious and the manifestation of affect. Regarding the manifestation of affect, Freud is categorical in stating that there are three possible outcomes for how affect presents itself. The affect remains entirely or partially unchanged. It is transformed into a qualitatively different quota of affect, especially into anxiety. It is suppressed, prevented from developing altogether. These elements, these effects, are abundant and frequently encountered in psychoanalytic sessions. They provide clarity to the obscurity of the unconscious, offering a glimpse into its operations. While they may not always clarify individual cases in detail, they unmistakably signal its presence. Something is happening there, something beyond quantifiable synaptic patterns. These effects offer epistemological reassurance to the unconventional scientist attuned to the psychic dynamics revealed by psychoanalytic methods. Once all this is exposed, we may affirm that the discovery of the unconscious and its study by Freud and other analysts transformed the entire field of psychology. Consciousness lost its epistemic primacy, a status it had held for centuries since Descartes' cogito, ergo sum. No longer is the conscious mind the ultimate authority over will and free agency. There exists a dimension independent from consciousness, suggesting a divided subject, one that thinks independently, yet is not other than myself. As Nietzsche famously put it, "Yes, denkt in mir, something thinks in me. This something distorts my thoughts, which I believed I owned and could summon or silence at will. But in truth, I cannot." The languages of the unconscious. Among the various forms of unconscious expression, one must revisit Freud's Psychopathology of Everyday Life. This foundational text is essential for anyone seeking to study the topic, as it explores numerous curious and bizarre occurrences that are immediately recognizable in ourselves and others. These observations arise from data collected by Freud and his collaborators, documenting numerous examples where the dynamic functioning of the unconscious bleeds into everyday life. One recurring theme is the forgetting of proper names, words, or word groups that are typically very familiar to the unfortunate forgetter. These terms, ironically feared to be forgotten in advance, escape recall when needed, without an obvious reason. More than that, these names are often replaced by others, which flood the mind despite being clearly incorrect. And no matter how hard the individual tries, they cannot retrieve the correct word, at least for a while. A famous example is Freud forgetting the name of the artist Signorelli. In its place, his mind offered two alternatives, Botticelli and Boltraffio. Analyzing this, Freud conducted a brilliant self-analysis, tracing the associative chain back to a recent conversation with a colleague. In that conversation, place names like Bosnia and Herzegovina emerged, names later found to be linked to Freud's unconscious wish to forget a painful memory. A patient from Trefoi who had committed suicide due to an incurable sexual condition. Freud concluded that this was the result of a repressed desire to forget something tied to death and sexuality. But due to unconscious associative detours, he ended up forgetting other things instead, against his will. Lacan's reflections on the theme. For Lacan, the substitutive link between the prefixes signor, from Signorelli, and her, from Herzegovina, both meaning Mr. in Italian and German, illustrates how the unconscious organizes meaning through chains of signifiers. When this is combined with the traumatic event, the patient's suicide due to sexual impotence, It reveals why Freud forgot Signorelli's name. Lacan's theoretical framework teaches us that the unconscious travels from signifier to signifier, metonymy, until it reveals a metaphorical core, the latent meaning behind the associative chain. In Freud's case, this final signified revolved around death and sexuality, concepts too charged to be consciously retained. Thus, one language of the unconscious is imposed upon consciousness through forgetfulness. What is forgotten is not random, but displaced by association, an unconscious detour from the central, emotionally charged idea. In this way, unconscious language is not spoken in words. It is enacted, displaced, and encrypted in what we forget, misplace, repeat, or misattribute. And this silent grammar shapes far more of our lives than we dare to admit. Psychopathology of everyday life. Childhood screen memories are also addressed in this book. These are memories and fantasies that cover a particular phase or revolve around a specific event that remains forgotten. However, due to content deeply rooted in repression, these memories aren't merely forgotten. They are covered by other created memories, which serve as a bridge between the unconscious and the conscious. In this text, Freud also explores slips of the tongue and writing errors, which may include swap texts, words with double meanings or no contextual sense, substitutions, contaminations, etc. These occurrences are extremely common and easily observed everywhere, sparing virtually no one from personal surprise when they happen. They can arise even in subjects perfectly mastered by the speaker or writer. Typically, after an embarrassed chuckle, the incident is brushed aside and quickly dismissed without further consequence. When something apparently minor becomes a problem, however, these events can sometimes lead to serious consequences. A clear example is when someone calls their partner by someone else's name. This isn't necessarily evidence of actual infidelity, but it signals an active, potent unconscious, ready to exploit any breach to bring forth its instinctual desire. The unconscious also communicates through motor activity. We highlight especially careless acts and/or symptomatic acts. Freud mentions examples such as mixing up or forgetting keys, even using the wrong keys to try to enter a workplace instead of home. One could also mention how easily people lose their keys, even within their own homes. Since keys are symbols and tools of access and mobility, such as car keys, they can unconsciously represent an unacknowledged desire to go, or not go, to a particular place. Not to mention that keys can symbolically represent a phallic element, penetrating orifices and opening doors, allowing us to access an interior. Similarly, Freud reports a range of careless acts that led to broken objects, sometimes unappreciated gifts or even acts with an expiatory motive, serving as symbolic compensation for something else that occurred. A self-analysis of our own careless behaviors can be highly revealing of unconscious communication in daily life. Our everyday unconscious. Thinking about oneself often seems trivial, like informing ourselves of our tastes, as in preferring a color or a music genre. An arbitrary choice of I like or I dislike this or that implies a thinking, desiring self, making choices under its own free will. Many suggest that this is the very essence of freedom of expression. However, something alerts the less distracted consciousness when, for example, a well-known proper name simply vanishes from memory. Or, when in trying to recall it, other substitute names emerge, which the confused consciousness immediately recognizes as wrong, yet fails to remember the correct one. This is the terrain of memory slips, jokes, parapraxes, and screen memories. All this is thoroughly addressed by Freud in the Psychopathology of Everyday Life, offering strong, undeniable evidence of the existence of a deeper self. A self so deep that even we do not know it. We only hear from it through the loss of control that our so-called choosing conscious self struggles to explain, bringing individuality into the question. When genuinely honest with oneself, a person admits that their choices are not as autonomous as their naive philosophy once assumed. Eventually, the self-aware individual confesses that there are more mysteries between heaven and earth than are dreamt of in our vain philosophy, as Shakespeare hinted in Hamlet. There are many versions of this saying, where the word dreamt is often replaced by supposed or imagined. However, in this text, dreamt is chosen deliberately. It's precisely in dreams that, even if not through direct evidence, the elemental conviction of an unknown self emerges as a core paradigm of psychoanalysis. The dynamics of the psychic instances. Once the topographical structure is understood, it's essential to explore the dynamic interplay between the three psychic instances: unconscious, ICS, preconscious, PCS, and conscious, CS. This means investigating how pulsions circulate within them and how such movements influence the individual's psychological and relational functioning. To begin this discussion, we must introduce a key concept Freud linked to his topographic model: repression, Verdrängung. Freud illustrated repression as a kind of barrier located between the unconscious and preconscious systems. This psychic barrier is responsible for preventing distressing or intolerable contents, often stemming from early childhood, from accessing the preconscious/conscious system. Let's recall, the unconscious is inaccessible to our rational language. For anything within it to become conscious, it must first pass through the preconscious. Therefore, this filtration happens in layers, with repression acting as a gatekeeper to protect the ego from intolerable truths. The role of repression in psychic economy. Also known as the repressive mechanism, repression acts as the psyche's first line of defense. Without it, the individual would not be able to develop a functional personality. These repressed contents, formed by a representation and its associated effect, are confined to the unconscious and blocked by a psychic censorship that protects the ego from suffering. However, this barrier is not infallible. It may weaken under certain conditions, or the repressed content may be so highly charged with libidinal energy that it detaches from its original representation. In such cases, the effect is capable of escaping upward, toward the conscious level, seeking a new representation to which it can bind. Freud called this phenomenon the return of the repressed. In simple terms, something unbearable is repressed. Full conscious access is blocked, but a part of it, its effect, escapes, forming symptoms. These symptoms are indirect expressions of unresolved unconscious conflicts. The return of the repressed and the origins of neuroses. For Freud, when the repressive system fails, allowing the libidinal energy to seep into consciousness, the result is neurosis. This escape of repressed content manifests not in its original form, but as disguised symptoms, anxieties, compulsions, irrational fears, or bodily symptoms without physiological cause. These expressions are shaped by the specific type of neurosis: hysteria, obsessional neurosis, or phobia. A classic and illustrative example is hysterical conversion, a phenomenon Freud encountered in his early work with female patients. These women displayed physical symptoms, like temporary blindness or paralysis, with no identifiable organic basis. For Freud, these symptoms had to be rooted in unconscious psychic conflict. Let's consider the case of a patient who becomes temporarily blind despite normal ocular function. Freud hypothesized a link between this somatic symptom and a visual experience, real or fantasized, that was repressed. This visual experience might have represented an intense wish that, being unacceptable or impossible to fulfill, had been censored. The libidinal energy associated with that desire, needing expression, converted into a bodily symptom, here the eyes, thus manifesting as blindness. Symbolic substitution and psychic compromise. This mechanism illustrates how deeply psychic energy and symbolic representation are intertwined. The symptom does not appear randomly. It symbolically substitutes what was repressed. In the hysterical patient's case, the symptom, blindness, symbolizes the inability to see what one wished to see but could not. The eyes become the stage for expressing what the conscious mind cannot handle. Thus, repression is never purely effective. The repressed always returns, disguised, transformed, hidden beneath symptoms, but seeking release. The more potent the repression, the more dramatic its return. The psyche, in turn, improvises, finding symbolic routes, such as the body, speech, or behavioral patterns, to stage the unresolved tension. This dynamic interplay, between instinctual drive, psychic censorship, and symbolic expression, is what gives depth and complexity to Freud's topographic model. The ICS, PCS, and CS are not static compartments, but fluid territories in which forces collide, defend, transform, and express themselves through the language of symptoms, slips, dreams, and acts. The return of the repressed. Repression is a defense mechanism that leads the individual to push traumatic memories, desires, and other distressing contents into the unconscious. In Freud's writings, repression has been present since his earliest works and represents the clinical phenomenon of resistance. This phenomenon operates as a defense mechanism through which the person displaces into the unconscious anything that goes against the drives of their own ego. It is most characteristic of hysteria, but today it's recognized as a broader function shared by all human beings. Freud asserted that repression is a resistance of the drive. In fact, this defense mechanism tends to render the drive inoperative. Although unconscious, the drive continues to exist in a more structured way, giving rise to associations. Ultimately, all of the ego's defense mechanisms carry some element of repression within them. Drives that are linked to repressed pleasure face various external pressures, which lead the individual to suppress their desires. It's as if the person denies the existence of those feelings or emotions to better coexist with their personal principles or within cultural norms. Moreover, repression may result from childhood experiences that evoke pain or shame. However, this process can lead to various mental disorders. Freud and the two types of repression. Freud divided repression into two categories, primary and secondary. In primary repression, the process does not eliminate the unconscious, but rather constitutes it. Here, there's a battle in which the unconscious insists on fulfilling the pleasure drive. In secondary repression, the subject denies unconscious representations. This means the individual rejects specific representations, ideas, thoughts, memories, or desires, producing an unconscious negation. This blockage of conflicts generates anxiety. It forms a sort of shield to protect the subject from the pain caused by these representations. Symptoms of the return. In a diagnostic context, what we observe is that repression only becomes conscious through the symptoms of the return of the repressed, which can be identified in dreams or neurotic behaviors. Today, in colloquial speech, the term recalcata, repressed, often refers to someone who is envious, speaks ill of others, or is selfish. But this has nothing to do with the psychoanalytic definition. Although recently popularized, the term repression has been in use in psychoanalysis since 1895. When you have a desire, aspiration, instinct, or even a memory that you consider absurd, painful, difficult to accept, or even dangerous, this unconscious defense kicks in and represses that desire or thought. It's like a safety mechanism that prevents us from becoming ill by removing that idea from our awareness. It pushes the desire or thought into the unconscious, where we can no longer access it, and continue our lives without confronting that repulsive idea. Repression versus suppression. There is a distinction between repression and suppression. Repression seeks to avoid pain, memories that provoke anguish, thoughts, or desires by pushing them into the unconscious. Suppression works to ensure that those elements never emerge from the unconscious to become conscious. Some commonly observed traits in repressed individuals include low self-esteem, constantly finding faults in others, difficulty acknowledging others' success, persistent and exaggerated emotional suffering, rejection of others' opinions, always presenting a counterpoint. The return. Repression doesn't always work perfectly as a protective mechanism. Frequently, repressed memories resurface, causing pain and anxiety. This is why it's necessary to invest time in processing these repressed emotions. When those memories, once pushed into the subconscious, reappear in consciousness or behavior, we witness what Freud called the return of the repressed. These memories often reemerge in a distorted or disguised form, identifiable through dreams, Freudian slips, daydreams, or psychopathological symptoms. The most severe manifestation is in the form of symptoms. The person experiences psychological or physical discomfort without realizing they stem from unresolved unconscious issues. The return of the repressed ends up satisfying both the conscious and subconscious by being distorted. It bypasses the repression defenses and does not cause immediate displeasure or pain. We can say the pain returns, but in disguise. This disguise is what we call a symptom. Therapy is recommended to ease the conflicts caused by the return of the repressed. The goal is to uncover and release the content hidden in the subconscious and integrate it into conscious awareness. Bringing the truth of the repressed desire into consciousness can be painful. Facing the cause of one's repression may feel terrifying. That's why specific techniques are required to address these symptoms. Healing comes through the recognition of desire. Therapy aims to bring to light what is hidden in the subconscious. Rarely does a repressed individual admit their desire. If there is repression, they fear the consequences of admitting that they enjoy or take pleasure in the repressed act or thought. Simply speaking about the repression can already bring relief. Over time, unconscious desires may reveal themselves. With recognition and through therapeutic work, the symptom may eventually disappear. Psychopathology of everyday life. This study aims to demonstrate the importance of language in psychoanalysis, as it is a fundamental material for clinical analysis. Through language, the individual reports their experiences, sufferings, pleasures, and more, and by narrating their life, they end up revealing unconscious issues. Our goal is to show that everyday situations, which are seen by society as normal, are important phenomena to be observed because they reveal the true self and enable the individual's self-knowledge. The slip of the tongue often reveals what lies in the unconscious. It serves as a link between the unknown and its discovery, illustrating the relationship between the unconscious and language. When the individual speaks about their experiences, pleasures, sufferings, symptoms, and so on, elements arise, expressions, misstatements, forgetfulness, in short, slips that provide clues to unconscious issues. Guide to this work. The first part of the study addresses the forgetting of proper names, foreign words, and word sequences. In this section, we see Freud carefully using psychoanalytic examination to show that behind the forgetting of names lies something repressed. In the second part, which deals with slips of speech, reading, and writing, it becomes evident that seemingly trivial failures are actually psychic disturbances which, if analyzed, will reveal their cause. In the third part, errors in action, one can understand how important it is to observe abnormal behavior and slips, as they can reveal a warning, something already forgotten that must be remembered, a response to a past action, a repressed dissatisfaction, etc. In the fourth part, accidental and symptomatic acts, we highlight the importance of noticing mistakes in action, not dismissing them as nonsense, since such acts often unveil something important. In the fifth part, errors and slips combined, it becomes clear that no matter how intelligent a person may be, this doesn't prevent them from grossly erring in something they would not consciously do. In the sixth part, on determinism and superstition, it becomes clear that all acts are determined by the psychological makeup of the human being, whether consciously or unconsciously. Psychological factors always determine action, and superstition is rooted in knowledge acquired at some point in life. To achieve this goal, the methodology employed was a study of Freud's book The Psychopathology of Everyday Life, in which he dedicated himself to studying the slips that occur in people's daily lives. Forgetting proper names, foreign words, and word sequences. Forgetting names happens routinely in the daily life of any individual and is often seen as an insignificant and worthless phenomenon. However, when investigated, it reveals much more than a simple mistake. According to Freud, this specific situation, commonly acknowledged and of little practical importance, where a psychic function memory refuses to work, allows for an explanation far beyond the usual value assigned to the phenomenon. When the mind forgets a proper name and replaces it with another, this does not happen by chance. There is a connection between the two that leads to content previously unknown. Freud states, "My hypothesis is that this displacement is not left to arbitrary psychic choice but follows predictable paths that obey laws." Forgetting proper names. In his study of the psychopathology of everyday life, aiming to exemplify this phenomenon that leads to unconscious content, Freud analyzed an incident that happened to him while traveling to Herzegovina and talking to a stranger. When trying to say the name of an artist, Signorelli, a name very familiar to him, other names came insistently to mind, but not the one he wanted. Freud points out that, in other words, he suspects that the substitute name or names are verifiably linked to the lost name. And if he succeeds in demonstrating this link, he hopes to clarify the circumstances in which name forgetting occurs. For the analysis of this forgetting during his trip, he made several important observations. The first was that neither the psychological aspect of the moment nor the forgotten proper name itself was the cause of the forgetting. Freud states, The reason the name Signorelli was forgotten should not be sought in any peculiarity of the name itself, nor in any psychological characteristic of the context in which it occurred. The second observation was that the previous topic of conversation with the stranger was disturbing. They had been talking about how Turks in Bosnia and Herzegovina deal with death and their respect and resignation toward doctors. He recalled that they would reply, what can I say?" if a doctor said nothing could be done to help a sick relative. Freud states, "The forgetting of the name was only clarified when I remembered the subject we had just been discussing, and it proved to be a case of disruption of the new emerging theme by the one that preceded it." The third observation in his study of the psychopathology of everyday life came when he realized he wanted to talk about another case, but felt uncomfortable doing so because he was speaking with a stranger, and so he repressed the desire. He remembered that Turks place extreme importance on sexual order, to the point that they lose interest in life if they suffer a problem in that area. This topic would certainly lead to another that deeply affected him, namely, a patient who had committed suicide weeks earlier due to incurable sexual dysfunction. Freud states, "I suppose that this chain of thoughts about the customs of the Turks in Bosnia gained the power to disturb the subsequent thought because I withdrew my attention from it before it was completed." Forgetting is not accidental. According to Freud and his psychopathology of everyday life, I can no longer consider the forgetting of the name Signorelli as a chance event. I am forced to recognize the influence of a motive in this process. In this fourth observation, he becomes convinced that he unconsciously wanted to forget the matter of the patient who had committed suicide, and due to an associative connection and appropriate conditions between names, places, and situations, a displacement occurred, allowing repressed elements to prevail. However, Freud did not generalize, nor did he claim that every single forgetting of names is the result of repressed content. Freud states, "There is no doubt that much simpler examples exist. I think we will have stated the facts with sufficient caution if we say, alongside the simple cases of forgetting proper names, there is also a type of forgetting motivated by repression. Forgetting foreign words. When it comes to foreign languages, forgetting can occur in vocabulary and will present the same psychic and symptomatic dysfunction as the forgetting of names." According to Freud, still within his study of the psychopathology of everyday life, in a series of cases, this type of forgetting exhibits the same mechanism that was revealed to us by the example of Signorelli. Freud uses as an example a conversation he had with a young man he met on vacation who forgot a word in a Latin quote. They were discussing the state of the society they lived in, and the young man tried to quote the phrase exorior, aliquis nostris ex ossibus alter. Let a vengeful spirit rise from my bones, but clumsily replaced it with exorior, nostris ex alter ossibus, forgetting the word aliquis. The young man was already familiar with Freud and his publications on forgetting, and asked for his help to clarify why it happened to him, which Freud willingly accepted. "I only ask that you sincerely tell me, without criticism, everything that comes to your mind as you focus, without any defined intention, on the forgotten word." The young man agreed and began to speak ironically about what came to mind, such as breaking down the word aliquis into a and liquis, the words reliquian, relics, liquefy, fluidity, fluid, Saint Simon of Trent, and the accusation of blood libel against Jews, an article he read titled, "What St. Augustine Says About Women," an old man named Benedict he had met during a trip the week before, St. Januarius and his blood miracle, in which blood kept in a vial liquefies on a certain feast day, and, when delayed, the crowd becomes restless, as occurred during the French occupation, but the commander intervened with the cleric to make it happen quickly, and indeed it did. At this point, the young man began to hesitate, as he remembered a woman who might inform him she missed her period due to a pregnancy, which would be very unpleasant news for them both. Though he initially saw no connection or reason to share this, he eventually agreed to finish the analysis with Freud, and together they uncovered the reason behind forgetting the word aliquis. Freud saw that the tendentious forgetting was motivated by repression. You've laid the groundwork well. Think of the saints on the calendar, the blood that begins to flow on a given day, the agitation when it doesn't happen, the clear threat that the miracle must occur. In truth, You used the miracle of Saint Januarius to create a splendid allusion to a woman's menstrual cycle. Although the young man still thought it could be mere coincidence, Freud had no doubt that it wasn't, though he respected the young man's view. I can tell you, however, that any similar case you choose to analyze will lead you to equally remarkable coincidences. The forgetting of the word aliquis was caused by the disruption between what he was saying and what he was keeping repressed. He lamented that his generation was doomed to stagnation, as if wishing for offspring, but deep down he did not want to have children. Thus, a protest arose in the form of forgetting the word. According to Freud, we now understand a second mechanism of forgetting: the disturbance of a thought by an internal contradiction stemming from repression. Forgetting word sequences. Forgetting reveals the psychopathology of everyday life, that is, how our habitual life shows signs of unconscious functioning. For another example of name and word sequence forgetting, Freud, this time in his native language to highlight the similarity with foreign language forgetting, gives the example of a colleague who offered to recite a poem he believed he knew by heart, The Bride of Corinth. But right at the beginning, he forgot the poem, hesitated between word sequences, and asked Freud, "From Corinth to Athens or from Athens to Corinth?" After this initial disturbance, the recitation apparently proceeded without error. But in the second stanza, he seemed to be searching for something in his mind, then continued. When checking for distortions, they noticed the omission and substitution of a line. Recited version. But will he still be well received, now that each day brings something new? Being like all his kin pagan. And they baptized Christians. Correct version. But will he still be well received if he doesn't pay dearly for the favor? Freud then questioned his colleague about the substitutions and omissions. The colleague, though reluctant, recognized the connection of the forgetting with his current adult life and said that the line, "Now that each day brings something new," might relate to his current job, which was progressing and bringing him great satisfaction. The line, "If he doesn't pay dearly for the favor," stirred unpleasant feelings, and he concluded it was related to feeling rejected when he had proposed marriage and, due to inadequate finances, was not accepted. It hurt him to think that in his now prosperous moment, the answer might be different. Freud questioned why he had mixed his personal life with the poem, The Bride of Corinth. Though Freud didn't quite get the details right, his role as analyst sparked a realization in his colleague. According to Freud, "I was mistaken in my assumption, but it was curious to see how a single well-placed question gave him sudden insight, so he could respond with something he certainly hadn't known until then." The colleague, appearing distressed, murmured the line, "Examine her well, tomorrow she'll be gray," and added, "She's a bit older than I am." Freud noticed the full mechanism at play and was once again struck by how forgetting and substitutions lead to unknown origins. According to Freud, but it was undoubtedly surprising that the attempt to locate the cause of an innocent memory lapse led to such remote and intimate matters of the subject's private life, invested with such painful effect. Ferenczi's study on forgetting word sequences. Another colleague, Sándor Ferenczi of Budapest, also contributed to the research on the forgetting of word sequences. He presented an example of a speech he had written and delivered at a social gathering, during which he experienced a lapse. When this occurred, he immediately withdrew to an empty room, away from the guests, to jot down the associations that came to mind. During his speech, Ferenczi felt appreciated by one of the guests and even mentioned that he would say something even better. But when it came time to speak, it vanished from his mind. In this case, the forgetting served a useful purpose that favored prudence, preventing Ferenczi from doing something he might later regret. According to Freud, this example also presents us with the not very common case in which forgetting serves our good judgment, when it is at risk of succumbing to a momentary desire. Here, the forgetting had a utilitarian meaning, and after recording the associations, it became clear that the temporary amnesia had spared him from unpleasant matters. Freud writes, "Once sobriety is restored, we value the correction brought about by that inner current, which previously could only express itself through a failure, a forgetting, a psychic impotence. But in general, matters of clarification usually lead to unpleasant, intimate, and painful issues that are stored in the unconscious." According to Freud, it is a matter of establishing a connection, by some associative pathway, with a content of unconscious thought, a thought content that is the source of the effect manifested in the forgetting. The reasons why we forget. There are countless causes for forgetting names, and one could even justify them as resulting from a cerebral cause. However, Freud used his own experience with headaches prior to episodes of forgetting as an example, and after careful observation, he concluded that headaches are a factor that favors forgetting, but they do not cause it. Instead, their cause lies in psychological factors. Asked whether forgetting would be a general problem of the brain and whether the psychological cause could be dismissed, Freud replies, "By no means. In my view, that would be to confuse the mechanism of a process, which is the same in all cases, with the favoring factors of the process, which are variable and not necessary." Freud's analysis of name forgettings led him to conclude that all such occurrences have emotional roots. Even though the emotions may be unconscious, through these forgettings, it's possible to observe that there is always some feeling involved. Freud explains, in his studies on the psychopathology of everyday life, "When I analyze the cases of name forgetting that I observe in myself, I almost always discover that the name withheld is related to a subject of great personal significance to me and capable of evoking intense and almost always painful effects." Through his own examples, Freud realized that forgetting a name has its cause in temporarily forgotten but unresolved matters. Freud states, "The lost name touched on a personal complex within me. Slips of speech, reading, and writing." Freud believed that slips caused by speech, reading, and writing are also psychic disturbances of unconscious origin, stemming from a partially repressed idea. Therefore, they were also objects of study. Freud states, "Slips of the tongue certainly have their parallels. They correspond to the mistakes that frequently occur in other human activities and are known by the rather silly term of carelessness." Among other examples, Freud presents the story of Dr. Steckel, who was speaking with a wealthy patient he visited daily as she recovered from a serious illness. Pleased by her improvement and during a casual conversation, he spoke of the city of Abbasia and concluded with, "If, as I hope, you don't get out of bed soon." To his surprise, this revealed his unconscious wish to continue treating the wealthy patient, a desire he considered completely alien to his conscious mind and which he would indignantly repudiate. Another example from Dr. Steckel involved scolding a wife while her husband listened behind the door. As he was undressing, he said, "I kiss your hand, distinguished gentleman," implying that what he truly wished was for the woman to suspect that her husband was behind the reprimand. Slips of language. Regarding a reading slip, Freud received a letter that left him shaken. It stated that Mrs. Wilhelm was seriously ill and had no chance of recovery. When he relayed the news to his wife, she immediately noticed something was wrong because no one refers to a woman using her husband's first name. Freud resisted believing this, but upon rereading, confirmed that his wife was correct. Freud interpreted this reading slip as a displacement triggered by concerns for another close person who was also ill. Still on reading slips, Freud notes that due to his passion for antiquity, he often commits slips that serve to remind him of his passion. When traveling on vacation and walking through city streets, he would read store signs as saying antiquity, whenever the word even remotely resembled it. In terms of writing slips, a woman wrote a letter to her sister, who had just moved into a new and spacious house, to wish her happiness. However, she wrote the wrong address on the envelope. It was the address of a house her sister had lived in many years earlier. This slip made her question why she did it, and a friend who pointed it out suggested it might be due to envy, as the woman still lived in a cramped space. Thus, she had placed her sister back in a home where she was not better off than herself. The woman admitted she was envious of her sister's new house, an unconscious expression of her envy through the incorrect address. A weekly magazine wrote an article in refutation and defense after being accused of being venal. The article was written with passion and emotion. Several people reviewed and approved it, including the editor-in-chief, and it passed the proof stage. Everyone was satisfied. But the proofreader spotted a reading error that no one else had noticed. It read, "Our readers are witnesses that we have always acted in the most self-interested manner for the good of the community." This slip clearly shows that no one would consciously write an article admitting to self-interest, especially when the goal was to deny accusations of being influenced by money. Only a psychic disturbance could bring this to light. Mistaken actions reveal the psychopathology of everyday life. Mistaken actions are those with a conscious purpose, while accidental and symptomatic acts have no apparent purpose and occur purely by chance. The difference between the two is subtle and nearly imperceptible. There are many observed examples of slips involving keys, where people use the wrong key for a place, acting as if it belonged there. Freud recounts that when he visited a patient's home and felt comfortable there, instead of ringing the bell or knocking, he would instinctively pull out his keys to open the door as if it were his own home. Upon analysis, he realized that this slip revealed how much at home he felt there. Freud states, "It was equivalent to the thought, 'Here, I feel at home,' for it only occurred in places where I had become fond of the patient." Jones reports that it is common for him, when interrupting his home office work to go to the hospital, to try using his office keys to open the lab, despite the keys bearing no resemblance. Jones says, "This error demonstrates, unconsciously, where I'd rather be at that moment." The case of Dr. Hans Sachs. Dr. Hans Sachs always carries two keys with him, one for his home and one for his office, kept separately, one in his pants pocket and the other in his vest. Yet he reports frequently mixing them up, using the house key for the office. Dr. Hans Sachs notes, "The reverse only happened once, when I arrived home exhausted, knowing a guest was waiting for me." Freud uses as an example his own mistaken action of taking a tuning fork instead of his reflex hammer when going to visit a patient at the request of another physician. He had been summoned because the physician was unsure about a diagnosis and wanted Freud to make the final call. It was a complex case requiring great caution. A few days earlier, Freud had seen a man at his office whom he had treated years ago. Although the man had multiple sclerosis, Freud had initially diagnosed it as hysteria, promising a cure through psychical treatment, only to realize later he had made a serious mistake. This new patient lived at the same train station as the man he had misdiagnosed. Freud understood that his mistake in taking the tuning fork instead of the hammer was a way for him to remember not to repeat the same error, misdiagnosing an incurable illness as hysteria. Freud states, "For this use as self-censorship, mistaken actions are particularly well suited. Today's error seeks to represent a past mistake." Forgotten acts and forgotten habits. In the case of Lou Andrea Salome, who was neither distracted nor inattentive, she had a habit of forgetting milk on the stove, letting it spill over onto the floor and stovetop, where her white terrier would lick it up. This situation constantly upset and irritated her, especially since milk at the time was rare and expensive. Her attempts to stop this recurring event were futile. After her terrier died, the issue vanished. Through self-analysis, she realized she had loved the dog more than she was aware of. Unknowingly, the repeated mishap satisfied her terrier's desire, who always waited for the spilled milk. Freud explains, Mrs. Lou Andrea Salome provides a convincing demonstration of how the stubborn persistence in an inept act serves unconfessed purposes, and does so with great skill. He saw such clumsiness as a manifestation of unconscious intention. Accidental actions are, in truth, intentional. They reveal the unconscious, according to Freud's approach in the psychopathology of everyday life. Freud notes, "A good example from my own experience years ago shows how an apparently awkward movement can be used in a highly refined way for sexual purposes." He recounts a time when he reunited with a young woman at a friend's house. She had once stirred feelings in him, although he believed those feelings no longer existed. However, an awkward gesture proved otherwise and served as a clear sexual cue. As they both reached to get a chair for the woman's uncle, Freud accidentally embraced her from behind and placed his hands on her breasts. He quickly extricated himself without anyone noticing. A case of self-inflicted injury. A young woman once performed the can-can for her family and husband, delighting everyone except her jealous husband, who whispered, "You behaved like a prostitute again." The comment deeply affected her. That night, she slept poorly. The next morning, still agitated and nervous, she went out in a carriage. Frightened by the horses along the way, she jumped out and broke her leg. With one leg broken, she had to remain bedridden for weeks, during which she displayed no complaints or nervousness. According to Freud's theory of the psychopathology of everyday life, We cannot help but admire the cleverness with which chance was forced to impose such a fitting punishment for the offense. For a long time, she was unable to dance the can-can. What stands out in such cases is how individuals behave when they are victims of accidents. They react with serenity and resilience, which seems incomprehensible. According to Freud, self-inflicted injuries sometimes appear as pathological symptoms, and in such cases, suicide can never be ruled out as a potential outcome of the psychic conflict. Accidents, injuries, and illnesses that appear involuntary are, in fact, driven by unconscious intent, a form of self-punishment and annihilation due to unconscious guilt. One officer, deeply depressed and tearful over his mother's death, was weary of life and wanted to leave the military to join a war. Though an excellent rider, he avoided mounting a horse. On the way to an equestrian competition he couldn't skip, he had a bad premonition. As if fated, he suffered a fatal accident. According to Freud, an apparently random accident whose details justify the suspicion that suicide was unconsciously allowed. Accidental and symptomatic acts in the psychopathology of everyday life. There is a fine and almost imperceptible line between mistaken actions and accidental or symptomatic acts. The latter differs in that they occur purely by chance, without the pursuit of any conscious pretext or intention. Incidents, habits, tics, repetitive movements, changes, customary, frequent, habitual, or even sporadic actions, regarded as mere traits of a person and accepted by them as trivial or unimportant, carry meaning and significance for the analyst. Playing with a watch chain, fidgeting with a cane, doodling with a pen, changes in clothing, carelessness, an unbuttoned shirt. Such behaviors, seemingly born out of inattention, habits, or idle amusement, are materials that can be studied by the psychoanalyst. The observation of daily symptomatic acts. A 13-year-old patient with severe hysteria was speaking with Freud in a psychotherapeutic session, playing with a ball made of breadcrumbs. Over the course of the analysis, he expressed emotions through this ball, emotions Freud was able to decipher. The boy crafted little human figures at great speed with his eyes closed, notably extending an appendix between their legs, only to crush the image immediately. At other times, he would multiply the extensions. To show he understood, Freud shared the story of a Roman king, winning the boy's trust. In a short time, the boy was cured of his neurosis. According to Freud, I allowed myself, therefore, to await with curiosity to see how that which was sought would take shape in him. Freud held back his curiosity and waited for signs, eventually identifying the root of the patient's neurosis through observing symptomatic acts. The observation of symptomatic acts is crucial, as it can help uncover the roots of many symptoms. According to Freud, to the observer of human nature, they often reveal everything, and sometimes more than he might wish to know. The case of Dr. M. Cardoz. In another example, a young man, a disciple of Dr. M. Cardoz, received a ring as a gift from his mentor. They had a weekly habit of meeting to exchange and discuss ideas. One time, the young man chose to meet with a woman instead and gave an excuse to avoid the meeting. The slip occurred the next day when he forgot to wear the ring. When he returned home, he found it in his vest pocket, which signaled something was amiss. Freud observes, having the ring in the vest pocket is a proverbial way of referring to where a husband keeps it when planning to cheat on the woman who gave it to him. The unconscious action amounted to self-punishment, as though he didn't deserve the ring, and was a confession of infidelity. Clearly, the forgetting was no mere accident, nor a trivial lapse. Dr. Hans Sachs recounts dining with an elderly couple, relatives of his. The husband warned his wife not to touch the roast meat, as she had a stomach disease requiring a strict diet. Moments later, he asked her to pass the mustard. She inadvertently grabbed her stomach medicine instead and placed it in front of him. The two bottles bore no resemblance. The mustard came in a barrel-shaped jar. She only realized the mistake when her husband, smiling, pointed it out. Freud remarks, anyone willing to observe others during meals will be able to identify the most beautiful and instructive symptomatic acts. Errors and slips combined in the psychopathology of everyday life. An error is a failure of memory or a false recollection. The person knows the correct form but still makes a mistake, as opposed to an error that stems from true ignorance. According to Freud, Such errors derived from repression must be clearly distinguished from others based on actual ignorance. Freud made several errors while writing The Interpretation of Dreams, and upon reflection, he discovered they were all tied to repressed material related to his father. One such example concerned his commitment to lend 2 books to a patient who was traveling to Venice. The patient had requested the books to prepare for his trip, but Freud completely forgot. When the patient inquired, Freud lied, saying he had already set them aside and went to retrieve them. However, he mistakenly picked up the wrong book, only realizing this upon handing it over. The book had nothing to do with Venice. Upon self-analysis, Freud realized he didn't want to lend the books, as the trip would unnecessarily interrupt the patient's treatment and also cause him material loss. This slip revealed that the drive for truth is stronger than expected, making it difficult to maintain a lie. Freud emphasizes, "Perhaps it is generally astonishing that the human desire to speak the truth is far stronger than is commonly assumed." What explains slips in the psychopathology of everyday life? Regarding errors, Freud offered numerous examples to demonstrate that behind slips of action there lies something repressed. The lover who mistakenly calls his mistress, though consciously intending not to. Letters sent to the wrong recipient, revealing truths that would never consciously be expressed. Calling someone by their maiden name, attempting to register a daughter under the wrong name, switching names, mistaken farewells, taking the wrong transport. These various cases confirm that such errors have an unconscious psychological explanation. Errors can also be paired with combined acts, where in addition to the mistake, there's another action allied with it. Someone interested in becoming a member of a literary committee to get help with their theatrical play begins attending weekly Friday meetings without enthusiasm. Once he achieves his goal, he begins forgetting the meetings. Aware of Freud's theories on forgetting, he realizes that the forgetfulness stems from no longer needing those people. Unwilling to accept his own rudeness, he decides not to miss the next meeting, spending the week reminding himself constantly. Despite all his efforts not to forget, he shows up at the venue only to find the door closed. He had gotten the day wrong and arrived on Saturday instead of Friday. Slips reveal the unconscious. A woman travels to Rome with her brother-in-law, a famous artist. There, he receives an ancient gold medal. She is fascinated by the item and tormented by the idea that he doesn't appreciate it enough. Upon returning home and unpacking, she is shocked to find the medal in her luggage, without knowing how it got there. She immediately writes to her brother-in-law, informing him of the incident and saying she would return the medal the next day. However, the next day she cannot find it. It has vanished in such a way that she is unable to recover it. Through self-analysis, she realizes that deep down, she wanted to keep the medal, believing she would appreciate it more than he did. In this next example, we see how the unconscious can assert itself through slips, even when a person is aware of it and tries to resist. Freud writes, "With what persistence the unconscious knows how to impose itself when it has a motive to prevent the execution of an intention, and how difficult it is to guard against this persistence." An acquaintance asks to borrow a book. The friend agrees but feels a strange discomfort, at first inexplicable. Later he remembers that the friend has owed him money for some time and never made an effort to repay it. Though he gave his word and consciously intended to lend the book, the following day he wrapped it up for delivery, but still felt uneasy. Before leaving, he placed some letters beside the parcel to mail. He leaves but forgets the letters, returns to retrieve them, and once on the tram, realizes he forgot the parcel again, despite having returned specifically to get the letters right next to it. The slip was firmly repeated. Determinism and superstition. The slip is a psychic phenomenon determined by the unconscious which, although unintentional, occurs in a way unknown to the individual. However, it cannot be generalized or used to justify consciously intended actions. For this reason, Freud was careful in his study of the psychopathology of everyday life to emphasize that slips should not be misused for anyone's benefit. According to Freud, when psychoanalytic methods are applied to them, they have valid motives and are determined by reasons unknown to the conscious mind. Psychic determinism operates through slips, seemingly irrelevant and insignificant decisions that are actually unconscious motivations influencing motor actions. Freud emphasized, When we consider the distinction between conscious and unconscious motivation, our sense of conviction tells us that conscious motivation does not extend to all our motor decisions. This suggests that awareness is not enough. There is something hidden that insists on being seen. The unconscious, manifesting through slips, brings forth content that in some way expresses a need to reveal truth that is not being acknowledged. Freud notes, perhaps this insight into the determinism of seemingly arbitrarily chosen names and numbers contributes to the clarification of another problem. Slips and superstition in the psychopathology of everyday life. Freud also conducted research on the unconscious motivations behind number choices in daily life. He concluded that they are not arbitrary or meaningless. According to Freud, the choice of so-called favorite numbers is not unrelated to the life of the individual and holds psychological interest. A compelling example involved a medical patient who randomly uttered the number 426718. Upon analysis, he associated 42 days with the duration of a treated cold and 6 weeks with an untreated one. Freud noticed the absence of the digits 3 and 5, to which the patient revealed those numbers represented siblings he deeply disliked. Thus, these numbers were unconsciously excluded from his sequence. The 18 referred to his belief that if his father had had one more child, he wouldn't be the youngest of 7. What initially seemed a senseless number turned out to be packed with personal symbolism. Another example involved an 18-year-old experimenting with Freud's theories. He asked his mother to say any number. She replied 79. Her immediate association was a hat she saw the day before, priced at $158. She thought it was too expensive but would have bought it at half the price, again confirming that the number wasn't chosen randomly. When superstition replaces self-understanding, many words, acts, silences, and missteps point to the existence of a subtle psychopathology in everyday life, often overlooked. If we pay close attention, we discover much about ourselves and our unconscious, both personally and socially. Freud insisted that there's no such thing as psychic accident. While external events may occur by chance, internal mental events are always determined. I believe in real external chance without doubt, he wrote, but not in psychic randomness. This misrecognition of internal motivations leads people to attribute slips to luck or fate, hence the root of superstition. Freud proposed that this unconscious knowing of psychic motivation, combined with conscious ignorance, is one of the psychological roots of superstition. He gives the example of a coachman taking him to the wrong address. A superstitious person might interpret the mishap as an omen or warning. Freud rejected this, noting that it held no psychic significance since the error wasn't his own. However, superstition often reflects repressed guilt or hostility. A person who unconsciously harbors ill will, despite having been raised to value kindness, may expect punishment and experience superstitious dread as an externalization of internal conflict. Jokes and their relation to the unconscious. The work Jokes and Their Relation to the Unconscious was published by Freud in 1905, for years after the Psychopathology of Everyday Life. The book, however, did not achieve as much success as the previous one. It was only some years later that it found a comfortable place as a published work. As the title suggests, the book deals with the psychoanalytic analysis of humor. Using his characteristic methodical spirit, Freud analyzes the technique behind jokes. From this analysis, he concludes that they have the same function and origin as neurotic symptoms, dreams, and parapraxis. In other words, jokes are also a form of expression of the unconscious. Jokes, especially tendentious ones, serve as a way to release repressed thoughts. In his book, Freud points out that the comic had not been the subject of many studies until then, neither in psychology nor in philosophy. Even today, more than a century later, the subject remains less explored than it could be. One reason for this lack of scientific interest is that much of the pleasure involved in a joke is unconscious, for both the teller and the listener. Humor is a gateway to the unconscious. Understanding the unconscious process behind a joke is completely unnecessary to find it funny. That means you don't need to grasp the unconscious motivation behind a joke to laugh at it. As such, explanations regarding the mechanisms of the comic have historically attracted little interest. At first, Freud analyzes some critical concepts to understand why we find jokes funny. That is, what makes us laugh. He examines the structural styles of jokes, such as those based on word fusion or modification. Through this, he understands that one's intentions are important elements in determining the style or form of jokes a person will use. He is concerned with distinguishing between tendentious jokes and innocent ones. Freud emphasizes that innocent jokes are almost always responsible only for moderate laughter, mainly due to their intellectual content. For example, jokes that lack a deeper or broader meaning. Tendentious jokes, on the other hand, are those capable of provoking explosive laughter. This empirically observable fact showed Freud that he couldn't leave tendentious jokes out of his study. He further explains that, since both types of jokes share the same technique, what makes the tendentious joke irresistible is that, because of its goal, it can access sources of pleasure that innocent jokes cannot. When he refers to tendentious jokes, he simply means they have a tendency or a specific purpose. While the humor of harmless or innocent jokes lies in their technique, tendentious jokes derive their humor both from technique and from the content expressed. Their ultimate goal is the satisfaction of unconscious desires. Understanding tendentious jokes and humor according to Freud. For Freud, tendentious jokes are a way of bypassing inhibitions to express repressed drives or unconscious mental content. In this sense, they allow for the expression of material that could not otherwise reach consciousness, similar to the function of dreams. Topics of a sexual nature, for instance, which are not usually addressed openly with distant acquaintances, can be brought up through jokes. One only needs to notice how much laughter such jokes tend to provoke. Humor as a strategy for repression. As stated, telling a joke, especially a tendentious one, expresses repressed thoughts. In this case, humor can be seen as a mechanism for dealing with repression, where the repressed gains the freedom to emerge around socially forbidden or uncomfortable topics, such as dark humor. Freud gives an example in his book of a king walking through his domain. He comes across a peasant who looks remarkably like him. The similarity is so striking that the king stops to speak with the man. The king asks, "Has your mother ever been at court?" To which the peasant replies, "No, but my father has." In this case, the joke's source of pleasure lies both in its technique and in the content it expresses. Regarding content, the king, holding the highest position of power, mocks the peasant through a sexual insinuation. The peasant, who must serve and respect his king, cannot insult him or his mother directly. Through a joke, he manages to express a repressed desire that would otherwise be blocked from reaching consciousness. The more veiled the content, the funnier the joke. As for technique, Freud believes that the more veiled the content of the joke, the more elaborate and thus the more comical it is. Continuing with our example, we can evaluate the joke's construction by analyzing the thought behind it. If we remove the technique and focus solely on the content, the peasant's response would have been different. He might say, "No, sir, your father didn't sleep with my mother, but my father might have slept with yours." Besides being an insult to the king's mother, according to prevailing sexual norms, the phrase also implies that if one of them is the result of an extramarital affair and therefore illegitimate, that someone is the king. Thus, we can see that a joke is composed of both technique and content, and its humor arises from both. Still, Freud could not define the exact proportion between the importance of these elements. In conclusion, jokes for Freud are a form of expression of unconscious content, just like dreams and parapraxis. The method of dream interpretation, analysis of a model dream. The title I have chosen for my work makes clear which of the traditional approaches to the problem of dreams I am inclined to follow. The goal I have set for myself is to demonstrate that dreams are capable of being interpreted, and any contributions I might make to the problems addressed in the final chapter will only arise as byproducts in the course of executing my primary task. My assumption that dreams can be interpreted places me in opposition to the dominant theory of dreams, and indeed to all dream theories, with the sole exception of Stirner's, for to interpret a dream implies assigning it a meaning, replacing it with something that fits into the chain of our mental acts as a link possessing equal validity and importance as the rest. As we have seen, scientific theories of dreams leave no room for the issue of interpretation, since from their point of view, the dream is not a mental act at all, but a somatic process that signals its occurrence through indications recorded in the mental apparatus. Popular opinion has taken a different stance throughout time. It has exercised its inalienable right to behave inconsistently, and although it admits that dreams are unintelligible and absurd, it cannot bring itself to declare that they are of no importance. Driven by some obscure sentiment, it seems to assume that, despite everything, every dream has a meaning, though hidden, and that dreams are meant to take the place of some other thought process, and that in order to arrive at this hidden meaning, one need only properly undo the substitution. Thus, the lay world has been interested in interpreting dreams since the earliest times, and in its attempts to do so, it has employed two essentially different methods. The first of these methods considers the dream content as a whole and seeks to substitute it with another content that is intelligible and, in certain aspects, analogous to the original. This is the symbolic interpretation of dreams, and it inevitably collapses when faced with dreams that are not only unintelligible but also confused. An example of this method can be observed in the explanation of Pharaoh's dream as proposed by Joseph in the Bible. The 7 fat cows followed by the 7 lean cows that devoured the fat ones. All this was the symbolic substitute for a prophecy of 7 years of famine in the land of Egypt, which would consume all that was produced in the 7 years of abundance. Most artificial dreams created by fiction writers are intended for this kind of symbolic interpretation. They reproduce the writer's thoughts under a disguise that is considered to be in harmony with the recognized characteristics of dreams. The idea that dreams are primarily related to the future and may foretell it, a vestige of the ancient prophetic significance of dreams, provides a reason for translating the meaning of the dream, when reached through symbolic interpretation, into the future tense. It is obviously impossible to give instructions on the method of arriving at a symbolic interpretation. Success must be a matter of stumbling upon an intelligent idea, a matter of direct intuition, and for this reason, dream interpretation through symbolism has been elevated to an artistic activity that depends on possessing peculiar gifts. The second of the two popular methods of interpreting dreams is far from making such claims. It could be described as the deciphering method, for it treats dreams as a kind of cipher in which each sign can be translated into another sign of known meaning, according to a fixed code. Suppose I have dreamed of a letter and also of a funeral. If I consult a dream book, I will find that a letter translates into disturbance, and a funeral into engagement. I then have to link the key words I've deciphered and once again translate the result into the future tense. An interesting modification of the deciphering process, which to some extent corrects the purely mechanical nature of its translation method, can be found in the book about dream interpretation, Oniricritica, by Artemidorus of Daldis. This method takes into account not only the dream's content, but also the dreamer's character and situation, so that the same dream element will have a different meaning for a rich man, a married man, or, let's say, an orator, than it does for a poor man or a bachelor. The essence of the deciphering method lies in the fact that the interpretative work is not applied to the dream as a whole, but to each independent fragment of the dream's content, as if the dream were a geological conglomerate in which each rock fragment demands separate analysis. There is no doubt that the invention of the deciphering interpretative method was prompted by disjointed and confused dreams. It cannot be imagined for a moment that either of the two popular methods of interpreting dreams can be used in a scientific approach to the subject. The symbolic method is limited in its application and impossible to formulate in general terms. In the case of the deciphering method, everything depends on the reliability of the code, the dream book, and in that regard we have no guarantee whatsoever. Thus, we might feel tempted to agree with philosophers and psychiatrists and, like them, discard the problem of dream interpretation as a purely fanciful endeavor. But I found that this is not quite the case. I came to understand that we have here, once again, one of those not uncommon cases in which an old popular belief, carefully preserved, appears to be closer to the truth than the judgment of contemporary science. I must assert that dreams indeed have meaning, and that it is possible to have a scientific method for interpreting them. My knowledge of this method was obtained as follows. For many years, I have been engaged with a therapeutic objective in view, in untangling certain psychopathological structures, hysterical phobias, obsessive ideas, and so on. Indeed, I have done so ever since I learned, through an important communication from Joseph Breuer, that with regard to these structures, which are considered pathological symptoms, their decomposition coincides with their resolution. When this type of pathological representation can be traced back to the mental life elements of the patient from which it originated, the representation simultaneously disintegrates, and the patient is freed from it. Considering the impotence of our other therapeutic efforts and the enigmatic nature of these disorders, I felt tempted to follow the path indicated by Breuer, despite all difficulties, until a complete explanation was reached. On another occasion, I will have to elaborate on the form that this procedure eventually assumed and the results of my efforts. It was in the course of these psychoanalytic studies that I encountered the interpretation of dreams. My patients committed themselves to communicating to me all ideas or thoughts that came to them in relation to a specific topic. Among other things, they narrated their dreams to me. And thus, they taught me that the dream can be inserted into the psychic chain to be retrospectively traced in memory from a pathological idea. Only a small step remained to treat the dream itself as a symptom and to apply to dreams the method of interpretation that had been developed for symptoms. We must aim to promote two changes in the dreamer: an increase in the attention he pays to his own psychic perceptions, and the elimination of the critique through which he normally filters the thoughts that come to him. To help him focus his attention on self-observation, it is advisable that he place himself in a relaxed posture and close his eyes. It is necessary to insist explicitly that he abandon any criticism of the thoughts he perceives. We therefore tell him that the success of the psychoanalysis depends on his noticing and reporting whatever comes to mind, and not falling into the error of suppressing an idea because it seems to him unimportant or irrelevant, or because it seems meaningless. He must adopt a completely impartial attitude toward what comes up, for it is precisely his critical attitude that is responsible for his failure, in the usual course of things, to reach the desired unraveling of his dream or of his obsessive idea, or whatever it may be. I have observed in my psychoanalytic work that the entire mental state of a man who is reflecting is entirely different from that of a man who is observing his own psychic processes. In reflection, an additional psychic activity is at work, more than in the most attentive self-observation, and this is shown, among other things, by the tense gaze and furrowed brow of the person tracking their reflections, in contrast to the relaxed expression of a self-observer. In both cases, attention must be concentrated, but the man who is reflecting also exercises his critical faculty. This leads him to reject some of the ideas that occur to him after perceiving them, to abruptly interrupt others without following the flow of thought they might reveal to him, and to behave in such a way toward many others that they never become conscious and, therefore, are suppressed before being perceived. The self-observer, on the other hand, only needs to suppress his critical faculty. If he succeeds in this, numerous ideas will come into his awareness that he otherwise would never have been able to capture. The new material thus obtained for his self-perception enables the interpretation of both his pathological ideas and his dream structures. What is at stake, evidently, is the establishment of a psychic state that, in its distribution of psychic energy, i.e., of mobile attention, bears some analogy with the state that precedes sleep, and undoubtedly also with hypnosis. As we fall asleep, involuntary representations arise, thanks to the relaxation of certain deliberate activities and, no doubt, also of criticism, which we allow to influence the course of our representations while awake. We usually attribute this relaxation to fatigue. As they emerge, the involuntary representations turn into visual and auditory images. In the state used for the analysis of dreams and pathological ideas, the patient, intentionally and deliberately, abandons this activity and employs the psychic energy thus saved, or part of it, to attentively follow the involuntary thoughts that then emerge, and which, in this, the situation differs from that of falling asleep, retain the character of representations. In this way, involuntary representations are transformed into voluntary ones. The adoption of the necessary state of mind and the method of dream interpretation. The adoption of the necessary state of mind toward ideas that seem to arise spontaneously, as well as the abandonment of the critical function that normally acts against them, appears to be difficult for some people. Involuntary thoughts are capable of unleashing a very intense resistance that tries to prevent their emergence. According to the great poet and philosopher Friedrich Schiller, poetic creation must require precisely such an attitude. In a passage from his correspondence with Korner, thanks to Otto Rank for its discovery, Schiller responds to his friend's complaint regarding his insufficient productivity. The basis of your complaint seems to me to lie in the restriction imposed by your reason upon your imagination. I shall make my idea more concrete by means of a simile. It seems bad and detrimental to the creative work of the mind for reason to proceed with too rigorous an examination of ideas as they emerge, at the very threshold, so to speak. Considered in isolation, a thought may appear very trivial or very absurd, but it may become important due to another thought that follows it, and, together with other thoughts that may also seem equally absurd, it may come to form a very effective link. Reason cannot form any opinion about all this unless it retains the thought long enough to examine it in conjunction with the others. On the other hand, where a creative mind exists, reason, so it seems to me, relaxes its vigilance at the gates, and ideas rush in, and only then does it inspect and examine them as a group. You critics, or whatever you call yourselves, are ashamed or frightened of truly creative minds, and the greater or lesser duration of this suspension distinguishes the thinking artist from the dreamer. You complain of your unproductiveness because you reject too early and discriminate too rigorously. Nevertheless, what Schiller describes as the relaxation of reason's gatekeeping, adopting a state of uncritical self-observation, is by no means difficult. Most of my patients achieve it after the initial instructions. I myself do it quite thoroughly, aided by writing down my ideas as they occur to me. The amount of psychic energy that can be shifted from critical activity to heightened self-observation varies considerably depending on the subject on which one tries to fix attention. Our first step in employing this method teaches us that the object of our attention should not be the dream as a whole, but rather separate parts of its content. When I ask the novice patient, "What comes to your mind in relation to this dream?" his mental horizon usually turns into a blank. However, if I break the dream down into parts before him, he will give me a series of associations for each fragment, which could be described as the background thoughts of that particular portion of the dream. Thus, the method of dream interpretation that I practice already differs, in this first important aspect, from the traditional popular and legendary method of interpretation through symbolism, and instead aligns more closely with the second method, the method of deciphering. Like the latter, it employs interpretation en detail and not en masse. Like it considers dreams from the outset as having a multiple character, as being conglomerates of psychic formations. In the course of my Psychoanalysis of Neurotics, I must have analyzed over 1,000 dreams. Yet I do not intend to use this material in this introduction to the technique and theory of dream interpretation. Aside from the fact that such a course would be open to the objection that these are dreams from neuropathic individuals, from which no valid inference could be drawn concerning the dreams of normal people, there is another and very different reason compelling me to this decision. The subject matter to which these patients' dreams lead is always, of course, the clinical history underlying their neuroses. Each dream would therefore require a lengthy introduction and an investigation into the nature and etiological determinants of the psychoneuroses. But these issues are novel in themselves and highly disconcerting, and they would distract attention from the problem of dreams. On the contrary, my intention is to use my present elucidation of dreams as a preliminary step towards solving the more difficult problems of the psychology of neuroses. Nevertheless, in renouncing my principal material, the dreams of my neurotic patients, I must not be too demanding with what remains. All that is left are such dreams as have been cited to me as examples in the literature dealing with dream life. Unfortunately, none of these dreams is accompanied by an analysis, without which I cannot uncover the meaning of a dream. My method is not as convenient as the popular method of deciphering, which translates any isolated part of the dream content by means of a fixed code. On the contrary, I am prepared to find that the same fragment of content may conceal a different meaning when it occurs in various people or in various contexts. Thus, I am led to my own dreams, which offer abundant and convenient material, coming from a more or less normal person and relating to multiple circumstances of everyday life. It is true that I have encountered doubts about the reliability of this kind of self-analysis, and people may say it leaves the door open to arbitrary conclusions. In my judgment, the situation is actually more favorable in the case of self-observation than in the observation of others. Be that as it may, we can make the experiment and see how far self-analysis can lead us in the interpretation of dreams. But I have other difficulties to overcome, which lie within myself. There is a certain natural hesitation in revealing so many intimate facts about one's own mental life, and there can be no guarantee against erroneous interpretation by strangers. But such hesitations must be overcome. It is fair to presume that my readers will soon see their initial interest in the indiscretions I am fated to commit transformed into a genuine interest in the psychological problems these indiscretions illuminate. Consequently, I shall proceed to select one of my own dreams and, based on it, demonstrate my method of interpretation. In the case of each of these dreams, some preliminary observations will be necessary. And now I must ask the reader to make my interests their own for a considerable time and to immerse themselves with me in the smallest details of my life. For such transference is necessarily required by our interest in the hidden meaning of dreams. Preliminary notes. In the summer of 1895, I was giving psychoanalytic treatment to a young lady who maintained very cordial ties of friendship with me and with my family. It is easy to understand that such a mixed relationship can become a source of many conflicted feelings in the doctor, particularly the psychotherapist. Although the doctor's personal interest is greater, his authority is less. Any failure threatens the long-established friendship with the patient's family. That treatment ended with partial success. The patient was freed from her hysterical anxiety, but not all her somatic symptoms disappeared. At that time, I still did not clearly discern the criteria indicating that a clinical case of hysteria had indeed come to a close, and I had proposed to the patient a solution she seemed unwilling to accept. While we were at this impasse, we suspended the treatment for the summer holidays. One day, I was visited by a younger colleague, one of my oldest friends, who had been with my patient and her family at their country home. I asked him how he had found her, and he replied, "She's better, but not entirely well." I became aware that my friend Otto's words, or the tone in which he said them, annoyed me. I imagined I detected in them a reproach, as though I had promised too much to the patient, and rightly or wrongly, I attributed Otto's supposed siding against me to the influence of the patient's relatives, who, as I believed, had never viewed the treatment favorably. Still, my unpleasant impression remained unclear, and I showed no sign of it. That very night, I wrote up Irma's clinical case, with the intention of handing it over to Dr. M., a mutual friend who, at the time, was the leading figure in our circle, in order to justify myself. That night, or more likely the following morning, I had the following dream, which I recorded immediately upon awakening. Dream of July 23rd and 24th, 1895. A large hall, numerous guests whom we were receiving, among them was Irma. At once, I took her aside, as if to reply to her letter and reproach her for not yet having accepted my solution. I said to her, "If you are still feeling pain, it's really your own fault." She replied, "Oh, if only you could imagine the pain I'm in now, in my throat, stomach, and abdomen. It's suffocating me." I was alarmed and looked at her. She seemed pale and bloated. I thought to myself that perhaps I had indeed overlooked some organic disorder. I led her to the window and examined her throat, and she showed signs of resistance, like women with false teeth. I thought to myself that there really was no need for her to behave like that. Then she opened her mouth properly, and on the right side I discovered a large white patch. Elsewhere, I saw extensive grayish-white scabs on some remarkable curved structures that were evidently modeled after the turbinate bones of the nose. I immediately called Dr. M., and he repeated the examination and confirmed my findings. Dr. M. looked very different from usual. He was very pale, limping, and clean-shaven. My friend Otto was also now standing next to her, and my friend Leopold was auscultating through her bodice and said, "She has a dull area at the bottom left." He also indicated that part of the skin on her left shoulder was infiltrated. M. said, "There's no doubt it's an infection, but it doesn't matter. She'll survive a bout of dysentery, and the toxin will be expelled. We were also immediately aware of the source of the infection. Not long before, when she had been feeling unwell, my friend Otto had given her an injection of a preparation of propyl, propyls, propionic acid, trimethylamine, and I saw before me the formula of this preparation, printed in bold letters. Injections like that should not be administered so thoughtlessly, and the syringe was probably not clean. This dream has an advantage over many others. It was immediately clear which events from the previous day had provided its starting point. My preliminary notes make that evident. The news Otto had given me about Irma's condition and the clinical case I had worked on late into the night had continued to occupy my mental activity even after I had fallen asleep. Nevertheless, no one who had merely read the entire preamble and the dream content itself could have the slightest idea of what it meant. I myself had no idea. I was astonished by the symptoms Irma complained of to me in the dream, since they were not the ones I had treated her for. I smiled at the absurd idea of an injection of propionic acid and at Dr. M's reassuring reflections. Toward the end, the dream struck me as more obscure and condensed than at the beginning. To discover its meaning, a detailed analysis was necessary. Analysis. The hall and the numerous guests we were receiving. We were spending that summer in Bellevue, in a house that stood alone on one of the hills adjoining Collenberg. The house had originally been designed as a place of entertainment, and consequently, its reception rooms were unusually high and resembled large halls. It was in Bellevue that I had the dream, a few days before my wife's birthday. The day before, she had told me she expected some friends, including Irma, to visit us on her birthday. So my dream was anticipating that occasion. It was my wife's birthday, and several guests, including Irma, were being received by us in the Bellevue Hall. I reproached Irma for not having accepted my solution. I said, "If you still feel pain, it's your own fault." I could have said that to her in waking life, and perhaps I actually did. It was my opinion at the time, though I have since recognized it as wrong, that my task was complete once I had informed the patient of the hidden meaning of their symptoms. I did not consider myself responsible for whether they accepted the solution or not, even though the success depended on that. I owe it to this error, which I have fortunately corrected since, that my life was easier at a time when, despite all my inevitable ignorance, I was expected to produce therapeutic successes. I noted, however, that the words I spoke to Irma in the dream indicated that I was particularly eager to show that I was not responsible for the pain she still felt. If it was her fault, it couldn't be mine. Could it be that the dream's purpose had that meaning? Irma's complaint, pain in the throat, abdomen, and stomach, it was suffocating her. The stomach pains were among my patient's symptoms, but they were not very prominent. She complained more about feelings of nausea and disgust. The throat and abdominal pains, as well as the constriction in the throat, played almost no part in her illness. I didn't know why I had chosen those symptoms in the dream, but I couldn't think of an explanation at the time. She seemed pale and bloated. My patient always had a healthy complexion. I began to suspect that she was being substituted for someone else. I was alarmed at the idea that I had failed to detect some organic disease. This, as can be imagined, is a constant source of anxiety for a specialist whose practice is almost exclusively with neurotic patients and who is in the habit of attributing to hysteria a large number of symptoms that other physicians treat as organic. On the other hand, a slight doubt crept into my mind, from I don't know where, that my fear wasn't entirely genuine. If Irma's pain had an organic basis, then in that respect too I wouldn't be responsible for curing her. My treatment was aimed only at eliminating hysterical pain. It occurred to me that I was actually wishing a mistaken diagnosis had been made, because in that case, the blame for my lack of success would also be removed. I led her to a window to examine her throat. She showed some resistance, as women with dentures often do. I thought to myself that there was really no need for her to do that. I had never had the opportunity to examine Irma's oral cavity. What happened in the dream reminded me of an examination I had performed some time earlier on a governess. At first glance, she seemed the image of youthful beauty, but when the time came to open her mouth, she took measures to conceal her plates. This led to memories of other doctors and of little secrets revealed in the course of those cases, without satisfying any of the parties. There was really no need for her to do that, was initially meant as a compliment to Irma, but I suspected it had another meaning as well. When conducting an analysis attentively, one gets the sense of whether or not all the expected preceding thoughts have been exhausted. The way Irma stood by the window suddenly reminded me of another experience. Irma had a close friend of whom I held a very high opinion. When I visited this lady one evening, I found her near a window in the situation reproduced in the dream, and her doctor, the same Dr. M, had said she had a diphtheric membrane. Dr. M's figure and the membrane reappear later in the dream. It occurred to me then that, in recent months, I had every reason to suppose that this other lady was also hysterical. In fact, Irma herself had involuntarily revealed this fact to me. What did I know of her condition? One thing precisely, that, just like the Irma in my dream, she suffered from hysterical suffocation. Thus, in the dream, I had replaced my patient with her friend. I then recalled that I had often entertained the idea that she too might ask me to relieve her of her symptoms. I myself, however, thought that unlikely, since she was very reserved by nature. She was resistant, as shown in the dream. Another reason was that there was no need for her to do that. Up to that point, she had shown herself strong enough to manage her condition without any external help. There were still some characteristics that I could not attribute to either Irma or her friend. Pale, swollen, false teeth. The false teeth led me back to the governess I already mentioned. I now felt inclined to settle for decayed teeth. I then thought of another person to whom these characteristics might be alluding. Once again, it was not one of my patients, nor would I have liked to have her as one, for I had noticed that she felt shy in my presence, and I didn't think she could become an accessible patient. She was generally pale, and when she was in very good health, she appeared swollen. Therefore, I had been comparing my patient Irma with two other people who would also have been resistant to treatment. What could have been the reason for having replaced her, in the dream, with her friend? Perhaps it was because I would have liked to replace her. Perhaps I felt more sympathy for her friend, or had a higher opinion of her intelligence, since Irma had seemed foolish to me for not accepting my solution. Her friend would have been more sensible, would have yielded more quickly. Thus, she would have opened her mouth as she should and told me more things than Irma did. What I saw in her throat, a white patch and the turbinate bones covered with crusts. The white patch reminded me of diphtheria and everything else about Irma's friend, but also a serious illness of my eldest daughter, almost 2 years earlier, and the fright I went through in those distressing days. The crusts on the turbinate bones reminded me of a concern about my own health. At that time, I had been frequently using cocaine to reduce some troublesome nasal swellings, and I had learned a few days earlier that one of my patients, who had followed my example, had developed extensive necrosis of the nasal mucous membrane. I had been the first to recommend the use of cocaine in 1885, and that recommendation had brought serious recriminations against me. The misuse of this drug had hastened the death of a close friend of mine. This had happened before 1895, the date of the dream. I immediately called Dr. M, and he repeated the examination. This simply corresponded to MS position in our circle. But the word immediately was curious enough to require a special explanation. It reminded me of a tragic event in my clinic. Once, I had provoked a severe toxic state in a patient by repeatedly prescribing what was then considered a harmless remedy, sulfonal, and I had hastily sought the help and support of my more experienced colleague. There was an additional detail that confirmed the idea that I had this incident in mind. My patient, who succumbed to the poison, had the same name as my eldest daughter. This had never occurred to me before, but it now seemed almost like an act of retaliation by fate. It was as if the substitution of one person for another was meant to continue in another direction. This Mathilde for that Mathilde, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. It was as if I had been collecting all the occasions on which I could accuse myself as proof of medical unconscientiousness. Dr. M was pale, had a clean-shaven chin, and limped when he walked. This was true only in the sense that his sickly appearance used to trouble his friends. The other two characteristics could only apply to someone else. I thought of my older brother, who lives abroad, has a clean-shaven face and who, as I recall the M, in the dream closely resembled. We had received news a few days earlier that he was limping due to an arthritic infection in the hip. There must have been some reason, I reflected, for fusing these two figures into one in the dream. I then remembered that I had a similar reason to be displeased with each of them. Both had rejected a suggestion I had made to them not long ago. My friend Otto was now standing next to the patient, and my friend Leopold was examining her and pointing out that there was a dull area quite low on the left side. My friend Leopold was also a doctor and a relative of Otto. As both had specialized in the same branch of medicine, it was their destiny to compete with each other, and comparisons between them were frequently drawn. Both had worked as my assistants for years, back when I was still head of the neurology department for outpatients at a children's hospital. Scenes like the one represented in the dream often occurred there. While I was discussing the diagnosis of a case with Otto, Leopold would examine the child once more and make some unexpected contribution to our decision. The difference between their characters was like that between the bailiff Brossig and his friend Karl. One stood out for his quickness, while the other was slow but steady. If in the dream I drew a contrast between Otto and the prudent Leopold, I was clearly doing so in favor of the latter. The comparison was similar to the one I made between my disobedient patient Irma and her friend, whom I considered more sensible than she was. I then noticed another of the threads along which the chain of thoughts in the dream branched out, from the sick child to the children's hospital. The dull area quite low on the left side seemed to me to coincide in every detail with a specific case in which Leopold had impressed me by his meticulousness. I also had a vague idea of something like a metaphysical condition, but that may also have been a reference to the patient I would have liked to have in place of Irma. As far as I could judge, she had produced an imitation of tuberculosis. A part of the skin on the left shoulder was infiltrated. I immediately saw that this was the rheumatism in my own shoulder, which I invariably observe when I stay up late at night. Moreover, the words in the dream were very ambiguous. I noticed it just as he did. That is, I noticed it in my own body. I was also struck by the unusual phrasing. A part of the skin was infiltrated. We are accustomed to speaking of posterior superior left infiltration, which refers to the lung, and therefore once again to tuberculosis. Despite her dress, that, in any case, was merely an interpretation. Naturally, we were used to examining children at the hospital undressed, and that would be in contrast to the way adult female patients have to be examined. I recalled that it was said of a famous clinician that he had never performed a physical examination of his patients except through their clothes. I couldn't see anything more in it than that, and frankly, I felt no desire to probe further into this point. Dr. M said, "It's an infection, but it doesn't matter. She'll survive a dysentery and the toxin will be expelled." At first, this seemed ridiculous to me. Nevertheless, like everything else, it had to be carefully analyzed. When I began to investigate it more closely, it seemed to make a kind of sense after all. What I discovered in the patient was a localized diphtheria. I recalled a discussion, during the time of my daughter's illness, about diphtheria and diphtheritis, the latter being the general infection that arises from localized diphtheria. Leopold had indicated the presence of such a general infection from the existence of a dull area, which could thus be considered a metastatic focus. I seem to think it's true that such metastases do not actually occur with diphtheria. It made me think, rather, of pyemia. It doesn't matter. That was said to me as consolation. It seemed to fit into the context in this way. The content of the dream segment had been that my patient's pains were due to a serious organic infection. I had the feeling that, in this way, I was merely trying to deflect the blame from myself. Psychological treatment could not be held responsible for the persistence of diphtheritic pains. Nevertheless, I felt a sense of discomfort for having invented such a severe illness for Irma, just to exonerate myself. It seemed far too cruel. Thus, I needed some certainty that in the end everything would be all right, and it seemed to me that putting the words of consolation precisely in Dr. M's mouth had not been a bad choice. That being so, however, I was adopting a superior attitude toward the dream, and this in itself required an explanation. And why was the consolation so absurd? Dysentery. There seemed to be some remote theoretical idea that morbid material could be eliminated through the intestines. Could it be that I was trying to mock Dr. M's fertile imagination in producing artificial explanations and establishing unexpected pathological connections? Then something else occurred to me related to dysentery. A few months earlier, I had taken on the case of a boy with extreme difficulties related to defecation, who had been treated by other doctors as a case of anemia accompanied by malnutrition. I had identified the case as hysteria, but I did not feel inclined to attempt my psychotherapeutic treatment on him, and had instead sent him on a sea voyage. A few days earlier, I had received a desperate letter from him, sent from Egypt, saying that he had had another attack there and that a doctor had declared it was dysentery. I suspected the diagnosis was a mistake, made by an inexperienced clinician who had been misled by hysteria. But I couldn't help reproaching myself for having placed my patient in a situation where he might have contracted some organic disease in addition to his hysterical intestinal disorder. Furthermore, dysentery doesn't sound too different from diphtheria, a word of ill omen that didn't appear in the dream. Yes, I thought to myself, I must have mocked Dr. M through the consoling prognosis. She'll survive a dysentery, etc. For it occurred to me again that, years earlier, he had told me a funny story of a similar nature about another doctor. Dr. M had been called in by him to give an opinion on a seriously ill patient, and had felt obliged, due to the very optimistic outlook of his colleague, to point out that he had found albumin in the patient's urine. The other, however, was not disturbed in the least. "It doesn't matter," he said. "The albumin will soon be eliminated." I could no longer doubt, therefore, that this part of the dream expressed contempt for doctors who don't understand hysteria. And as if to confirm this for me, another idea crossed my mind. Could Dr. M be aware that the symptoms of his patient, Irma's friend, which gave rise to the fever of tuberculosis, also had a hysterical basis? Had he identified this hysteria? Or had he allowed himself to be taken in by it? But what could have been my motivation for treating this friend of mine so harshly? The matter was quite simple. Dr. M had disagreed with my solution, just as much as Irma herself had. Thus, in this dream I had already taken revenge on two people. On Irma, with the words, "If you're still in pain, it's your own fault," and on Dr. M, with the absurd consoling statement I put in his mouth. We immediately became aware of the source of the infection. This instant knowledge in the dream was remarkable. Only a moment earlier, we had had no knowledge of it, since the infection had only been revealed by Leopold. When she wasn't feeling well, my friend Otto had given her an injection. Otto had in fact told me that, during his short stay with Irma's family, he had been called to a nearby hotel to give an injection to someone who had suddenly fallen ill. These injections reminded me once again of my unfortunate friend who had poisoned himself with cocaine. I had advised him to use the drug only internally, orally, while the morphine was being withdrawn, but he immediately began injecting himself with cocaine. A propyls, propionic acid. How had I come to think of that? The night before writing the clinical case and having the dream, my wife had opened a bottle of liqueur labeled Ananas, which had been a gift from our friend Otto, for he has a habit of giving presents on every possible occasion. One might expect, I thought to myself, that he would one day find a wife to cure him of that habit. The liqueur gave off such a strong smell of amyl alcohol that I refused to touch it. My wife suggested we give the bottle to the servants, but I, with even greater prudence, vetoed the suggestion, adding, with philanthropic spirit, that there was no need for them to be poisoned either. The smell of amyl alcohol evidently brought to my mind the entire sequence, propyl, methyl, and so on, and this explained the propyl compound in the dream. It's true that I made a substitution in the process. I dreamed of propyl after having smelled amyl. But such substitutions may be valid in organic chemistry. Trimethylamine. I saw the chemical formula of this substance in my dream, which testifies to a great effort on the part of my memory. Moreover, the formula was printed in bold, as if there had been a desire to emphasize some part of the context as something of particular importance. So, to what was my attention being directed by trimethylamine? For a conversation with another friend, who many years ago became familiar with all of my writings during the period in which they were being generated, just as I became familiar with his. At that time, he had shared with me some ideas regarding the chemistry of sexual processes and mentioned, among other things, his belief that one of the products of sexual metabolism was trimethylamine. Thus, this substance led me to sexuality, a factor to which I attributed the utmost importance in the origin of the nervous disorders I sought to cure. My patient, Irma, was a young widow. If I wanted to find an excuse for the failure of my treatment in her case, what I could best resort to, without a doubt, was the fact of her widowhood, which her friends would be so glad to see changed. And in such a strange way, I thought to myself, how a dream like this strings itself together. The other woman I had as a patient in the dream in Irma's place was also a young widow. I began to wonder why the formula of trimethylamine had been so highlighted in the dream. Numerous important matters converged on that single word. Trimethylamine was an allusion not only to the immensely powerful factor of sexuality, but also to a person whose agreement I recalled with pleasure whenever I felt isolated in my opinions. Surely this friend, who played such a significant role in my life, would reappear at other points in these thought streams. Yes, for he had a special knowledge of the consequences of afflictions of the nose and its accessory cavities, and had drawn the scientific world's attention to some remarkable connections between the turbinate bones and the female sexual organs, the three curved structures in Irma's throat. I had arranged for Irma to be examined by him to see if her gastric pains could be of nasal origin. But he himself suffered from suppurative rhinitis, which caused me distress, and there was without doubt an allusion to this in the pyemia that vaguely occurred to me in relation to the dream's metastases. Injections like those shouldn't be given so thoughtlessly. Here, an accusation of thoughtlessness was made directly against my friend Otto. I seem to recall thinking of something else of the same nature that afternoon, when her words and expression seemed to show that she was siding against me. It was something along the lines of, how easily his thoughts are influenced. How carelessly he jumps to conclusions. Regardless, this phrase in the dream reminded me once again of my deceased friend, who had so hastily turned to cocaine injections. As I've mentioned before, I had never considered the idea of the drug being administered by injection. I also noticed that, in accusing Otto of carelessness in handling chemical substances, I was once again alluding to the story of unfortunate Mathilde, which had given rise to the same accusation against me. Here, I was clearly assembling examples of my conscientiousness, but also of the opposite. And probably the syringe wasn't clean. This was yet another accusation against Otto, though derived from a different source. The day before, I had run into the son of an 82-year-old elderly lady to whom I had to administer a morphine injection twice a day. At that moment, she was in the countryside, and according to her son, was suffering from phlebitis. I immediately thought it must be an infiltration caused by a dirty syringe. I was proud of the fact that, in 2 years, I hadn't caused a single infiltration. I constantly took care to ensure the syringe was clean. In short, I was conscientious. The phlebitis reminded me once again of my wife, who had suffered from thrombosis during one of her pregnancies, and then 3 similar situations came to mind, involving my wife, Irma, and the deceased Mathilde. The identity of these situations evidently allowed me, in the dream, to substitute the 3 figures for one another. I have just completed the interpretation of the dream. While performing it, I had some difficulty in keeping at bay all the ideas that were bound to be provoked by comparing the dream content with the thoughts hidden behind it. Meanwhile, I understood the meaning of the dream. I became aware of an intention put into action by the dream, and which should have been my motive for dreaming it. The dream fulfilled certain wishes provoked in me by the events of the previous night, the news given to me by Otto, and my writing of the clinical case. In other words, the conclusion of the dream was that I was not responsible for the persistence of Irma's pains, but rather Otto. Indeed, Otto had annoyed me with his remarks about Irma's incomplete recovery, and the dream provided my revenge, returning the reprimand to him. The dream exonerated me from responsibility for Irma's condition by showing that it was due to other factors, and it produced a whole series of reasons. The dream represented a specific state of affairs, just as I would have wished it to be. Thus, its content was the fulfillment of a wish, and its motive was a wish. All of this was obvious, but many of the details of the dream also became intelligible to me from the standpoint of wish fulfillment. Not only did I take revenge on Otto for acting too hastily in his medical treatment by giving the injection, but I also took revenge on him for having given me the liqueur that smelled of amyl alcohol. And in the dream, I found an expression that linked the 2 reprimands. The injection was a propyl preparation. That didn't satisfy me, and I carried my revenge even further. establishing a contrast between him and his more trustworthy rival. I seemed to be saying, I like him more than I like you. But Otto wasn't the only person to suffer the effects of my anger. I also took revenge on my disobedient patient, replacing her with someone more sensible and less resistant. Nor did I allow Dr. M to escape the consequences of his contradiction, but showed him, through a clear illusion, that he was ignorant on the subject, she'll survive a dysentery, etc. Indeed, I seemed to be turning my back on him to appeal to someone with greater knowledge, my friend who had spoken to me about trimethylamine, just as I had turned away from Irma to her friend, and from Otto to Leopold. Take these people away from me. Give me 3 others of my choosing instead. Then I'll be free from these undeserved reproaches. The groundlessness of the reproaches was proven to me in the dream in an extremely complex manner. I did not deserve the blame for Irma's pains, since she herself was at fault for refusing to accept my solution. I had nothing to do with Irma's pains, since they were of organic nature and completely incurable through psychological treatment. Irma's pains could be satisfactorily explained by her widowhood, the trimethylamine, which I had no way of altering. Irma's pains had been caused by the fact that Otto had given her, without proper caution, an injection of an inappropriate drug, something I would never have done. Irma's pains were the result of an injection with a dirty needle, like the phlebitis of the old lady I cared for, whereas I had never caused any harm with my injections. I noted, it's true, that these explanations for Irma's pains, which contributed to my exoneration, were not entirely compatible with one another and were, strictly speaking, mutually exclusive. The whole plea, for the dream was no more than that, clearly resembled the defense presented by the man accused by one of his neighbors of having returned a borrowed kettle in a damaged condition. The accused asserted, first, that he had returned the kettle in perfect condition. Second, that it had already had a hole when he borrowed it. And third, that he had never borrowed the kettle at all. All the better. If only one of these 3 lines of defense were accepted as valid, the man would have to be acquitted. Some other themes, which were not so evidently linked to my exoneration from Irma's illness, also played their role in the dream. My daughter's illness and that of my patient with the same name, the harmful effect of cocaine, the disorder of my patient who was traveling in Egypt, my concern for the health of my wife, my brother, and Dr. M, my own physical ailments, and my distress for my absent friend who suffered from suppurative rhinitis. But when I considered all these things, I saw that they could all be gathered into a single group of ideas and labeled, so to speak, as concern for my own health and the health of others, professional conscientiousness. I recalled the obscure, unpleasant impression I had felt when Otto brought me the news of Irma's condition. That group of ideas which had played a role in the dream allowed me, in retrospect, to put into words that fleeting impression. It was as if he had said to me, "You don't take your medical duties seriously enough. You're not conscientious. You don't fulfill what you committed to do." From there, it was as if this group of ideas had placed itself at my disposal so that I could present proof of how extremely conscientious I was, how deeply I cared for the health of my relatives, friends, and patients. It was a noteworthy fact that this material also included some unpleasant memories, which supported Otto's accusation more than my own defense. The material was, one could say, impartial. Nevertheless, there was an unmistakable link between this broader group of thoughts underlying the dream and the more restricted theme of the dream, which gave rise to my desire to be acquitted of Irma's illness. I make no claim to have fully uncovered the meaning of this dream, nor that my interpretation is complete. I could dedicate much more time to it, draw further insights from it, and examine new problems it raises. I myself know the points from which other lines of reasoning could be pursued. But the considerations that arise in the case of each of my own dreams prevent me from continuing the interpretive work. If anyone feels tempted to hastily condemn my reticence, I recommend that they try being more candid than I am. For now, I'm satisfied with having gained this portion of new knowledge. If we adopt the method of dream interpretation I've indicated here, we'll find that dreams do indeed have meaning and are far from being the expression of a fragmentary brain activity, as the authorities have claimed. When the interpretive work is complete, we realize that the dream is the fulfillment of a wish. The dream is the fulfillment of a wish. When, after passing through a narrow gorge, we suddenly emerge onto an elevated stretch of terrain, where the path divides and the most beautiful vistas unfold in all directions. We may pause for a moment to consider in which direction we should begin to guide our steps. That is our case now, having completed the first interpretation of a dream. We find ourselves in the full light of a sudden discovery. Dreams should not be likened to the disordered sounds that emerge from a musical instrument struck by some external force, and not played by the hand of a musician. They are not devoid of meaning, not absurd, and do not imply that one part of our reserve of ideas is asleep while another begins to awaken. On the contrary, they are valid psychic phenomena, wish fulfillments, which can be inserted into the chain of intelligible waking mental acts, and are produced by a highly complex mental activity. Yet, no sooner do we begin to rejoice in this discovery than we are assailed by a torrent of questions. If, as dream interpretation tells us, a dream represents a wish fulfilled, what is the origin of the remarkable and enigmatic form in which the wish fulfillment is expressed? What transformation did the dream thoughts undergo before becoming the manifest dream we remember upon awakening? How does this transformation occur? What is the source of the material that was modified into the dream? What is the source of the many peculiarities that must be noted in dream thoughts, such as, for instance, the fact that they can be mutually contradictory? Can a dream tell us something new about our inner psychic processes? Can its content correct opinions we hold during the day? I propose that, for now, we set aside all these questions and continue on along a specific path. We have learned that a dream can represent a wish as fulfilled. Our first concern must be to ask whether this is a universal characteristic of dreams, or if it was merely the content of the specific dream that we first analyzed. For even if we are willing to concede that every dream has a meaning and a psychic value, the possibility must remain open that this meaning is not the same in all dreams. Our first dream was a wish fulfillment. A second might prove to be the fulfillment of a fear. The content of a third might be a reflection, while a fourth could simply reproduce a memory. Do we find other dreams imbued with desire besides that one? Or is it perhaps the case that there are no dreams except those involving desire? It is easy to prove that dreams often reveal themselves, without any disguise, as wish fulfillments, in such a way that it may seem surprising that the language of dreams has not long since been understood. For instance, there is a dream I can produce in myself as often as I wish, experimentally, so to speak. If at night I eat anchovies or olives, or any other very salty food, I will become thirsty by early morning, and the thirst will wake me. But my awakening will be preceded by a dream, always with the same content, namely, that I am drinking. I dream that I am swallowing water in great gulps, and it has a delicious taste that nothing but a cool drink can equal when one is burning with thirst. Then I wake up and must actually drink. This simple dream is caused by the thirst of which I become aware upon awakening. The thirst gives rise to a desire to drink, and the dream shows me this wish fulfilled. In doing so, it performs a function, which is easy to guess. I sleep well, and am not usually awakened by any physical need. When I manage to quench my thirst by dreaming that I am drinking, I do not have to wake up to satisfy it. This is therefore a convenience dream. Dreaming takes the place of action, as it so often does in other situations in life. Unfortunately, my need for water to quench thirst cannot be satisfied in a dream in the same way that my thirst for revenge against my friend Otto and Dr. M can. But the good intention is present in both cases. Not long ago, that same dream of mine showed some modifications. I had already felt thirsty before falling asleep and had emptied a glass of water that was on the bedside table. A few hours later, in the middle of the night, I had another bout of thirst, and it led to inconvenient results. In order to drink water, I would have to get up and fetch the glass that was on my wife's bedside table. Thus, I had a suitable dream, in which my wife was giving me a drink from a vessel. This vessel was an Etruscan cinerary urn I had brought back from a trip to Italy and later gotten rid of. But its water tasted so salty, evidently due to the ashes in the urn, that I woke up. It is worth noting how conveniently everything was arranged in those dreams. Since their sole purpose was to fulfill a wish, the dream could be completely selfish. The love of comfort and convenience is not truly compatible with consideration for others. The introduction of a cinerary urn was probably another wish fulfillment. I regretted that the vessel was no longer in my possession, just as the glass of water on my wife's nightstand was out of my reach. The urn and its ashes also matched the salty taste in my mouth, which had by then grown stronger, and which I knew was destined to wake me. These convenience dreams were very frequent in my youth. Having developed, for as long as I can remember, the habit of working late into the night, I always had trouble waking up early. I used to dream, then, that I had already gotten up and was standing by the wash basin. After a while, I could no longer deceive myself into thinking I wasn't still in bed, only that, in the meantime, I had slept a bit longer. One of these lazy dreams, expressed in a particularly amusing and refined form, was told to me by a young medical colleague who seems to share my love of sleep. The landlady of his boarding house, near the hospital, had strict instructions to wake him up on time every morning, but this was never an easy task. One morning, the dream seemed especially sweet. The landlady shouted through the door, "Wake up, Herpepi. It's time to go to the hospital." In response, he dreamed he was lying in a hospital bed, and there was a card above his bed that read, Peppy H., medical student, 22 years old. While dreaming, he said to himself, "Since I'm already in the hospital, there's no need to go there." And turning over, he went back to sleep. In this way, he openly confessed the motive of his dream. Here is another dream in which, once again, the stimulus had its effect during actual sleep. One of my patients, who had to undergo an operation on her jaw, an operation that took an unfortunate turn, was ordered by her doctors to wear a cooling device on the side of her face, day and night. But as soon as she fell asleep, she used to set it aside. One day, after she had once again thrown the device to the floor, I was asked to have a serious talk with her about it. "This time I really couldn't help it," she replied. "It was because of a dream I had during the night. I dreamed I was in a box at the opera and was enjoying the performance immensely. But Karl Mayer was in the clinic and was complaining bitterly of jaw pain. So I told myself that since I wasn't feeling any pain, I didn't need the device, and I threw it away." This poor sufferer's dream seems almost a concrete representation of a phrase people sometimes utter in unpleasant situations. I could think of something more pleasant than this. The dream provides an image of that more pleasant thing. The Karl Mayer onto whom the dreamer projected her pain was, among her acquaintances, the most insignificant man she could remember. Wish fulfillment can be detected just as easily in some other dreams I've collected from normal people. A friend of mine who knows my theory of dreams and discussed it with his wife told me one day, "My wife asked me to tell you that last night she dreamed she had her period." You can imagine what that means. And I really could. The fact that this young lady dreamed she was menstruating meant that her period hadn't come. I could easily believe that she would be pleased to enjoy her freedom a little longer before taking on the burden of motherhood. It was a delicate way of announcing her first pregnancy. Another friend of mine wrote me, saying that not long ago, his wife dreamed she saw some milk stains on the front of her dress. This too was a sign of pregnancy, but not the first. The young mother was wishing that she might have more milk to give to her second child than she had for the first. A young woman had been isolated from society for weeks on end while caring for her child during an infectious illness. After the child's recovery, she dreamed she was at a party where, among others, she met Alphonse Daudet, Paul Bourget, and Marcel Prévost. They were all extremely kind and amusing. All these authors resembled their portraits, except for Marcel Prévost, whose photograph she had never seen, and he looked like the sanitation worker who had fumigated the child's room the day before and who had been her first visitor in a long time. Thus, it seems possible to provide a complete translation of the dream. It's high time I did something more pleasant than this endless sickroom care. These examples may suffice to show that dreams which can only be understood as wish fulfillments and which display their meaning openly, without disguise, occur under the most frequent and varied conditions. For the most part, they are simple and brief dreams that provide a pleasant contrast to the tangled and exuberant compositions that have predominantly attracted the attention of authorities. Nonetheless, it will be worthwhile to pause for a moment over these simple dreams. We may expect to find the simplest forms of dreams in children, since there is no doubt that their psychic productions are less complex than those of adults. In my opinion, Child psychology is destined to provide adult psychology with services as valuable as those provided by the study of the structure or development of lower animals for the research into the structure of higher animal classes. Few deliberate efforts have yet been made to utilize child psychology for this purpose. The dreams of small children are often pure wish fulfillments and are, in that case, rather uninteresting when compared to the dreams of adults. They pose no problems to be solved but, on the other hand, are of inestimable importance in proving that, in their essential nature, dreams represent wish fulfillments. I was able to gather a few examples of such dreams from the material provided by my own children. I have to thank a trip we made from Azzi to the charming village of Hallstatt in the summer of 1896 for two dreams. One was my daughter's, who was then 8.5 years old, and the other was her brother's, who was 5 years and 3 months. I must explain, by way of preamble, that we were spending the summer on the slope of a hill near Azzi, from where, in good weather, there was a splendid view of the Dockstein. The simony hut was clearly visible through a telescope. The children made repeated attempts to see it with the instrument. I don't know with what degree of success. Before our trip, I had told the children that Hallstatt was at the foot of the Dockstein. They awaited the day with great excitement. From Hallstatt we walked to the Eterntal, which delighted the children with its succession of changing landscapes. One of the children, however, the 5-year-old boy, gradually became restless. Every time we caught sight of a new mountain, he asked if it was the Dockstein, and I had to say no, it was only a foothill. After repeating the question several times, he fell into complete silence and flatly refused to climb with us up the steep path leading to the waterfall. I assumed he was tired, but the next morning he came to me with a radiant expression and said, "Last night I dreamed that we were at the simony hut." Then I understood him. When I had spoken about the Dockstein, he had expected to climb the mountain during our trip to Hallstatt and to be close to the hut that had been the focus of so much attention through the telescope. But upon discovering that he was being led instead to foothills and a waterfall, he felt disappointed and disheartened. The dream was a compensation. I tried to learn more details, but they were scarce. You have to climb steps for 6 hours, which matched what he had been told. The same trip stirred desires in the 8.5-year-old girl, desires that had to be fulfilled in a dream. We had brought with us to Hallstatt the 12-year-old son of our neighbor. He was already quite the charmer and showed signs of having won the girl's affection. The next morning, she told me the following dream. "Just imagine. I dreamed that Emil was part of the family and called you two Mommy and Daddy, and he slept with us in the big room like the boys. Then Mommy came in and threw a handful of big chocolate bars, wrapped in blue and green paper, under our beds." Her brothers, who clearly had not inherited the ability to understand dreams, followed the authorities' lead and declared the dream absurd. The girl herself defended at least part of the dream, and knowing which part sheds light on the theory of neuroses. Of course, it's absurd for Emil to be part of the family, but the part about the chocolate bars isn't. That was precisely the point on which I was unsure, but the girl's mother then gave me the explanation. On the way from the train station to the house, the children had stopped in front of a vending machine from which they were used to getting exactly that type of chocolate bar wrapped in shiny metallic paper. They had asked for some, but the mother, quite reasonably, decided that the day had already fulfilled enough wishes and left the fulfillment of this one up to the dream. I had not noticed that incident, but the part of the dream my daughter had censured immediately became clearer to me. I myself had heard my well-behaved guest tell the children to wait until Mommy and Daddy caught up with them. The girl's dream had turned that temporary kinship into a permanent adoption. Her affection had not yet imagined any other forms of companionship than those represented in the dream, which were modeled after her relationship with her brothers. Naturally, it was impossible to find out, without asking, why the chocolate bars were thrown under the bed. One of my friends told me a very similar dream to my son's, which was dreamed by an 8-year-old girl. The girl's father had gone on a hike with several children with the idea of visiting the Rohrer hut. But since it was getting late, he had turned back, promising the children to make up for the disappointment another time. On the way home, they passed the marker for the trail that leads up to the Hameau. The children then asked to be taken to the Hameau, but once again, for the same reason, they had to be consoled with the promise of another day. The next morning, the 8-year-old girl said to her father with a satisfied expression, "Daddy, last night I dreamed that you went with us to the Rohrer hut and the Hamo." In her impatience, she had anticipated the fulfillment of her father's promises. Here is another similarly direct dream, triggered by the beauty of the Aussie scenery, from another of my daughters, who was then 3 years and 3 months old. She had crossed the lake for the first time, and for her, the crossing had been too short. When we reached the landing point, she didn't want to get off the bench and cried bitterly. The next morning, she said, "Last night I went to the lake." Let us hope her dream voyage lasted longer and was more satisfying. My eldest son, then 8 years old, was already dreaming of seeing his fantasies fulfilled. He dreamed that he was riding in a carriage with Achilles and that Diomedes was the driver. As one can imagine, he had been excited the day before by a book on the legends of Greece, given to his older sister. If I may be allowed to include in the category of dreams the words spoken by children during sleep, I can at this point cite one of the most childish dreams in my entire collection. My youngest daughter, then 19 months old, had suffered a bout of vomiting one morning and, as a result, went without food for the entire day. In the early hours of the next morning, after this day of hunger, we heard her exclaim excitedly in her sleep, "Anna Freud's strawberries, wild strawberries omelette pudding." At that time, Anna had the habit of using her own name to express the idea of claiming something for herself. The menu she recited included exactly everything that must have seemed to her to constitute a desirable meal. The fact that strawberries appeared in 2 varieties was a protest against household health regulations. It was based on the fact that she had undoubtedly overheard her nanny attributing her illness to a case of indigestion caused by strawberries. Thus, in the dream, she retaliated against this unwelcome verdict. Although we hold childhood in high regard for being still innocent of sexual desires, we must not forget the fertile source of disappointment and renunciation, and thus of stimulus for dreaming, that can be provided by the 2 other great vital drives. Here is another example of this. My nephew, 1 year and 10 months old, had been entrusted with the task of greeting me on my birthday and presenting me with a basket of cherries, which were still out of season at the time. He seemed to find the task difficult, as he kept repeating "cherry for him," but it was impossible to get him to hand over the gift. Nevertheless, he found a way to compensate. He was accustomed to telling his mother every morning that he had dreamed of the white soldier, a guards officer in white uniform, whom he had once admired while standing in the street. On the morning following the sacrifice of the birthday gift, he awoke with a piece of cheerful news that could only have originated in a dream. Hermann ate all the cherries. I myself do not know what animals dream of, but a proverb, which was brought to my attention by one of my students, claims to know. "What," asks the proverb, "do geese dream of?" And it answers, "of corn." The entire theory that dreams are wish fulfillments is contained within these 2 phrases. As we can see, we could have arrived at our theory of the hidden meaning of dreams more quickly simply by observing linguistic usage. It's true that everyday language sometimes refers to dreams with disdain. The phrase "dreams are mere froth" seems intended to support the scientific view of dreams. But broadly speaking, common usage treats dreams above all as blessed wish fulfillments. Whenever we see our expectations surpassed by an event, we exclaim in joy, "I could never have imagined such a thing, not even in my wildest dreams."